Why? Give me a reason. I protest because you're killing us.
Who is killing you?
You police. You're killing us in our communities. Poor communities. Why do you want to arrest me?
Yes.
People power! People's power! People's power! When we lose our fear, no more killings! No more killings!
Agombo, this is a message to you. Usitoke, don't come. Agombo, please stay at home. We saw your efforts, okay? We saw everything that you did for Kenya. Now let us. We miss you, but Agombo, please don't even come outside. Don't come outside. Tunatoka on your behalf, okay?
Katambe, ni nyinyi mmechoose hiyo side, hakuna mtu amewaforce. Wacha Katambe. Kama unitambui, pia mimi sikutambui boss. Wacha Katambe. Mnasema mnataka kupea Kenya bright future. True, juu Zakayo akishuka alirudishia kila mtu mali yake times.
Tunaingia vijijini, mijini na hata jijini kukuletea taarifa mchana kutwa. Usiku tunakaa kitako, tunadadavua tukichanganua taarifa na makala muhimu yanayokuhusu wewe na familia yako.
Nasikia watu wanasema baba ametusaliti. Between baba kutusaliti na sisi kusaliti baba, nani amesaliti mwingine?
Inapeangwa, it mostly goes to foreign ministries. So baba is overqualified for that position.
To build this railways for Africa. So now he's thinking about tumemkataa kama baba wetu.
Unaweza kuwa kuna mtoto ulizaa ukapatia nchi ikuwa inamfanya vile inataka.
Uhuru has been working very hard. Ruto akaenda huko na nguvu. Ruto was never invited in the inauguration.
Ungana na Bernard Ngozi kwenye Open Forum Political Show kuanzia saa 4 usiku hadi dakika zake kila siku ya wiki kwenye Sound Candy Talk.
Open Forum Political Discussion Show. The show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development.
Tukutane Sound Candy Talk.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Sound Candid Talk, Open Forum Political Discussion Show, the show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. Well, the country is headed in the right direction with the young people taking charge of their destiny. The high-handedness of William Ruto and team is tamed to some degree. There is change of tune. Now there are calls for talks, the usual games that William Ruto has been playing all along. Every time when the demos are at the peak, he will call for talks. That's why we are asking you tonight. Are you for the calls for the talks between William Ruto and the youth, or Katambe, kama vile vijana wamesema? Haya, kwangu mimi hii inakwenda mpaka mwisho. hakuna kurudi nyuma na hakuna kusikiliza Ruto. Tuwezi kubeba ujinga siku zote. Kudanganya, ametenga, amepanga, ameweka kwa line, anatarajia, ameenda ng'ambo, amerudi kupanga, kutenga, kutekeleza, kujibu. Wakati unafika mpaka maswali yaulizwe na majibu yapatikane. Hapa William Ruto amepatikana. Nashukuru kila mmoja anayejiunga nasi mahala pote ulipo. Chukua zamu yako, karibisha mtu, mkumbushe kipindi kimeanza na tuko tayari kuhakikisha kwamba tunatekeleza wajibu wetu. Ni kama navamiwa samahani, lakini I think there is something wrong with my camera, but it will come on in a short while. Please na kuomba tafadhali makinika mahala pote ulipo, karibisha mtu ili tukajifunze kwa pamoja na tuendelee ipasavyo. I'll be fixing the battery for my camera. I don't know what happened, but I'm happy Mami is here. How are you, Mom?
I'm very okay, breathing, strong, healthy. Unaona vile nimevaa Bernard?
Excellent. Wow. And
So,
looking younger than ever.
I am the mother of Gen Z, and I'm proud of what is going on.
Wow, karibu.
Leo nimepata wakati kidogo. Of course, I'll be leaving very shortly, but I have time to say something to my people. Kenya is our country. It's our country. Anytime I say Kenya, I get shocked. I feel very much carried away. Anyway, when I see these children, I see a good picture of our country. I see light. I don't see doom. I don't see darkness. I see light. It's a good thing to see that we have got those children that really we have never been thinking about. It's because we are all scattered and we have never been united like now, those children, that they are singing the same tale, same song. Mungu awasaidie. I know sometimes ni vigumu kuwa unaelewa watu vile wanafikiria kama ni vile unafikiria. But this has come to cut everything short. Yani ni kama kila mtu sasa roho yake anasikia kuungana na hawa watoto. Tunasikia kabisa there is something that is coming right in our country, and we are happy about this. Bernard, when I look and I see these people trying to sweet talk those things that they have really put fire on it. Vile wamekuwa wakiongea kama watu wamefika pahali, yani wako mwisho hamwezi kuwafikia. We are not proud of what we are doing because we are losing our children. Our children are not sleepless. They are struggling. Ati ndio wapate namna ya maisha yao. Kwa nini kwa nchi yetu? Why in our country? Kwa nini wamwagiwe maji? Wapigwe na hiyo tear gas? In fact they are harmless. They don't have weapons. Nyinyi kweli kabisa mnajua mko na bunduki, mko na maji hiyo mbaya, mna hiyo tear gas, na mnaona kabisa afadhali muumize watu wale wengine. How about if tomorrow things change? Where will you be? Mnajiuliza maswali kama hiyo, especially askari. Mnaambiwa mfanye nini? Why can't you stand on the side just to look for those people who can break into people's store, shops, kupiga watu, kunyang'anya watu? Msimame hapo kando muangalie wao watoto, muone vile hawajavunja nyumba ya mtu, hawajapiga mtu yeyote, hawajaharibu hata gari ya mtu. But your interest is fight. Si mwende mkapigane huko kunapiganwa ambapo kuna vita. Badala ya kuwa mnapiga watu wenu ambao mnashikiliana, ambao kesho ni neighbor yako, mtaambiana aje? We have to look like human beings and we have to respect somebody's life. Sasa huyo mtoto mliua, mwenye alimuua, what pride do you have? Is that winning war? Ni vita gani iko Kenya? Those children are fighting for their right, and they are not, the word we are using fighting is not that wanabeba gruneti ama wanabeba bunduki. There is words that they are using which are really, really strong, because that is what has been going on in Kenya. Mmeumiza watu wote, mpaka wale wazee basi wamenyamaza wakasema Mungu tusaidie basi, sababu hakuna mtu anatusikiza hapa. When I hear Ruto saying that wao watoto nataka tukae, mkae chini muongee nini? You had been undermined. Ulisema is unstoppable. And when I see these leaders trying to sweet talk, kama huyo Ishongwa, and the other guy, I don't know his name, he's from Rift Valley, wanajaribu kutengeneza maneno ile itatoka mdomo wao. Why do you have to do that? Continue. Don't surrender. Don't retreat. Continue with what you have planned. And as we fight the little we can, because we cannot accept when you see that people are really talking the truth, you want to convert their truth to your lies. Because now you have been lying. These children are talking the truth. How do you want you to come and sit with somebody who is a liar? A pathological liar. Mtu ambaye hataki hata kuongea ukweli hata siku moja. What good do I expect from such a person? And that's why yesterday I was giving an example of a thief who pretended that he has gotten saved. Akaanza sasa ile mwaki kwenda kwa manyumba ya watu wanaomba, uko kesho ni kwa Njoroge, kesho hiyo ingine ni kwa Otieno. Kumbe yeye ni investigation anafanya ya kujua hiyo TV imewekelewa aje, hii mlango inafunguwa aje, ndio aende sasa atengeneze timu yake. We don't want that. Let's not play games. We are serious for these children to get their life back, to get good stability so that they can have their families. Hawa watoto si ati watarudi nyuma wawe watoto wa kunyonya. They are growing and they want to make their families. They want to have stable life. They want to see that life continue normally. Ni nani hawa ambao wanatakikana wawe ati ndio wako mbele? And by the way, these are few characters in parliament who are doing all these evil things to millions of people, to millions of Kenyans. Who have given you this permission? Nani amekuleta hapo huko? Na kama hukuletwa na watu, uliingiaje hapo? So this is now the question which we should start working on. Tujiulize hawa watu kwa sababu they are not representing us. Who brought them there? How did they get there? Because you cannot be in parliament before you are elected. Unless then, mlichukuliwa na Ruto, mkatolewa huko na huko mkaletwa parliament. That is what we are going to conclude. Because how comes that you can stand in parliament and talk such silly things? Especially that guy who was saying that they were Photoshop. Ya maandamano. Ati inatolewa nchi ingine inakuja inafanywa editing. How can you have that kind of guts of talking lies in front of so many people? The whole world is watching. You look stupid before we get the stupid people. People are having problems in their country. People have got sleepless nights. These children is not that they don't have beds. They have beds, they can sleep. Lakini mumewahamusha. Mumewaonyesha hamna haja na wao. Na mtu hawezi kulala akijua atauawa. Lazima akimbie. So when they see things are not working well, they have to wake up. And their waking up is to make sure that they are fighting for the real thing and something that they can stand in front of you and ask you questions which you are not able to answer. Why should you lie? And when you are caught, you start saying, let's sit down and talk. What are we talking? I can't talk with a fool. I can't talk with somebody who cannot even reason. Ebu na hawa watoto reasoning yao na compare na how parliamentarians. There is no comparison. These kids are talking sense. Wazee ambao wako parliament wanaongea ujinga. Where are they heading? Hawawezi kuongoza nchi. So the good thing is for them to move and get out of parliament and go home. That is the only solution. Kenya will never survive with these people. These people will not lead us anywhere. The only thing they are looking for is matumbo yao ijae na wawe na magari makubwa. Nyinyi shauri yenu. And you can imagine such kind of a person ambaye hakufikiri wewe. Hata kama unalala njaa, hakufikiri wewe. What kind of a human being is that? Na hawa watu hizo pesa wanakula, si ati wanalala mashambani wakilima. It's not that they are doing very good business, that is why they are getting this money. They are doing business on us. Sisi ndio wanatunyonya damu yetu ndio waweze kufika pahali wamefika. You can see the pride they have. Mtu anaenda ananunua kitu very expensive ambayo sio mshahara yake iko bank. Ile anatumia ni kile kinahusu wananchi. Wazee hawapewi pesa, wakufe huko. They don't need them. Hata kama wangekuwa na uwezo wangewaua. But because they don't live in their compound, it's up to them. They can go wherever they want to go. Hawa watoto waachiliwe waendelee na kazi yao na wasisikize. Hii maongeo imefanywa mara nyingi na hatujaona pahali tumefikisha. Tumeumia zaidi na nchi yetu isimame. Wakenya, msiachilie hawa watoto. To support as much as we can. Spiritually, physically, and everything. Asanteni sana kwa kunisikiza. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Mommy. We appreciate that. A good start. And of course, we must be vigilant for us to safely navigate through where we are to where we ought to be. Well, the warnings have been on the wall for all to see. We have all been coming here. We just refuse to listen. And now that they are caught pants down, they are now looking for an escape route. This time, umbwa kali iko nje. Ukiruka kwa dirisha, ni umbwa inakukamata. Sasa sijui itakuwa kwaje. Nakukaribisha tafadhali makinika kukaribisha mtu tukaji hakikishe kwamba kila kitu kinakwenda bila kukoma. Nashukuru wakereketo wanaingia kwa fujo. Naomba tumakinike. Tafadhali usikae mbali and then answer the like video. And then of course the poll question we are asking, are you in support of calls for talks between Ruto and the youth? Your yes or no answer required on Sound Country Talk YouTube channel, Sound Country Talk Live YouTube channel. Please respond. Unfortunately, we are still in case with the X. I don't know what happened. They are claiming that we are promoting counterfeit products. I don't know which show do we promote things here. So I think it's just our enemies at work. So our ex guys, you can only find us on YouTube or on Facebook. And then of course, TikTok. Thank you, TikTok family. Please, let's keep liking the video and then sharing the live so that many can join and be part of the great conversation with Kenyans. Asante sana, naomba tumakinike katika mambo haya yote. Haya, nimlete bro wangu huyu. Ayaga, siku mingi, uko wapi wewe? Ulienda Uganda?
Niko Cheptais, a place called Cheptais.
Oh, huko ndio na command. Tunatafuta commander wa Gen Z. Sasa labda ni wewe.
But I want to say this, Bernard. You can get me?
Yes, go ahead, we hear you.
Hii watu wameharibu net. Nimejaribu hata kuingia na YouTube inakataa, nimejaribu kuingia na X imekataa, so ikabidi niingie na Facebook. But unajua sasa Facebook wanatutrace, inabidi nikwambie tu penye niko. Wakitaka kunikujia wanikujia, I'm very ready. My problem is only one. The last time nilikuwa na live nilikwambia we had a plan. You know, this generation where we are is a generation ile we listen and listen very carefully, and it is a generation of very literate people. We are not stupid. You know, you get the ages of my father, a person cannot read, cannot write, even up to today, and they exist. Now ndio walitulea. We don't blame them. So it is us now to take the mantle, Uwezi weka, nilikuwa nasikia juzi wakisema unajua finance bill imekuweko tu ni Ruto ndiye anafanya Gen Z hawa watoto wadogo wadogo hawa wanaongelelea. No, we are talking about it because we know how to read and write. Hata kama kizungu yetu iko mbofu mbofu kidogo hapo katikati, we can read, we can understand, and you can do us nothing. Why? That is a gift Kibaki gave us in 2002. I was in 2000. I was in class 1. I moved with Kibaki up to mahali ametuacha, na Uhuru akatusukuma hapo kutoka 2013 mpaka leo hii. So the president should know, number one is dealing with a new generation. Wachana na ile wa baba yetu, the people who could be mobilized because wamepewa kitu kidogo. For us, you give us nothing, tunaelewana. Number two, we are tribeless, we are religionless. Sisi Wakristo, kama hata si wale ambao hawajamini kwa Kristo kama mimi, kuna Waislamu pia wako ndani. We are religionless, and lazima tuambiane ukweli. When president came to power, the current president now, when he came to power, he lied to us, and nobody want to say that he lied to us. This is a kind of a president. On their swearing day, they told us that there are some people who went to treasury and took all the money and disappeared with the money. So they found empty coffers in their language. Let me say empty coffers in their language means they found the accounts are zero. Yeah. So when the accounts were zero, who stole our money? By that time when we are electing them, I knew they were lying, because I'm a mature kidogo. Me being born in 1994 na hii Gen Z tumeachana na 2 years, so but I was a little bit mature. Maybe my problem matured me earlier. so they lied to us that when they got elected, wakapata empty coffers, wakapata accounts ziko zero. So accounts ziko zero. Who stole our money? Are those people in Kenya? Are they in this world? You should go after those people. Get our money back. Yeah? And don't milk us. Don't milk us. Wacha kutunyoa, kwa sababu kuna wengine waliiba. Kama kuna mtu aliiba, utuambie ni nani. Aliiba pesa ngapi? Tunajua these people's companies. We know their real estates. We know their kids. We know where they stay. Tell us, so we go after them. Hatutakuwa na shida na rais. Watu wote wanasema hii shida ati tuko na rais, tuko na shida. They lied to us, and they don't want to accept Ruto and Gachagua and their coats. They lied. And that's why the youths are angry. Mbona unaniuliza pesa zangu kidogo? Na kuna mingi unajua ilienda mahali, na unajua hiyo wakati hauko kwa serikali. Saa hii DCI umechagua mimi huyu Msomali umeweka hapo. NIS ushachagua yule mtoto wa Haji ukaweka hapo. Kinoti is no longer police commissioner, ukachagua mwingine, sijui si hata Kinoti alikuwa wa DCI. Ukachagua yule mwingine alifent tukienda election. Ukaweka huu Meru huyu. Sijui kanaongea kama radio, kuna Meru hapa amewekwa hata sijui jina yake. Ushaweka watu wako. Why can't you go after our money and bring the money back to us and stop milking us like cow? 2 years, 3 years, the first year we gave them, so they had a free chance. They could lie to us around how the Uhuru Kenyatta and these people went with money. They will go back. When Gachagua realized that the lies will not add up, Gachagua deceased from those lies. Why is president still lying to us? Tell us the truth. Yeah. Then number two is the issue of this finance bill. Bernard, if you calculate the finance bill, if you do a simple calculation, yesterday I was with my friend who was employed with a certain company. He was working on a contractor side and I was working on a consultant side. So we met, then we say, with your salary, with the last finance bill, 2022, 2023. The guy, when we do a calculation, this ending financial year, he used to get around 22,000 from 25, which means 25, around 2003 is gone. When we do our finance bill with this current one, the one they want to introduce, eco committee stage, they will have a from Tuesday discussing whatever going forward. We end up at 19,000. This is somebody who have a kid. You have a house to pay. You have things to do. That's why sometimes nikipata watu wanasema unajua nyinyi hamjui. We do it based on our salaries. Our salaries, ile inatoka kwa government, ile salary kidogo inatoka kwa government. Tunapiga calculation. Kama saa hii nilikuwa kwa 30,000, nilikuwa nakula around 27 ama 28. Saa hii narudi 25. How? Inaenda wapi? Kufanya nini? Kama pesa zetu ziliibwa, sizirudishwe. You know where those people are. You have the state. You are the deep state. You have power. Number two, I saw our president going to Korea, South Korea. I think hiyo ndio safari ya mwisho ameenda.
Bwana Yaga, mind time. The queue is piling up.
Okay, thank you very much. So, juzi nimeona president yetu anaenda Korea. Nikapiga calculation ya kiatu yake, hata ile amevaa leo Nyaururu, ile iko na red soul. Nilipiga hiyo juu nilimuona nao Bungoma hapa live. I was in stadium hapa Msinde Mliro Bungoma hapa. Nikamuona na hiyo kiatu, nikamuona na ile alivaa nayo aliyepanda nayo ndege na belt ile ya crocodile yake. Alikuwa anaongea sijui wapi. Nikapiga hiyo sababu nikaona viatu mbili ya rais ya Kenya na belt moja ni salary ya president wa North Korea for 2 years. What are you going there to do? To mock those people? Or to ask them for money or for msaada? Are we fools? Tell people that this generation are educated. Wanaona venye umevaa, kwa sababu hata huko kwa village, sisi ni watu wa nyumbani, by the way, we are villagers. Hata kama Rigiji anataka kutujoin, hatujoin tu, but we are villagers. So, kwa village, wewe huwezi kuwa umepanda mahindi, uko na gunia kama 20. Alafu ati kwa sababu umesahau kusiaga. Alafu unaenda kuomba mtu ana shamba ati unipe unga kidogo ya bakuli moja niende nipike. That guy atasema unamcheka. Kwa sababu wewe umekosa kujipanga. Sisi tuko na pesa, tumekosa kujipanga. Bernard, lastly, because I will not speak after this, na nimekosa kuongea muda mwingi na wewe unanijua kidogo tu, nipe 1 minute. Shida ingine ya pili, look at the people who are around the president. People like Kipchumba Murkomen, we can mention them. We don't fear them. Kipchumba Murkomen, Oscar Sudi, Osoro, and the rest, even the president himself. Saa president yetu anavaa, ukiongeza ile ya Murkomen, ukiongeza ile ya Oscar Sudi na nyumba yake. Wacha hata nyumba, saa peke yake. Ni mshahara ya president wa Korea 6 years. Tamzima, unaenda kuomba nini huko? Unakuja hapa unatuambia unatupeleka huko. We don't want to. And number two, lastly, we are moving. I thank President, by the way, na hiyo kundi yake, alituambia anatutoa kwa ile kwa tribal political thing, mahali nitasema mimi ni Mjaluo, huu ni Mkikuyu, huu ni Mluya. We thank God na tumepita hapo, na tunamwambia ile kitu alisahau, political deceitful, political brouhaha, the political lies, the political thuggery. Ile you will think you lie to us and then we forgive you for lying to us is also over. As I will forget that I'm a Luo, as anybody will forget that is a Kikuyu, as for human being to forget is a Mijikenda, a Kamba, or anybody, we must also forget that when I come to you to vote for me as Eric Ayaga, if I come for your vote na nikakwambia after 100 years utakuwa na NHIF, you will have it. When I come to you, I say after every 1 year, I will create a 1 million job. I will create 1 million job. This political kudanganya sisi inaisha. Now we will demand in the near future that if you give us a time limit of 100 days after taking over the office and you fail to do so, it is you to resign. UK wamekuwa na like 7 prime ministers. Najua Alex anakupeleka mbio.
Napeleka mbio hapa.
Najua Alex anakupeleka mbio, lakini relax, hii ni ndugu yangu hii. Tutaelewana na yeye. So ukituambia utafanya hii huko UK, watu wameresign kutoka Joris Bonson kwa sababu alienda tu kwa pati kidogo wakati wa corona, hakufanya corruption. Ndio maana hata hii Kenya tunataka kuweka, if you made a promise as a president like 30 days when I took over the office, I will do this. Nikiweka Biblia chini nitafanya hii na hii na hii. Usianze kutuambia story, because for you to run as a president si kitu mchezo. You have to have economic advisor with you, wako hapa. Social advisors wako hapa. Economical advisors wako. Any advisors you must have to run for presidency. You don't go talk nonsense outside there. You fool us, we vote you. Alafu tukishaingia hapo unatukoroga. Hatutakubali hiyo, na things have changed. Thank you very much for your patience. Salimia Alex, na mimi sana.
Alex umesalimiwa. Huyo ni Ayaga yule wa kawaida. Bwana Alex Unstoppable anasema anataka kwenda, lakini naomba umwalike wewe.
Hata sisi tunataka kwenda, kwani si ndio tunakaa hapa? Anyway, I'll give my response to no, I mean that language saa ingine mi unaikataanga kabisa, nitataka kwenda. If you are not ready to come here, hii ni mjadala inakaa for 3-4 hours Bernard. If you want to come here, come. If you want to, sometimes that language is not good. Lazima ikataliwe mbali. We are in the GNC generation whereby they do things in the right way. We did things in wrong ways. Quickly, the events of today. I'm not going to look back. For the first time, we have a church that is frisking people. Watu wanaangaliwa mpaka sehemu za nyeti before waingie kanisani. This is the first time we saw that. We saw people being frisked, especially the men of God. We've never seen that. It was the GNC has brought the country and the pulpit into normalcy. I like that. For the first time, Bernard, we saw normality in all churches. And I will give you the incidences that I saw. All the churches I saw. Our church failed yesterday, but because maybe we worship on Saturday. Basilica number 1. We always look unto Basilica. The flag of Kenya was put in front. And the boy decided to say, reject the finance bill. He did not stop until everybody said, reject the finance bill. When the father came, He said, we have highlighted what these young people have said, and their voice will be heard. And there was a standing ovation, and there was a clapping ovation. AIC, Nairobi, a boy came and asked, he said, me and my sister, on Tuesday and Thursday, we went to reject the bill. We thank God that Masai and Bill died for the cause, but we thank God we have the life. It could have been me, but I'm here in the church. That's the first thing he told his church leader. Then he told him, can you tell us the stand of the church? The pastor was conniving, but he answered it very well. The will of God. And the will of God is the church cannot support Ruto because Ruto is not the will of God. If truly it's the will of God, then they should be apolitical. So the church must disassociate itself by giving politicians the pulpit. Thirdly, we saw in the church, Olisapit for the first time. He trembled and he totally refused even the request of Gachagua. Gachagua tried to be very cunning in the end. Sijui ni bibi ya pastor, sijui ni nini, tried to use some words, but Olisapit was adamant. He knew the wrath that was coming. Today was a day whereby Bernard, ile siku unakataa dini yako, unasema wacha dini kae kando, the country become fast. I think they all handled it very well, and I think they sustained the congregants. Watu kama wewe ni Mcatholic, bado utaenda Catholic because Catholic handled it very well. The Muslims have handled it very well, the clergy. The Olisapit for the first time has handled it very well. And you can see that the Gen Z is putting the pulpit to become a place of honor, as we have always known. So heko kwa these people. Now, coming from that, another response, the politicians. 20 UDA MPs went there. Nobody of them talked. Missing in actions were 2. The hornbills of UDA, Kimani Ichung'wah and Ndindi Nyoro. They were nowhere to be seen, especially knowing it was central. That culminates into something. The security understood how that volatile was. And now I'm coming to believe that there is a force that is behind these young people. And that force is very subtle, and it is playing its role the way it should be. It is not telling the young people what to do, but it's guiding it in a way that I think it's directing the energy so that Ruto can feel the wrath. Those who thought it was a TikTok matter, today being a Sunday where everybody was resting and watching the TV to see the response, we could see it from the man called Ruto. I don't know if this man lives in Kenya or he lives even in this world. When such matters of grave magnanimity are being spoken, and the guy start talking about, I will engage you on CDF, I will engage you in the hubs for internet. Bernard, I fail to understand if this man lives in this country. Where does CDF come from? Okay? When you have youths who are outside and you're being grieved by your security every minute, what is happening? Remember, the president 24/7, especially when he is in a gathering and there's a security measures, he has something on the ear. So the president was being told, wamefanya nini? Wamevunja gate. You see, if you watch the news, we were told they almost, when the president was there, got into the church, but they got there after he was whisked away. Then you start talking about what? CDF, Bernard. I think the president has a big problem. Now, the other thing, Bernard, I wanted to talk about is the response of the nation.
Please. Kwani unataka kumaliza kila kitu?
Yeah, I'm finished. The nation was waiting. The nation was waiting for this solemn moment today to see How? Because when they started the administration, the tantalization of Sunday, the way they have been using Sunday in abuses and everything, Bernard today was pin drop silence. And it tells you something. Somebody is panicking. So the response of the people is that by what happened today, this is what I will deduce. It has given us a stance, it has given us a euphoria whereby people have more authority on Tuesday to go to State House because as they saw the response of the president and on how he was whisked away because of the security, that the Gen Z are more powerful than the president and his powers. So that makes it that on Tuesday, if people have to go to State House, I think they have a free foundation to go there. Why? Because even the church told them that you cannot use force anymore. So I'll leave it there, but I think it was a good day. It was a good Sunday for the first time. And I think the clergy was brought into normalcy. But I hope we also, after reject the finance bill, Ruto must go. I think we also need to overhaul our clergy. But maybe Bernard will spare you. But if you have to go, it is okay, because it is what they have decided. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Fortunately, unfortunately, my clergyhood is not subject to your vote, so you must convince Jehovah himself to uncall me because he has already called me. But all in all, thank you. You gave us a good summary, and I'm happy that today there was clean preaching, there was no undertones, and I believe the souls were fed properly. My only is what was Ruto's significance in the inauguration of somebody to become a bishop? That one Ole Sapit needs to explain to me, because President or Ruto is a political leader. Where does politics come into inaugurating somebody in an office as a bishop of the diocese? Unstoppable. If you are still there, please take it. Karibu, una net yako haiendi vizuri, tukusikii? You need to refresh your una itilafu ya internet yako iko low, hatukusikii kile unasema, unakatika katika, so naomba urekebishe alafu uje. Then giza kimezidi kwa channel, tafadhali kama unataka kuonekana at least washa kamera. Unstoppable, I really wanted you to make your submission, but you will have to leave and get back so that your gadget connects properly. We can't get what you are saying. We can hear you, but in pieces and bits. So rekebisha kwanza. Internet yako you need to reboot ndio ikuwe consistent. Thank you. Haya, group of schools. How are you? I saw your students on the street confusing police with proper English.
You see, we thank God for Kibaki, because from 2000 and 2001 and 2002, Gen Z, that is when they got their free education. And there was a smooth sailing until they graduated. So they are very well informed, and they are well articulating their issues. In fact, I was surprised to see them on TV and asking President this Zakayo man to produce receipt and quotations and the friends that actually paid for his plane, so that we can believe him. You know, so they are very much versed with the constitution. Na sijui kama unanisikia vizuri.
Uko sawa. So ulikuwa China Center, uko sawa.
Anyway, so the thing is, and I want to also bring the scripture here in the book of Isaiah 40, verses 31. Those who wait upon the Lord, they shall mount up like eagles, and their strength shall be renewed. You see, we have been praying. In fact, some of us have not been watching news like me. Until the other day, I was told, "Hey, Maze, somebody has occupied parliament." Who are these people? Gen Z. Where did they come from? Who called them? Who organized them? No, they are faceless. They are tribeless. They are partyless. They don't have a party. They don't have. I mean, don't you thank the Lord on what He's doing to Kenya? That this conmanship, this fakeness, this bonus, if you were for lies, is being exposed. I was so happy even to hear today that these guys called Anonymous, I don't know who they are, but they were quoted by the mainstream media. They are saying they are going to release the money that is in the account of Ruto, how much he owned, how much is worth. And I'm told amebakisha kidogo afike trillion. So we want to see these things. God is exposing these people. And we were so worried at one point when we heard that Baba now is an AU chairman and we cannot have Tuesday, this Tuesday. But now Tuesday is coming either way. And you know what makes me happy, Mr. Bernard, as I finish, because I see many people are coming. I'll come for the second round. It is a fact that you cannot. This government they were surprised by this thing. It got them flat-footed. So they are between a hard place and a hard rock. If you kill the kids, these are not your ordinary Kondere kids. Yeah? Wanachangiwa mpaka 2 million shillings bwana. Alafu inaekwa mpaka in New York. You see? Why is this guy killing young kids? So if you kill them and stop them, is a problem. If you allow them, then it's a bigger problem because they are going to swell. And you know what swelling means? Even pregnant women, even people who are in disability, they are going to join the march. Then it's going to be ungovernable because you need to make sure that the crowd is small. So where we sit as the people of Kenya, we are happy because we have been telling people here, the constitution of Kenya never envisaged, in kizungu kubwa, envisaged corrupt leaders implementing it. In fact, this government led by Sakayo and his deputy and the ministers and the MPs are actually behind, or they have been left behind by the constitution. The constitution is ahead of them with 50 years. And that is why they are being challenged. They are kidnapping people here and there, but the constitution is still smoking them out. You understand? So we never thought at one point that people are going to be in a country where the person implementing is a person who was against the constitution and actually has no character to implement the constitution. This is a good constitution. So the people who are where the constitution is are the Gen Zs, because you can see they are protesting in peace with a glass of water. This is what the constitution envisaged. But the people who are not in the constitution, they are actually left behind, are the police. They still believe that we can make a king. We can still make our president look like Moi, look like Museveni. We are not there. We want a president who is accountable, telling us, if you go to America, who paid for that plane? If Sudi is giving 20 million every Sunday, which salary is it? Ama ni tulipe hii mshahara, tulipe hii tax kubwa, alafu Sudi anaenda kupeana 20 million every week. We don't want that, and we are telling Gen Z, sisi Gen Z, sisi ni watu hatutasema ni wapi, kwa sababu mtu kama mimi ndio tulikuwa nafunza Kenyatta kukunywa pombe. So we were in those generations. For now, wacha tusikie wengine, alafu ninaandika tu notes kidogo.
Asante sana. We appreciate that Mr. Kamau drives the bus every day. Asante sana. Tunashukuru, and it's important. Let's keep everything in proper perspective. What's going on in this country is out of the norm. Anybody who thinks this is ordinary is still lost. And it's true, William Ruto is 50 years behind. That's why he's got unawares. All in all, Let's be vigilant. Karibisha mtu, we are doing well. 250 to hit 300 plus today. To fike 500, we can get there. So please push, share the link with everybody. Nimleta Unstoppable changie kisha tusonge mbele. Long time, how are you?
Yes, I'm good.
Karibu,
Leo
karibu.
nimewatafuta. Mnanipata sasa?
Kabisa, karibu.
Wewe mnaanza late, mimi nishalala. Unajua hizi kazi zetu kuchoka. Hata huyo brother yangu alikuwa ananikemea but ni vile nielewi. Hey, I'm the happiest woman on earth, Mr. Bernard. And the other group. Sijui nani anasherehekea kama mimi. Whatever I saw today. Hey, karibu ni nyongwe na ugali nikicheka. I can just imagine Ruto vile alihepa kwa church. I'm just imagining. Then I remembered Moi. Moi alihepeshwa na nini? Na baiskeli Kakamega. It is becoming hostile everywhere. Vile wabungu wanafurushwa. Kwanza hata kuendelea kuongea, aliweka tu microphone na kutoka na pesa zake. Na mimi nasema hivi, those people who voted for yes. Hao watu waanze kunyemelea nyumba zao. They should do the same way they did to Mr. Ochando. Is it Ochando or who from Bondo? Aanza fresh. Na sijui atajenga kwa hewa, sijui atajenga wapi. They should be blocked everywhere. And we should not forget, hata kama kina Jalango alivote no. Bado tunawakumbuka the betrayers. Wasifikirie tumesahau. Unajua kidonda ilipona lakini alama bado iko. So I love the way we are moving. Those are our firstborns, daughters and sons. Yani nachanganyikiwa. That's the way to go, Mr. Bernard. Na niliota, ile ndoto niliota Ruto. Ruto sidhani kama atasonga mbele zaidi. The way, hata kama itakuwa miaka 5, hiyo kumaliza itakuwa hard for him. The way things are going. Kama leo anaweza ingia church, I've never seen a church where jeshi inasack watu ndio polisi, sijui more than that, sijui, I don't know, there were more than 3,000 policemen. And still they could do nothing. Wakina Ichungu wamefurishwa na mawe huko. By the way, I said here, it's a high time we should stop tribalism. Na nimefurahi saa hakuna ati Chamara, wewe ni Mkikuyu, wewe ni Mjaluo. Vijana wako kwa barabara, bazote ni Ruto must go. And that song should continue. Asiwaita huko State House kuwapea asali mlambe mchanganyikiwe. It's like he has something that inachanganya mpaka wabunge. Wanachanganyikiwa after doing something ndo nakumbuka what did we do. So our youth, you are supposed to be vigilant. Sisi tulijaribu, tulikunywa tear gas na baba, sasa tuko nyuma yenu tunawaombea. Wakati nani Gideon aliambiwa achague jeshi ya kwenda vita, waliambia kama wewe ni muoga usiende. Kama wewe ni miaka imeenda umechoka usiende. We need a young generation. Na akawapea mtihani, na wale walipita mtihani ndio walienda vita na Mungu akawapa ujasiri na nguvu na wakashinda vita. Sasa mtu asiambie mtu mnaandamana nini, ona nini vile mnakufa. That is a spirit of fearness that we should not fight for our own country. Ruto ametawala nchi na bibi yake huyo mwenye akitembea utafikiria ataanguka the next minute. Na vijitoto kwa media everywhere. Karine Ruto yani sura zenyewe ni za sijui walikopi wapi sura. Every time on the media wanajionyesha wanajianika. I never saw the kids of Uhuru. Unaona sasa unaenda kuchungulia picha hakuna. They never boosted themselves, lakini hao ni wale maskini akipata matako ulia mbwata. Our father is the president, now we can walk everywhere. Wakitembea walking style utafikiria sijui wamekanyagwa. You know, I'm very, very disappointed with this man Sakayo. In fact, haitwi Sakayo, anaitwa Batbat. Saa hii jina msimuite Sakayo by the way. Sakayo alisikia sauti na akashuka. Who is more than Pharaoh? I think Pharaoh aliacha mtoto wake nyuma na akapotelea Kenya. Naona, that's what I can say. This is more than Pharaoh. And it's a jeshi ya Farao na vifaranga vyake wazame katika bahari ya Shamu. Mungu achilie yale mawimbi. Na bila vijana wameanza hii safari wasirudi nyuma. Wagongwe, wauliwe, Sisi sote we shall die one day. Hii generation itaisha, the alpha generation will come. I saw somewhere hata watoto kwa shule wamekataa Ruto must go. In fact, they were arguing with the teacher. There was a clip. Teacher, let's call a spade a spade. He's a bad president in our country. Imagine mtoto anaandika composition about you. Which image are you giving us? Alafu vitabu unajua kuquote Biblia from the word generation, from Genesis to the Revelation, lakini uelewi maana hiyo maandiko. Unatunga sheria ni inakukula wewe mwenyewe. They shall come back for you. Ezekiel akawaambia atakukujia, ndio walianza kumpiga vita. Sasa inatimia. Juzi Nganga kabweka ati mabasto wengine wanaonyeshwa Ruto akasema wachane na Kenya. Saa yeye amenyamaza, mdomo amefunga kwa ingine. Aongei, sijasikia kitaja mambo na Gen Z. Amenyamaza. Wakina Pius Muiru au ndio wakumwagiliwa mabishop wao mafuta. They are nowhere to be seen. They are under the ground. You know something funny? Ati Ole Sapit alisema hata mtoto wake alikuwa kwa maandamano. You know, wamenyamaza, hakuna chenye wataongea juu akiongea na anaona mtoto wake kwa screen kwa TV ndio anasema Ruto must go, you know. So it is a high time wazazi, maandiki ilisema itafika mahali watoto watageuka wazazi wao, and it is now. Wamegeuka. Tumeona mtoto wa nani, I don't know if they are trying to divert the attention to jue on Tuesday we are planning ati mtoto wa nani amekuwa adopted, na sijui amekuwa kidnapped. I don't know how comes somebody ako kwa serikali mtoto wake anakuwa kidnapped. How? In which way? Waacha kutupima akili nani, tulishaona mbele. We have microscopes, we have seen miles away. Tumesomesha watoto sisi, si hao wamesoma academic school, sisi tulisoma public schools. Unajua kizungu haikuwa mingi, lakini hao wamesoma kizungu mpaka wanachanganya polisi anachanganyikiwa, anasema what should I do, anarudisha gun. If they can steal farasi Bernard, police are there in safe hands. Kama wanaweza beba farasi waende nazo, then which can Haiti watatoboa. In fact, I'm saying polisi wote wapelekwa Haiti, so wako na nguvu ya kupiga vijana, wasanywe kwa lori wote, sanya wote, taka waekwe waende Haiti wangangana wale mageni, so that tunataka kuona kiburi yao iko wapi. Tunawangangania wasiende Haiti, wanaenda kuuliwa, kumbe ni ng'ombe zenye haziwezi zikakamuliwa. Ni ng'ombe hazina, hazitumia akili. Juzi nimeona tena kwa klipu mtoto mwenye alipigwa risasi ni mtoto OCS. Msichana alikuwa kwa maandamano. So this police should think whatever I'm doing, huyu risasi napiga inaweza pata ni mtoto wangu mwenye naua ama ni nini. They should think mishahara yao yenyewe imekwama. Wenyewe wameparara kwa barabara. Wanaomba tupe soto driver 50-50. Tumekunjana hivi ndio aenda apige hesabu apatie bibi kwa nyumba. They should think and sit down and play. Wagome hata hao. Waseme we are not going. Hizo lori waeka hapo. Ama waeke majile ya kukunywa ndani instead of spraying those flavor colored I don't know what. Sijui niliona ingine mango kama inaenda Nyahururu. I don't know if it's true. So brother Ben, kuingia poa siingi sana. I was still mourning Ogola, and I think the spirit of Ogola is the one working in this generation. Alisema munizike bila sanduku bila nguo, watu wakafikiria ni akili. He knew what he was saying, and since then sijui mwana vile Kenya imekuwa. The moment alizikwa beba watu, sijui nini imefanyika. Ndio hiyo spirit imeamuka. He is fighting for his country because he couldn't. He was one hand. Now wakina nani Kinoti wakina IG Koome hata wajalipua majaji vizuri. Mtu mwenye alikuwa anataka risasi ipate na apotee kwa hii dunia ni the head of the judge. Ile ng'ombe is null and void. Mukate internet, I will say the truth. Hawa to internet, you'll never put me off. Let me say my mind that we are now go. Just happy whatever happened today. Nimecheka babu zinanuma. Nimecheka niko tu kwa simu hivi. To see what happened to Ruto. Mabunga walimtoroka akabaki single kwa church. He gave only 11 minutes speech. That is a joke. Amini macho yake, alafu sasa anasema we can negotiate. What are we negotiating? What we want, finance bill off. Watu wasipoamuka Bena tutanyang'anywa mashamba. Mimi sijanunulia watoto wangu shamba. na mtu anataka kuweka taksi ya shamba. Why? Sitaweka ng'ombe, sitaweka paka. Kwa nataka kuku zote ziende Sugoi juu yeye ndio mshamba boy wa makuku. Never. It will never happen in our country and it will never happen. Whoever is saying these people are doing nonsense, afuate Sugoi mani aende. Watu wenye walipigia nani yes, waende wapige kambi kwa Ruto. Tusiwaone kwa hizo vijiji. David Ochieng alikuwa mjanja, akapiga no. Lakini nakumbuka tujasahau, alipiga yes last time na akabetray Raila. Kiti ya wapati, we need a new fresh generation. Na vijana ndo tunataka. Can Matiang'i come here and stand for presidents? Na ole Ntimama. Bernard, be blessed. Wacha niachie wengine. If I'll get time, we shall talk, but masaa yangu imeisha. Tomorrow is another day. Be blessed.
So, thank you very much. We appreciate that. We stay in the struggle. It is not over until we win. Ladies and gentlemen, please let's be active. Thank you for the sharing of the link and inviting many. Thank you so much. Please tuendelee hivyo hivyo. We can challenge ourselves to get to 500 and above. I think we can do that. So just do your very best. Share in all the groups and of course, make sure you are voting on the poll question as well, liking the video and subscribing. Not just viewing, we need you to subscribe as well. And we are on 2 YouTube channels, Sound Candy Talk and Sound Candy Talk Live. Subscribe to both channels. It is important because we are, we are hunted. And whenever that happens, we should always have a meeting point. So if you are subscribed on one channel, na hiyo channel inavamiwa, basi ngoma inapanda kwako. Utakaa gizani wakati wengine wanaendelea kufuata mambo. Asante sana. Na sasa nimlete Queen Mo, na Queen Mo anasema video ile alikuwa anazungumzia kuhusu mama mboga na nini iko ready, na nimeshare link hapo kwa comment section. So you can save it and have a look at it after the show. Thank you. Queen Mo, karibu.
Thank you so much, Bernard, and all of the people on the comments, and James and Guru. You're very welcome to our show. It's our show. And Pastor Bernard, I want to thank you so much for starting this show. Really. Unaona vile unstoppable. We needed unstoppable. We've been missing her. Hata nilisema, Mungu ametuonekania leo. At least tumeanza mapema kidogo sasa. And I'm actually so happy, to see so many people coming on board. Now, yes, thank you very much for promoting my videos and my channel. It's encouraging me. I'm also one of you, so I'm growing. I'm working very, very hard to bring you information from the ground. I have this one, which I was working on yesterday. I was here until morning with the last video. With yesterday, nilikuwa hapa mpaka asubuhi. My goodness. Alafu, leo, I did the edit, and then I have another one, which I did interview of Gen Z. And the most interesting one, which is coming up very soon, is Gen Z's mother, the mother of a Gen Z, one of the major organizers. I'm going to be talking to the who's and who's of the Gen Zs in this thing. Now, okay. Now there's a saying that goes, I'm going to keep it a bit short, but there's a saying that says, he who does not learn their history is doomed to repeat it. Isn't it? I think one of the most important subjects we must learn is our African history, and actually the history of dictators. Because what we are in right here, we are in a dictatorship. Yeah, we don't know that because many young people have never really experienced that kind of level of dictatorship, but we are actually in a dictatorship. There's a time that I took some time to learn about this gentleman called Hastings Kamuzu Banda. He ruled from 1970 until he was in his 90s. Actually, he was almost 100 years old. Yeah. And yeah, alikuwa amekataa kutoka kwa hiyo kiti uko Malawi. I remember when I was in university in the US, I was in school with a lady who was from Malawi, and she was under the Kamuzu Banda dictatorship when she was a young girl. And when you see the way she behaved, she was one of the best people in economics. She was the best economist, the most intelligent girl, I think, in the country. So she came on scholarship. But when she used to tell us stories about Kamuzu Banda and how they were not allowed to wear this. He dictated everything, including what the people had to wear on their clothes. Now, The similarities that I see between Ruto and Kamuzu Banda of Malawi. Number one, yule mtu ambaye anaweza kuongea vizuri sana, very articulate. You know, Kamuzu Banda was actually studying medicine. You know, first of all, he had a long history because he started by going from Malawi. He was annoyed by his employer and he went to South Africa to work in the mines. From South Africa, he traveled to the UK, I believe to the US, where he did his first degree. Then from there, he went to England and he did his second degree. And you know, they were traveling by ships. And when he went to the UK, he studied, I believe, in Scotland, and he studied medicine. He was one of the best doctors, one of the nicest doctors, very well loved by his community in a poor neighborhood. He used to pay for medical fees for the people who could not afford his services. So he was very, very well loved. But he made a mistake. And then what he did when he was there, that is when he joined Pan-Africanism with all the people who had flown, you know, earlier in the 60s to the UK. And when he joined Pan-Africanism, he was noted to be a person who could really speak well. He had a good command of English. He was very intelligent. He was also articulate, and he was a people person. He had that charisma, the same charisma we see in Ruto. So what happened is that he had a relationship, an affair. He had an affair with his secretary, and his secretary was married. So he ran away to Ghana. When he was in Ghana, his colleagues who he had left in England, they returned to Malawi at the time. And they decided that they were going to bring him back. They were going to go and campaign for him because of his ability to speak, because of his gift. We call it in America, we call it the gift of the gab. He had this gift with words. You see the way Ruto can stand there and talk. Everybody is impressed. Wow, you know? And I think a lot of young people listened to Ruto and they say, yes, 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 because he was able to articulate himself. He's able to express himself. He has a lot of confidence, charisma. Yeah, he's educated. So this is the same exact thing with Kamuzu Banda. When Kamuzu Banda was brought, I believe they went and collected him in Ghana. He had first refused. Then he said, okay. He came back to Malawi, and his friends had decided that he was going to be the president. He was going to be the political candidate. When he came to Malawi, he started immediately, almost immediately, akaanza na mambo ya dictatorship. Number one, he stopped anybody from driving cars. You know, he was limiting people's abilities to buy cars. Meanwhile, in his garage, he had the latest, most expensive vehicles. Only he could drive. Only he. Only him, you know. So he was the most selfish leader. And he also caused, there was a lot of extrajudicial killings in Malawi. At the same time that he used to dictate everything that people used to, whatever you're going to wear, the amount of land you could own, what you could say. Kamuzu Banda was one of the worst dictators. You guys need to go and read about him. So me, when I read that story about him, I definitely saw the parallels between him and Ruto, especially where what he says and what he does are two different things, which is lying. Yeah, deceit, spirit of deceit, deception. The other thing is that, as you can see, I'm sure Ruto has a plan to remain in power for as long as he could possibly be. The same thing with Kamuzu Banda. So we have a Kamuzu Banda in Kenya. We have a dictator president in Kenya. And we should all accept that this is the situation. Those of you who are still sycophantic, okay, supporters of the president, please go and read about Kamuzu Banda before you know, maybe God will open your eyes one day and you start to see, you know, because sometimes there's this you know, one of the reasons why I don't believe so much in the emphasis on STEM subjects, which is the science, you help me with that one, Bernard. Yeah, science, yeah, anyway, scientific subjects, yeah, is because most of these ones, they don't want us to think. Hawataki tufikirie. The subjects that make you really, really think outside the box are the subjects of literature, history, art, philosophy. When you become that person who can write books, convince people through writing books and do your research, then you become a danger, because now you're associating, you have the skills of associating. Like if all you have to do is memorize formulas and regurgitate them, nobody cares about you, because even you can be replaced by a machine. But nobody can replace a historian with a machine, by the way, because you have to associate manenos. Yeah. So let me just leave it there, because it's not the end of the evening. I'll be here till morning, but I just wanted to give you that that analogy, that please go and read about Kamuzu Banda. Sisi tukana Kamuzu Banda wetu hapa sai. This is the problem that we have.
Okay, thank you so much, Queen Mo. We appreciate that. And that is the right way to go about it. Everything is linked, and until you're able to link them properly, you will not be able to articulate what, even diagnose the problem. In the Ruto problem, because of the voters to some degree who could not link Ruto to his past. When he told them he doesn't care about history, he doesn't want history, they refused to look back and be able to link the two. And this person has built nothing, not even a primary school in his constituency. He has never fought for the people, not any day. So there is no way when he assumes office, he will begin to do that. You don't just, like we say in a wedding, if you marry a lazy person, he does not change because he said I do and marched in the aisles. If he's lazy, he's going to end walking away lazy. If he's careless, he's going to walk away careless. The prayers we pray on the pulpit don't change personality of what the person is. And so as Kenyans, I think this is a serious lesson that we need to drive. And like I've said before, and I keep emphasizing, not again in the history of this country are we going to gamble with national leadership. No experimenting. If people don't have the capability, we can't trace their way of operation that can give us whatever right to trust them, that they can take care of our children, they can take care of our mothers, they can take care of our fathers. If we can't prove that, then that person should be kept out of public office permanently until he can prove otherwise. Scrutiny about leadership is something that we have not taken serious as Kenyans. I believe this is the time to ensure that that happens. And so, ladies and gentlemen, as we continue to engage, please let's keep inviting each other, subscribe, piga kura yako, and then wewe hakikisha kama wewe una join kama member wa Sound Candid Talk. It helps a great deal. We really appreciate. We're taking a short break. When we come back, we proceed with the conversation. It is important that we remain vigilant.
Nitodo nitwete yobia nemorona pesa irakuona makonia thini wa bũrũri tũkĩrwo kura yothe ĩrĩa ĩraikia yes nĩĩkaheo milioni igĩrĩ ngĩũria milioni igĩrĩ ikũrutwo nĩ ũndũ wa kĩ ona itarĩ na interest nene ya gũtuĩria nĩkĩ tũreka njĩra ũtukũ mũgima ngĩthoma finance bill.
I purposely played that so that Njiru will do for us direct interpretation. Huh? But if I understand the little Kikuyu I know, the voters of yes walikula milioni 2. Ama waliuza wa Kenya kwa milioni 2.
Well, unajua Bernard, hata huyo anasema there is a possibility alikuwa approached. You know, he is a member of parliament, so he is saying from his own experience. Unajua wewe kama mchungaji, kama wachungaji wanaona wakando, hata wewe utakuja kutuambia kuna mtu alikuwa amekuja kutuona lakini ni kama sikumuelewa. So that is what happened. So it is coming from the horse's mouth. Na sababu pia tunasemanga si hawa ni wale watu ambao wamekuwa wakipokea pesa kwa choo for so long. So it's only that the bid price for Ruto has gone a little bit higher because he won't transact our country. Kitambo tulikuwanga tunasikia walikuwanga wanalipwa 10,000 kwa macho, but sasa the bid price has gone high because they have alienated our country completely. But kabla niongee hiyo maneno, I wanted to write briefly on what Queen Mo was speaking about here, as somebody with a slight experience in that level. Nimesikia akiongea story ya STEM na social courses kidogo. You know what happens is that all degrees are philosophy, all. That is why unasikianga kuna kitu tunaitanga PhD. PhD is Doctor of Philosophy. What is philosophy? And when you look to the famous scholars wa kitambo, Einstein, Plato, all those guys, our watu wa pre-medieval time, you are a mathematician and a philosopher. So that's how they used to combine that, because education comes with visualizing and seeing, kuona hapo mbele. Like somebody like Einstein, for example, when Einstein was bringing the issue of relativity, and he was able to come up with that theory of how light bends, and he was able to come up with that theory without doing an experiment, just by imagination and focusing. So, and he was in a scientific field. So what I'm trying to say is that the problem which we are having with modern day scholars, and as a person who has also reached that level, the problem we have with modern day scholars is that we have reduced ourselves into abstract scholars, other than being people who can be imaginative. So I would not totally agree that if you are in STEM, you cannot be able to imagine, and you need to be in the other world so that you can imagine. For people who have done PhDs or who have gone to the levels of Doctor of Philosophy, this is what happens. When you are doing a PhD, everything is unknown, other than kama ni ya Ruto. I'm talking about some of the people who have spent like 4 years of rigorous work of research. Sio wale ambao wamesoma wakiwa juu ya magari. I'm not talking of those people. I'm talking ya yule mtu ambaye amekuwa shule vizuri, and you have undergone that rigorous process of Doctor of Philosophy, 4 years, 5 years, depending with the university where you spent, whether in Africa or in Europe, it doesn't matter. So you are always dealing with unknowns, and that is where now philosophy comes in. When you are dealing with the unknowns, it means you are dealing with imagination, assumptions, connecting, reevaluating, and processing. That is what happens. Although those are things which we can explain another day, not now, but I just wanted to explain to you the reason why, if you have done your education well, it doesn't matter the course which you have done. You should be able to have capacity to imagine and philosophize. It doesn't matter what you have read. So I understand if you go and do psychology or other courses, you can become a bigger devil, like Charles Darwin. Because Charles Darwin was an expert of psychology, he was able to destroy this world using his philosophy. I understand that. But if you are learned properly, you cannot just imagine, like in Kenya, a guy with a degree in botany ndiye anatusumbua. So those are the things I want to, and I think botany is some science of a kind. Maybe in some, and in some countries, by the way, ni kama botany imeisha. People are not concentrating too much with the botany, inaitwa kitu ingine. So what I wanted to explain about that, I don't think like there is, especially majority of the courses ambazo tumekuwa tukisoma perennially, I don't think like they have lost their value, or they make people to become more abstract, I understand kuna kuanga na hiyo story like people who do engineering, saa zingine they are not concerned on political issues, they are too much to machine thing, but I don't think it is that way. They still have that level whereby they can imagine and they can do issues.
So, Wananjiru, turudishe kwa topic. Unatupeleka huko kwa masomo na hiyo masomo tuna appreciate, lakini saa hii
yeah, I understand. I needed to make that important point.
Ngoja. Unajua, you understand, yes. But we understand too. What we seek here is all these people are waiting for information about what you are talking about. Not that what you are saying is irrelevant, is necessary, but it was an example. It is wrong for you as a teacher to turn the example into a subject. Okay? Let the example just help us understand. Then drop it, get back to the message. I'm a preacher, and ukipeana mfano message, sasa message yenyewe ni itakuwaje? So
wacha nirudi Genesis 1:1. Sawa.
Mind time also. The queue is building.
Sawa. Mimi hata nimemaliza point yangu. Me today I want to put one strong point when it comes to what is happening in our country. I have listened to all people, especially Bwana Ruto. Nimesikiliza vile iko, hata nimesikiliza yule jamaa amepokonywa mic ile aliambiwa asiongee siasa. So they have, na nimesikia pia hata Ruto akijifanya sasa tutasikiliza hawa vijana after kutishia hawa vijana for so long. This is what I wanted to explain here. I do not think like, because sasa nimesikia like what I heard like from Ruto na some of the people who come from him, they are saying that they are now going to put those kids ama watoto wetu in the table waongee na wao. So I do not understand. You know, Bwana Bernard, there are things which I don't understand. How watoto ile kitu wanasema, they are saying don't amend. We begin with that. And they are saying Ruto must go. So which are the negotiations which now Ruto want to talk with them? Sasa Ruto anataka ongea na watu ili waanzie kusema Ruto must stay. You know, there are some things even when somebody is talking, he needs also to understand. Ni vizuri kuelewa chorus ya wimbo. Like wewe unasikia watu wanasema tunaenda north, alafu sasa wewe unasema tutaongea. Already these people are saying they are tired with you. Kuna kitu nataka kuuliza hapa Wakenya wenzangu. When people are tired with you, do they meet with you kuanzia ati uanzie kuambia ati ngojeni kidogo? So what Ruto was supposed to do today, and this is what I'm telling Gen Z and all people who are following this revolution which is happening in Kenya, because actually Ruto ni kutoka anatoka. He is on his injury time in football. Amebakisha dakika 5 ile tunaongezanga, na ikikuwa mingi ile 8 ile saa zingine tunaongezea Manu wakiwa wamelipa ref inafika 8 ama 9. So Michael Dean kama Michael Dean yako pale, you know Bwana Bernard. So we are in injury time. Sitaki kuleta mchezo. I'm very serious by the way. So ile kitu nasema Ruto ako in injury time. 90 minutes yake imeisha. Sasa anataka sasa ati aongezwe dakika 9. Na VAR pale ishasoma. VAR ishasema huyu mtu atolewe kwa uwanja. Ashapewa red card. So Ruto has no capacity to negotiate with the youth because youth wanasema don't amend. So is he going to atatoa hizo mataxes zote? Is he going to remove all those taxes abakishe zero? Naye ni Zakayo. Na unajua Zakayo ni mtu wa kodi. So Zakayo is delinquent so far in Kenya. So na mimi nataka kuambia wa Kenya and the forces of good which are trying to fight this impunity. The message is simple. We are tired. We don't need him. We don't need him. It has mutated. It is no longer finance bill. We can survive without a finance bill, Bernard. We know how to do those things. We can survive without a finance bill. But tuko na doda ndugu. We have a perennial wood which kila saa itakuwa tu inatuuma, na no matter ile siku tutakaa sisi tunaenda kukatwa mguu. Tunaenda kukatwa mguu sababu tuko na doda ndugu. And we have to do it. This guy has to go. That is the message. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana. Message is clear. Thank you very much. Zakayo must go, and going is a must because we are tired. Unajua kuchoka na mtu sio kitu ya kwenda kunegotiate. Ati sasa pata nguvu tena uanze usichoke. Kama time out is time out, and important is we must keep the reason for the fight very clear. Ruto must go is because he has failed. He has failed mamas, he has failed children, he has failed babas, he has failed investors, he has failed everywhere. And for that, even if we give him 1,000 years, he will still fail. And so after that analysis, he needs to go. Let the insisting of Ruto must go remain clear. And so if he's the one to go, we are negotiating so that what? Exit strategy? There's no exit strategy. Idi Amin had one, he left, and the rest. So mtu ajipange tu, pack his bags and move when that space is demanded. Asante. Quickly nimlete nani? Naomba tafadhali tuchunge muda ili tusiweke watu masaa mzima kabla waongee. Tukue lenient na masaa yameanza kukatika. Wale mnaingia studio mwai mapema. Sijaona Undumani, sijaona Wangira, Lala, sijui mko wapi. Msikuje kunifungia. PGR, daka zako 3. Acha nianze sasa kuhesabia watu daka. PGR, are you there? Unmute, PGR.
Ama ako maombi. Unajua PGR anaomba sana.
We Njiro. Unataka kuwa Archbishop wa Anglican Church? Ole Sapiti bado iko.
Si ulisikia kijana yake alitoka kwa gari, akaenda maandamano, uongo.
Sio uongo, ile nyinyi mko msikiliza ni kwamba amekataliwa na kijana yake because kijana yake alikuwa aende kufanyia inauguration ya bishop, lakini akaona the better work is here, sio kwenda kuombea mtu akuwe bishop, akaenda kujiunga na wale watu wanafanya kitu ya maana. So that is true. PGR, if you are okay, if you're having problems, let's hear Defy. Defy, how are you? Long time.
Bena, I'm fine.
Sawa, karibu. Unakuanga na kuonanga huku TikTok. Ulihamia TikTok kabisa.
Unajua tulijaribu kuwasha moto TikTok mpaka wakatufungia maaccount bwana.
Sawa, karibu.
So nashukuru sana Bena, and I want to say thank you so much because hii vita umepigana kweli. Kama kuna mtu amepigana hii vita, imagine kuanzia election mpaka wa leo hii haujawahi funga hii kitu. Na wengine wamekuja wanafunga, wanaenda, wewe tu uko tu hapa. And this is the kind of resilience that everybody should have. Umekazana na I give it to you. Hiyo ya maana sana. So let me come back to the topic. Bena, mambo imechemka na gari ishang'oa nanga tayari. And at this point I don't think kuna kitu inaweza fanyika to reverse what's happening. Unajua when you were growing up kulikuwa na zile kitu ngumu ilikuwa tu kuwasha moto when you want to cook maybe something like githeri, but moto kisha waka tu hivi unaekelea tu kuni mzito tu pale, una relax, unaongojea githeri hivi. The same as ukitaka sometimes mechanical, uko na gari na iko na shida ya mechanical, hiyo tu gari tu inakuwa tu shida tu kisha waka, kisha guruma, hiyo gari imeenda. So at this particular time, and I can tell you, it's whatever is happening right now, Benam, it's godly. Mtu asikudanganye, it's godly. This revolution is godly. God is with this Gen Z. Mungu ako na wao kabisa. And Ruto hata afanye kitu gani, hii atubui. And you know, it's because of his ignorance. You know, kumekuwa na so many warning shots. Tangu tu achukua uchaguzi, vitu mingi zilikuwa zikifanyika tu za kumuon tu. Yeye anaignore tu, anaignore indications, indicators zinakuja, anaignore until imefika mahali boiling point na haiwezi kazimika. So Now sasa saizi tunasema hata there's no any amount of tears can stop these guys, hata kijaribu kulia aje, because now what amezoea hii tabia hawa he's like anakuja kama anapembeleza, unaona kama anataka kulialia, anataka kutoa machozi, but these guys wameamua, they have decided. And let me tell you one thing that I have come to realize, anybody who is associated with Ruto right now hata halali usingizi, starting with my pastors, my bishops, even when they speak in the churches, unapata wako na wasiwasi. Everybody is worried. As long as you are aligned with the Ruto, these people are worried. Many of them, they don't even sleep in their homes. They are worried because hii ni kama ushasikia siafu kuvamia siafu, it's the same. Yeah. So me, what I can urge whoever is listening from the government, this is a volcanic. Hii ni volcano imetokelezea, and huwezi jieka hapo, give it the way, we toka, kwa sababu kikaa hapo itakukanyaga. Because right now Bernard, kuna one thing people wamekuwa wakiunderrate sana, this internet ni weapon kubwa hata kushinda missile. Let me tell you, internet imeweza hata imefanya huko, hata ukiangalia ile vita inaendelea huko upande ya kina Hamas na kina Israel, internet ni kitu imesaidia watu kama kina Hamas sana, because every time there is a war, these people are just coming up with anytime wakati Israel inavamia Hamas huko Gaza, these people are all over with the phones, and ikibomiwa they put it internet, and now the international bodies zinakuja zinasema oh, Israel is doing bad. That is the way to go. And I want to tell this Gen Zs wanatokelezea that your phone is the greatest weapon. Your phone too, make your phone is full. Anything that is happening, we chukua video, hiyo tu video hizo ndio itakuja kutusaidia. Otherwise at this particular time tumeweza. And I heard someone saying that ati hatuwezi ingia State House. Bernard, what is State House? Watu 10 million utawafanyia nini? 10 million mtawafanyia nini? So what I can foresee for me huko mbele venye ninaona, I can see the police supporting these people, because number one, these guys, wow, Gen Z, General Z hawa wengi wao ukirealize ni watoto wa wakubwa. If you have noticed, ni watoto wa wakubwa tu hawa. Hata one of the reason why ndio huyu mtoto wa Muturi ashikwe, it's because they are the one. They are the one. They decided we cannot be living well, good life, and many Kenyans are suffering. And this is now where a point I come and they say, Kenya, tuko na ile mambo ya ukabila saizi hakuna. Nobody is talking about tribalism. Hakuna mtu anasema ati mimi I'm from this church, no, mimi ni Muslim. No, we have joined hand, and that's the only way tutaweza huyu Ruto. Thank you so much, Bernard.
Okay, asante sana. Ruto amewezwa tayari, anatetemeka. Yaani sijaiona Ruto amepigwa na mvua kama mmemwona leo. Sijui mmemfanyaje. Stony PK ndo anajua. Kula amefinywa. Sikiliza huyu jamaa.
Mwisho mimi nataka nikubaliane na yale askofu mkuu Ole Sapit amesema, yale askofu Samson amesema kuhusu vijana wetu wa Kenya. Hawa
sauti bana, sauti ama ni mimi sipati.
Wazaa na ni watoto wetu ambao tumewalea.
Sauti pia imekaliwa.
Nataka niwaambie hawa vijana wetu, mimi nawapongeza kwa kujitokeza na kushughulika na mambo ya taifa lenu la Kenya. Our young people have stepped forward to engage on the affairs of their country. They have done a democratic duty to stand and be recognized. And I want to tell you, we are going to have a conversation with you so that we can identify your issues and we can work together as a nation. I am very proud of our young people. They have stepped forward tribeless. They have stepped forward peaceful. And I want to tell them, we are going to engage them. We are going to have a conversation so that together we can build a greater nation. What I want to assure them is that we are concerned about their issues. In this year's budget, I have enhanced the budget going to CDF to increase by 10 billion so that young people.
And we are not alone. There's a new force of nature at hand, stirring all over the world. They are the young people whom, frankly, we have failed, who are angry, who are organized, who are capable of making a difference. They are a moral army. And the most important thing that we can do for them is to get the hell out of their way.
Bernard, kwa nini anasema na maandamano haiko Kenya? Si walisema ni Photoshop? Why is he commenting of Photoshop?
Wewe mbona una apply kwenda quarantine? Hebu relax kwanza. Photoshop ni ya KJ. KJ hata kuabudu leo hakuruhusiwa. Kamotho, spirit ya Kamotho ilimuingia. Hawezi kuitapika, nafikiri imechanganya na damu yake na skin yake, so it's understandable.
But kiongozi wake ana comment ya Photoshop. It is Photoshop. Hakuna kitu inatendeka Kenya.
Leave Ruto. Ruto is a sick man. Now I've confirmed he's indeed sick. People are protesting because of his bad policies. And now he says he has said CDF. What is CDF? Who asked for CDF? Did you see any placard say we want CDF? Ruto should go for medical checkup. Where? Stony PK, take it.
Bernard, I can only park on the side ndio niweze comment. And in 30 seconds I'll park on the side. Wacha mtu mwingine aongee.
Sawa, you park. Then let's have Mr. Wangira.
Oh, Bernard, how are you?
Doing great, thank you. Karibu.
Good morning to everybody in the studio. You know, Bernard, you know, it's interesting times in the Republic of Kenya. And, you know, I'm seeing a regime that is on a panic mode. You know, on Saturday, you know, there was an X-Space. An X-Space, you know, is a platform just like this one, which was on the X-Space, the formerly Twitter, where nearly 60,000 young people were involved. And I understand that, you know, William Ruto and, you know, a number of government officials, you know, got into it. And, you know, they had it raw, you know, on how, you know, the people of Kenya were bitter. Later on, there is this gentleman called, you know, Mwaura, Isaac Mwaura, you know, claimed that, you know, that there were some foreign powers, Bernard, that were, you know, sponsoring this particular rebellion. You know, the last time I heard, you know, somebody accused unseen foreign powers, Bernard, was during Daniel Arap Moi's time, you know, in the 1980s, you know, when there was a push, you know, for the second liberation, you know, it was Daniel Arap Moi who was so used to accusing foreign powers. You remember that time he accused Libya, he accused some unforeseen powers, you remember those times. And, you know, I was shocked that even in this time and age, you know, we could end up accusing, you know, unseen foreign powers, Bernard. Then there was, you know, Kimani Ichung'wah, who claimed that, you know, the people who were demonstrating, Bernard, you know, were, you know, children of the well-to-do, those who can afford iPhone, those who can afford Uber. And I remember that just last year, you know, they were accusing us of, you know, using the keys of the poor people to demonstrate. Then how come that it has changed that now they are the children of the rich who are taking part in the demonstration, Bernard? So, you know, that was very, very interesting. So today, that happened on Saturday. So yesterday, which was Sunday, you know, William Samoei Ruto was in Nyahururu. You know, there were very, very interesting scenes in Nyahururu yesterday. Bernard, imagine me as Joram coming to your house. Then I am in your house, and for you to enter your house to meet me, I am screening you. I am scanning you, Bernard. That's what happened in Nyahururu yesterday, where even the church ministers of that particular church were being screened, Bernard, to enter. That was a very, very funny thing, you are the minister of the church, and for you to enter to that church, you are being screened by the police. And I understand that the number of the police yesterday was bigger than the number of the worshippers, Bernard. Listening to William Samoei Ruto, Bernard, I was just listening to what he said, and I've written something down. Let me just see what I've written. He claimed that the young people of Kenya have stepped forward to engage on the affairs of the country. That's what he says. Then he goes on to say that they have exercised their democratic, they have done what he calls their democratic duty. That's what he says. Then he claims that he's proud of them. And finally, he says that he's going to have a conversation with them. But that sounds very good. It sounds very, very good. Bernard, what I expected William Samoei Ruto, Bernard, was that, he was going, to say something about the police excesses, Bernard. And especially the deaths of the two young people, the young people, there is Rex, there is Evans. The two young people who were last week killed by the police, Bernard. Bernard, I remember in the year 2020, there was a young man called George Perry in the United States of America, Bernard, in a place called Minnesota, if you remember. This young man was killed by the police. And you remember, the uproar it brought, Bernard, that even the then president, Trump, to comment. We cannot be told that, the young people of Kenya have stepped forward to engage on the affairs of their country. We cannot be told that they have done their democratic duty. You cannot claim that you are proud of them, Bernard. Then you are not saying anything about the police excesses, Bernard. What we wanted William Samoei Ruto was to see him say that, the police were wrong. And, that as the president of the Republic of Kenya, Bernard, he was going to see to ensure that, the deaths of Rex and the deaths of Evans are investigated, Bernard. Bernard, hatutaki kupakwa mafuta kwa mgongo wa chupa, Bernard. Hatutaki kupakwa mafuta kwa mgongo wa chupa. What William Samoei Ruto was doing yesterday in Nyahururu, alikuwa anatupaka mafuta kwa mgongo wa chupa. And Bernard, we are going to not to agree on that, Bernard. Hatutaki kupakwa mafuta kwa mgongo wa chupa. We are not going to agree to it, Bernard. It's just, this is a knee-jerk reaction, Bernard. Yesterday's statement was a knee-jerk reaction. And again, for people who know William Samoei Ruto, we know that he's a guy, who loves crowds. Whenever there are crowds, Bernard, you don't miss a moment. Why couldn't he address that crowd, outside that church in Nyahururu yesterday? Why did he disappear just like that without being seen, Bernard? Why couldn't he address the crowd? Because we wanted to see him address the crowd and tell the crowd, directly, what he was saying in the church, Bernard. But we wanted to see him do that. Bernard, now, yesterday I was here and I told you how disappointed I was with the church. The church is now coming late in the time, Bernard, to now say that, they are proud of the young people, the young people are fighting for this country. Where were they? Where have they been for the last 10 years, I saw the sermons from Nairobi Chapel. I saw the sermons from Family Basilica. I saw sermons from All Saints Cathedral, Bernard, They are now, congratulating the young people. They are now saying that they are going to stand with the young people. You wonder, where have they been, Bernard? It's not about the young people per se. It is about a country called Kenya, Where have they been, when Kenya was bleeding? That's the question you must ask, we must ask them, where have you been? This nation has bled for a long time, and you have been in this country, you have not come from the moon just yesterday. What have you been doing when this country has been bleeding, Bernard? Is it now because that you have seen that there's a serious strong force that is coming up that now you're trying to sweet talk us by telling us, that the young people are doing something good, Bernard. Bernard, I'm telling the young people of this country not to listen to these particular people, Bernard. Don't listen to them, Bernard. On Tuesday, come up in big numbers, just as you had promised. Come out, so that your message, Bernard, can be heard, so that your message can be taken home, Bernard. Let me just stop there and allow somebody else to come in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wangira. We appreciate that. A good link up. And ladies and gentlemen, let's remain vigilant. This one cannot be stopped, and we shouldn't let Ruto and his team. Just listening to Ruto, you know that he's only saying what he has been told to say. He doesn't mean any of those things he's saying. And he's so much determined to have an economy of handouts. And that's what I see, and that's what I perceive. He's obsessed with this economy of handouts that he wants to go to be the Moi, the number one. He has given a school bus. He has given diapers here. He has given plot here. He has given. Who is asking for that? Kenyans wants to work with their own hands, make their own money, eat their food in dignity, not to eat the food that because somebody gave them something. So Ruto na hiyo kasumba yake ya umoism aipeleke mbali. Kama akili yake itoshi kuendesha Kenya mpya ya katiba mpya, achane nayo. And what we are looking for is somebody who can govern this country according to the law and make sure that everybody in the country is equal before the law and justice is served to everybody. That's all we seek. Nobody would demonstrate if we have that environment. But an environment where the parliamentarians cannot decide on the future of the country because they are being threatened. The judges cannot rule right the cases because they are being threatened. The children cannot get what they need. They can't even be guaranteed a meal, free meal for school. The school fees is that 600,000 young people did not reply the call letter to the university. Why? The figure they saw in the fee structure could not let them even attempt. Then after all that, you are telling them that you have given them CDF where they are going to be given 2,000 shillings each. This man never ceases to annoy. Well, let's move forward. Stony PK, kama umefika ingia mara moja, alafu ukimbie nyumbani, masaa ndio haya.
Bernard, naona masaa ndio haya, lakini bado nitaomba dakika 2.
Sawa, kama unahitaji dakika 2, sawa, no problem. Thank you very much. Nani hapa Asili TV amenichokoza hapa. Nakuja kwa Alex. Just hold on. Asili TV anasema Bernard has been talking here for a year and the Navajo member of parliament voted yes. Yes, you say Bernard ameongea hapa na hii channel yake mwaka kadhaa. Imekuwaje mbunge wa Navajo apige aje yes? I wish you said Bernard voted yes. If it's Bernard who voted yes, then you have every reason to stone me. Mbunge wa Navajo amejaribu kujitetea ati alipewa sijui 600,000 ya kutengeneza 600 million ya kutengeneza barabara. Kumbe ilikuwa 2 million. Everybody is saying tawe, wangwe tawe. So that is his last term if he survives, and I think he's on the recall list. So nikubaya. He voted yes because he started going to bed with the UDA. By the way, he was a UDA guy. He just jumped to Azimio late in the hour, and then he got voted in because of that. But, people are just people. Any person who is in public office who it can be bought is unfit for that public office. And that's why we must have an overhaul, a total cleanup. And that's what I'm forging for. Total cleanup. We want to have a parliament that can tell the president no. that can tell the judiciary, no, we want to have a parliament that is independent. Not a parliament that is picky pongi, you press on it and tell it what to do. That must come to an end, and it's ending with this. So, kama wanaendelea kufanya hivyo, bas, we will bring down that entire thing. Asante. Okay. Let me. Alex, are you there?
I'm here, Bernard.
Okay, karibu, lakini mnaharibu video tafadhali. Watu wa giza, punguzeni giza. Washa kando.
Ya nikiweka kamera ni kama anyway, wacha niweke ikiwa my voice want to be okay. That's fine. So
you ulikuwa sawa.
Yeah, so Bernard, I want now to talk about Ruto's speech, because you know, when a crisis or there's a panic mode in a country, now this is when we talk about the 3 a.m. call of the president, if he's able to handle the 3 a.m. call, and that is why we usually have debates to know if somebody is qualified or capable of handling issues that pertain of a national sequence or consequence. Now, Ruto is saying that he has had the plight of the young people. And then he goes further to say that it is tribeless. Then he says, he uses the word that I want to engage them. Bernard, how do you engage somebody who is faceless, somebody who is tribeless, and somebody who is tribeless? Because he's so used to the tribe label, and you saw him monkeying it over and over when we were in our campaign, wale watu wa kurusha mawe. So labeling has been part of his whole career as a politician. So he has no place to do what? To put a blame on. And he wants to engage them. Ruto is used to engage on something tangible you can buy. How do you buy a faceless thing, Bernard? How do you engage in a tribeless thing and you thrive in tribe from your own angle of the government composition? How do you even start engaging somebody who does not even have a party? He himself is in the podium saying that, you know, these people do not even belong anywhere. So my question is how? How is he going to engage them? Bernard, these things are like bees. These are things like the locust that we saw come in Northeastern. These are like scorpions. How do you engage bees, Bernard, when they're biting you and sticking you? I mean, there is no way you run away. That's why he was whisked away. And it is said the UDM members who are there, 20 of them, they were running amok, trying to find any vehicle to get into. Because by that time, the crowd wanted to get anybody to sting so that they can show that they are truly not joking around. So I think today we got what we really wanted for the first time. It is a Sunday. Everybody's at home. Not everybody, at least most people in the country are at home watching and wanting to know what is the next direction. I think we have been given a silver platter on our tables today, telling us that these are just human beings. If we come in a corporate way, they will fear us, and then our voices will be heard. But if you look at the church at large today, the church was trembling. For the first time, it looked at the will of God, not the will of Ruto. You hear him say, we don't know the will of God, but where has that narrative been throughout, Bernard? Where was the will of God, Bernard? Today it was invoked, the will of God, and we were silenced by that. I think we should not be silenced, Bernard, by that too. We must engage them and ask them, where was the will of God when Ole Sapit was taking the 6 million that Khalwale asked? Was that the will of God? Where was the will of God at Bomas when you said they were chosen by God. Show us this will so that we can understand where we're coming from. Another thing was it's amazing and encouraging how you see spontaneous these young people. I don't know. This is what I call the will of God, Bernard. We do not understand. This is what the Bible says. You will see, but you won't see. You will hear, but you won't hear. You will. I think it says three things. Bernard, we are seeing things, but we don't know what we are seeing. We are hearing things, but we don't know what we are hearing. And everything is moving in a direction that nobody can clearly tell us that they know what is happening or what is going to happen. But deep in our hearts, there is that thing that tells us that something is happening. And that is what I want us to focus that on Tuesday, come Tuesday. I believe right now, somebody asked in the comment section, where is Korea? You see, the power that is in right now is the power of Ruto and his comrades. Probably the gangsters that he had as the cabinets. Where they are right now, you have to understand that they are panicking wherever they are. You understand, already your man from Mudavadi, they've started panicking and started stealing money in the last minute. Niliona a couple of people today being arrested for, I think, some things they were doing behind the back. But nevertheless, Bernard, this is the moment, I will finish, this is the moment of South Africa in 1976, when a leader called Steve Biko decided that they are not going to accept Afrikaner to be taught as a national language to them in the universities. And there were spontaneous riots and all over the country. The good thing that we have right now is we have a bomb or a detonate that Ruto cannot try to handle. It is the students. It is not men, grown-up men in Kondele. It is not people from Kibra who are carrying stones. It is not a mob of people who are trying to wreck the railway. These are students. How do you go to them and kill them? I think this is the advantage that we have today. And I wish more and more students will come out. But then again, the issue of Rex Masai must be, we must explode it and talk on our rooftops on how, live bullets could be used on students. It might be one or two, Bernard, as they say. But the report was very clear, Bernard. It was out of excessive bleeding of what? A live bullet. That one alone. If it was in Israel, you do that. They go to Gaza with all full force. So as we organize for Matanga ya mtu kama Rex Masai, let us remember that there is a duty and there is something that they have to pay for. And that is already they have lost one of their comrades. And they might expect more of that to happen. To avert that, they must speak more about the death of their comrades so that that will not happen. If you realize, I think the ICC history of Kenya is making the security sector reluctant right now, Bernard. If you look at how the security is engaging these young people, it is with a lot of carefulness. And you have seen the security operators, especially the leadership, are not as vocal. Bernard, there was a time that you could see threats. If we see you tomorrow here, Bernard, you are not seeing that anymore. Why? Because what they are getting behind in the intelligence is telling them that, look, this is beyond what you can handle. It is tribeless, it is partyless, it is what? It is faceless. You cannot engage it. You can't buy it. You can't sell it. It has no price and you don't know what to do. You have money, but the money is useless. So, Bernard, it is something that is mesmerizing for me for the first time that we have something that money cannot buy. I think we are in the right place, Bernard, and we need to thank God for that. Otherwise, let me finish there. I mean, there's more to say, Bernard. It was a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you for bringing us there. Very clear and interesting that Ruto wants to engage the young people, but he says nothing about the two that are dead. Absolutely nothing, as if it's nothing. And they are not just dead out of nowhere. It is the police who are sent, and the police are under the office of the president. Bungei is in Nairobi because Ruto brought him. And the reason he brought Bungei to Nairobi is because of Maandamano. So what is he meaning by wanting to engage them? Let him go and engage the dead. Bring them back to life. Then we can talk. Because there is no way you can kill two innocent lives. And then you now say you have had, you now want to engage them. Engage them how? Ruto is a lost man, and he needs to be told so. It is over with him as far as the management of this country is concerned. In fact, he's least qualified to engage the protesters. He's not in authority to engage them. He's an interested party. He cannot be an arbiter in this matter. So we need another arbiter from anywhere else if there is any form of engagement. But hapa kaende vile kanaenda. Okay? Yule ako na umbrella atoe. Yule ako na nini kwa Yesu anasema Yesu anasema ukienda kupiga vita na ukaona jeshi lako ni ndogo kuliko lile ambalo linakuja, kubali, tuma wazee wa negotiate. So na negotiation hapa ni simple. Ruto ngatuka, okay? Resign, hand over. That's it. I mean, what else? Because what do you want us to engage for? The chorus is Ruto must go, okay? And now we have overwhelmed you. So what should you do? You step aside. That is it. So if there is no negotiation of retaining Ruto, because we don't need him. He's messed up our economy. He has messed up our livelihood. He has messed up everything as far as this country is concerned. There is a caption nimetumiwa Gachagua akiongea, sijui ni Gachagua ama nini, ni caption wanasema Gachagua sasa saa hii anasema kwamba when we got into office we opened our mouth and said that we got our coffers dry. Then the expression went that, and before our mouth or saliva dried in our mouth, we saw these other people running around the country with sacks full of money. Okay, so you got coffers are dry, and then before long you begin to see these ones run around the country with sacks full of money. What does that mean? We want to collect tax so that we pay our looters to continue looting, and then complain that we want to stop from living on debt. The ringleader of coppering madeni ni nani? Sini William Ruto. Anakopa haya madeni akipeleka wapi? Kwa sababu hata kama ni kukopa, ukope ukitengeneza maisha, unakopa unasaidia factory hii ifufuke, watu wafanye kazi, unakopa unasaidia hii infrastructure ile ilikuwa imeharibu biashara ya Northeastern irudi ili biashara ya Northeastern ifanye. Let's see what you are borrowing for. Let's see what our taxes are working. But you only show up when you collect the tax, and then show up when you want to collect the tax again. In between, you don't want to be asked where you went, where the money went, and how it was used. Hata kama sisi ni wajinga, siku moja ujinga yetu inafika kikomo mpaka tuulize swali, mbona wewe uonekana tu siku ya kuchukua tax? Siku vile tax inafanya kazi hutaki kuulizwa. Capitation ya na wanafunzi last term ilifika shule is it 3 days to closing day? 3 days to closing day. So I would hate to be a headmaster or a principal of the school. That you run the school for 3 months, full months without money, and then on the last day of closing, your pesa inaingia serikali. Alafu mnasema tuko na serikali. Hapana. Ruto afurushwe. I support it. Afurushwe na asiongeleshwe. Hizo vitu anaongeleshwa akaziwe kama vile Uhuru alikazia wazee. Nakumbuka wazee wa dini walianza kunegotiate want to reconcile the president and the deputy. Uhuru akawaambia hapana, it's too late. It is too late this time round. No talks. Kaende vile kataenda. Kama katamwagika basi tutachota ile tunaweza. But I'm for factory resetting. Turudi hapo ABCD so that we learn A, E, I, O, U. We construct the words from the beginning ili tuelewani. Sai kuna lugha yao na lugha yetu na tuelewani. Tuko katika tawa ya Babel. Kila mtu anaongea lugha yake lakini kitaeleweka. So let's keep focused and do the necessary. Now nikimleta Stone PK, acha nione video yake ya kuleta yeye. Iko kweli?
Kube bodyguard ya Sudi na bodyguard ya president ndio wanapoach our elephants na wanauza tusks huko nje. Jana wameshikwa kama wamepoach, wameua our elephants and they are selling their tusks. Kube wakora ndio hawa wako na buduki zetu. So the enemy is within.
Stony PK, take it.
Thank you Bernard. Imekuwa ngumu kusettle, lakini Bernard, thank you very much, and let me say hi to Queen Mo, say hi to Jared and yourself. Bernard, kuna mtu amekusifu, amekupatia accolades, which is very good. It's good when we recognize good job. And na mimi napatia Joram accolades leo. My bouquet goes to him, bouquet of flowers. Joram, leo umezungumza. Unajua mimi, let me talk candidly because we are on Sound Candid Talk. And Bernard, usije ukachange hii topic, hii nini the name of this TV. We came to this TV because we said we will call it as it is. And that's why we say let it be factual, based on facts. If you don't like it, too bad. Nikikwambia mguu yako ya right imeoza, you are limping. Alafu unaniambia hapana niko fit bro. And we can see you are limping. The leg is rotten. In a few weeks, you'll be amputated. Whether you are in denial or you are not in denial, it's up to you. And you know, this is one thing I'm so happy about Joram today. Umezungumza mpaka my doubts. You know, I used to think you are a UDA mole. I've never told you this. And for me, I don't hide. I think I don't know whether I secretly talk to Bernard ama ni akina Njiru. Niliwaambia na huyu Joram because sometimes we talk behind the curtain. Because Joram comes with some funny, you know, area. His approach is interesting. You know, he brings us to constitution. When we have said away to the constitution, we don't care about it anymore. And then Joram sasa amekuja to part of the prayer that God has answered us. Bernard, on this TV, we've been saying tunaomba Mungu, and I want Bernard one of the days unaanza to replay some of these things. We've been saying we are praying to God. Tukapray before elections. Then after election we are praying that Supreme itafanya. Tukapray. Then ikafika mahali Stone PK na wengine wanaanza kusema haya, siwache kwanza tuache kuomba, because when people started saying tumeomba maombi Kenya ikajibiwa Zambia, tukaomba maombi Kenya ikajibiwa Athens, tukaomba maombi Kenya ikajibiwa Italy. Sasa watu wakasema haya, kwani God wetu kumbe hayuko Kenya, labda kwa mahali ingine. That is when a people tells you they are now even doubting, are our prayers, are we directing them correctly? Are we calling out for the problem? Then one of my closest friend who I don't want to reveal, akaniambia Stone PK, unajua hata God ukianza kuandika barua requisition form, kuna subject mahali ameandika what are you requesting for, hapa ameweka line na amelimit words. Akasema jumuko wengi, be very precise. What do you want God me to do to you? Sasa ikiwa unataka nyanya yako aanze kuzaa akiwa miaka 90, you have to tell God that God help my grandmother who is 96 years old to get a baby girl. Sasa God atajua kama hiyo kitu anaweza jibu ama hawezi. Sorry, I'm giving it that direction. But what I mean is, it is important that we start reviewing. What did we pray for? We were saying, Mungu tusaidie. Na tukaanza kusema, si kitu tu happen. God si ajibu. Kumbe God, wewe ndio ulisema God answers in very mysterious ways. Sasa now God has answered people, bado tunatafuta answer, tunaanza kudoubt. We are starting to say, haya, Gen Z, sasa what are we Kenyans? Your prayer has been answered. Mungu amejibu majibu yenu na watoto wenyu ama vijukuu wenyu. Akakwambia sasa simumelia, vijukuu ndio hao. Na hawa are unstoppable. Sasa tumeanza kudebate, wafanye hivi. Badala tuseme hallelujah, God has answered this, na tuchukue na tusukume na iende na kaende. Haya. God wants us to tell Gen Z, they should not listen to anybody. They say they will not listen to even the parents. So if you cannot listen to your parent, then don't listen to anybody calling himself a leader. Don't listen to Ruto, who is now inviting you to a discussion. You'll be killed, Gen Z. You'll be done. The moment you sit with this devil on a table, you'll be cooked like Raila was cooked and gone, done with completely. That is very bad, very, what do we call it? There is an English word. The moment you sit down, and you can see the devil is very strong. Sometimes I even say devil is stronger than God. As far as Stone PK, I say that because he's empowered by God. As parents, we empower children and they become philosophers, they become doctors and all that. So God could have empowered Satan, and then Satan acquired extreme powers that he controls the world, maybe 80%. So now, if you sit down anywhere with Satan, na Satan ni Ruto na watu wake, and you can see how strong they are. Now the chorus all over UDA, and I want watu wanikosoe huko kwa comment. The call in ODA, it's about, Gen Z, super, wonderful, they are doing good job, we are happy, now they are standing for their rights. My question is, you stupid UDA people and the President Ruto, an idiot, you are now encouraging and saying they have played their right and you will involve them. Where were they when you are doing that nonsensical bill? Where were they when you did all what you have put together, calling it your government? You had forgotten that Gen Z existed. Now is when you think they should come around your table to discuss. How stupid can Gen Z be to even allow an iota? And mimi nilikuwa nasema kama ni kutamba katambe. And that is it. Gen Z, kama mnanisikiza, don't stop. Usianze kuambua Kenya is very important, it will do this. Wacha isambaratike. Because what happens is you have to die to live into the other world. So Kenyans, we have to perish. And that is what has happened. We have to perish to go into that other form. One form has to dissolve itself. Now, we have agreed in these discussions here that a certain leadership up to a certain level has totally failed. And that's what I'm hearing even in national TV discussions. Acceptance of that to fail. And if I'm wrong, muni correct. Tumekubali kwamba tumeshindwa kufika Canaan. Na even kiongozi wetu alikubali by indicators, not by confession. Hata juzi ndiye ameconfess akasema indirectly. Mwana mugi ana mehere ya ndeto, yani mkikuwa anasema if you are sharp, you can hear people talking and you know what they're indicating. It is true, we surrendered. But God never left us. He answered us through what people are doubting, whether it is God's answer. These kids, and today is my first time to call them kids. I have 2 of them, and they're in the streets. I don't want to reveal because watauliwa pia. Yeah, they are in the streets, big way, by the way. They are the ones who are representing me, Stone PK. Hiyo wacha nitoboe. They are the ones who are saying hakuna kurudi, because nime struggle now, and when I talk like this, I'm representing the parents. We have struggled. Yesterday I said, mtoto anamaliza form 4, unamsukuma anaenda university, na unakumbuka si wa rahisi kusukuma, because wanauliza wewe umesoma na ninaona ukistruggle. You see, how do you reconcile that? Unawasukuma wanaenda university, anamaliza first degree, jutaki akae nyumbani pale akingoja results, unaanza kumenroll na some certificates. I'm sure this is what parents have done. Anapata hizo ma computer. Most of us train them into really getting a computer literate, which is wonderful. Wanatoka hapo, anamaliza, unampeleka masters. Bado mtoto anangoja siku ile atafanya job. Lakini as a parent, you don't want to tell him, oh, unajua kupata kazi ni ngumu, because you will have killed the hope for this child or this young man or daughter. What has happened? They have acquired so much knowledge, which is now imekuwa compressed into, unawakuta mtu ako bedroom amejifungia 24/7. You think that guy is just sleeping? No, anaamuka, anaingia mtandao, anaamuka, ana discover things, and now this is what has built up. This is what has come up. Then God decided our wachenzi wa Kenya juu wameogopa ni waoga, because our killer is fear. Me as one of them, the parents, we have fear. The fear number 1 is, oh, Kenya is a constitution. This is Joram's song, and the constitution is very clear. So things, Ruto must do this. As per the constitution, Ruto should do this. That has become garbage, which I've been saying here. So number 1 is to say, the constitution is garbage. Garbage because if it is being implemented by garbage, then it becomes garbage. So I've said, shelve it. Gen Z wamesema, if it cannot work for us, to hell with it. That is God, that is voice of God. And voice of God said, Gen Z walisema, any MP that will say yes to this thing, we are done. I'm happy and I clap. I wish, I don't know how I can thank Gen Z. That wamesema, ukisema tu yes, kwisha. So mimi nawaambia, hii kuinvitiwa kwa table, please don't take it. Number 2, don't be told stories about God for now. Ati maombi, oh, mnaenda kupreachiwa kwa church. In fact, occupy church now. For 1 year, let us individually pray to God, not collectively praying to God. Individually. Occupy that church, block anything. And nikimalizia, Bernard, Olesa Pit. And he can hear me from where he is. Those of you Mtaki history, Olesa Pit rigged himself into the position he is. Rigged, and I repeat, R-I-G-E-D. Rigged himself into it. Forcibly rigged himself as the whatever. And no wonder he was very vocal and very loud in rigging Ruto. Olesa Pit was never elected. SCK can confirm if I'm wrong. So what do you expect? He supports any evil, and Olesa Pit is the evil that has come to kill SCK Church. And the SCK Church is finished as long as Olesa Pit is leading it. Catholic is also being infiltrated. I'm talking about the pillars of Christianity and the pillars of religion and the pillars of what people really believe in. Other churches zilikwisha kitambo, because these days anybody can open a church and you start calling yourself archbishop. You can call yourself bishop or pastor and all that. I mean, I have relatives. Mimi within 2 years nasikia mtu anajiita Pastor Njoroge, na muuliza ulienda theology nini wapi, angalau lazima uelewe. I was ordained by God. Called factory setting. Real factory setting ni ile data yote ikuwe erased. Sasa ile itakuja tutadeal nayo, whether it will be for good or for worse, it will be as good as a change. Wacha nipoza hapo, niko na mengi leo because nimesikia nimeumwa when UDA is crying and calling Gen Z on the round table, and knowing Kenyans, we might have some people sitting there and pretending they are representative of Gen Z, and that will be the beginning of Kusambaratika. You see how the doctor's strike was wherever, because it was breaking Ruto's bone, a backbone. But daktari, I mean, we've seen it. So we have to be careful and take away. This TV now, we have to transform ourselves to telling people nothing like that should happen. No negotiation. Wacha katambe, tulikuwa tunasema katambe, kametamba, wacha kapasuke. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Stony PK. We appreciate that. Wacha katambe. I'll give Wangera right of reply, but in a single minute, please.
Oh, thank you, Bernard. You know, I've listened to my brother PK, and he has mentioned me like 10 times. Bernard, I'm a very consistent person. Very, very consistent. And you know, nobody will push me out of that consistency. Bernard, I believe in the Constitution. And let me tell you, I've been listening to these young people for the last 1 week. None of them have said that we suspend the Kenyan Constitution. None of them. Bernard, none of them. Even when they're on the street, Bernard, they are telling us that they are exercising Article 37, freedom of assembly, freedom of picketing, freedom of presenting petitions, Bernard. That is the Constitution. So, you know, when PK accuses me of always talking about the Constitution, you know, I don't understand what he's talking about. When, you know, our young people themselves are talking about Article 37, Bernard. So, you know, I remain very consistent, Bernard, as far as I'm concerned. You know, let me just stop there because I have another thing to say, but I'll say it later. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wangira. And I believe you're saying the same thing, only that in different contexts. There is the Constitution, the book, and the laws. Then there is the constitutionalism of William Ruto. That's what is one thing. Okay, he only invokes the book when it favors him, and when it doesn't, he wants to throw it aside. So he has selective application of the Constitution. That's the wrong constitutionalism that we are faced with, that that needs to be addressed completely. And look the way he's now flip-flopping about the demos and the excessive force by the police. Instead of him addressing that, he now begins, he says he's now proud of the young people. The young people have stepped in the front. They are now discussing national issues. What stops us from discussing national issues? We've been discussing this all along. So he's a liar, and he wants to use lies, and then, of course, hide behind the church and all his cronies to try and now look like he has noticed that the young people are here. Where has he come from? I mean, leo ndio ameamka kakuta kuna Gen Z kwa hii nchi. It's crazy. Wacha nimlete Maunga kachangie. Maunga, karibu.
Karibu, asante sana. Habari ya kila mtu and everybody in the comment section. I've been listening to you guys polepole, lakini nilikuwa nimedecide wacha I watch. Bernard, nilikuwa nimekuambia that we had gotten down to nothing. God will get up to something. And PK, I'm on record as telling you that there's a God in heaven who some of us have served and have seen, and he will serve us at our point of need for as long as we quit taking what we have given him, put in his hands, and decide that we want to do it ourselves. We had gotten down to a point where we were just asking, God, why don't you do something? Bernard, I told you tuende kwa street, tuvae sackcloth, tuende tukaombe huko. God had our cry. Blood ya Ogola ilienda kwa hii ground. That was a just man. That was a man who loved this country. With blood and sweat, Ogola had fought for this country, for the love of this country. For the first time during the pass-out parade at KDF, poor parents were there with their sons crying because their children had passed out and they were now soldiers without paying a dime. Because they went and there was a just man called to serve the highest office in the land of the army in this country, and he did right by this country. His blood went on this soil, and God has answered. He has given us an army. I'm on record on this channel as telling you, I call those babies of mine generation of fools. On their faces, I would tell them that. But the one thing I tell you, God is not a respecter of persons. Our God is a covenant-making God. Our God is real. I have never been happier to have been relentless in calling upon his name. This guy, he says in his word, and that is why it is important that you can quote the scripture. God says that for everything, in everything, he will do right by us. That everything happens for the good of those that love the Lord. So when he says it is everything good or bad. It all happens for the good of all that love God. He says, then again in his scripture, he says, we need not depend on our own understanding, but in prayer and supplication and thanksgiving, let us make our intentions known to him. Kenya, some of us who love this nation and trusted upon the Lord, and we did not have, our might was gone. And there's a man whose name was being mentioned in the church today could not stand in a church and be bold because our God has answered and said that I am still the owner of this land. My people, I do not know what to say. I remember I was on a very late assignment on the very first day that the Gen Zs went out, and so I wasn't able to watch it throughout. And later on, I remember getting the outcome of what was happening on the streets, and I was with a group of those young people at the same time, and I was with a group of other, and then in our midst were police officers who had been hired, because normally when we do some assignments late, we have to have them on the ground. Oh, guys, I went on a rampage. I was there. I was on cloud 12, if there exists one. And I could not believe it. Then there's a nephew of mine, just as PK has said. You know, my babies used to call me bipolar, because for the longest time, Bernard, I've told you guys on this platform, my babies know I love them enough to crash the world for them, but I love the world enough for me to crash my child because it is being a nuisance to the world, and yet it came from my belly. So these babies, for the longest time, they have watched me occasionally just go crazy and, completely all out when I'm trying to get something done that I think is an injustice, and they did not understand. Right now, my babies are outside on the streets representing me, reminding me that for everything you did, for every effort you applied, we saw it, and we are warriors. And for that reason, this country belongs to us, and we are here fighting for it. Oh, I do not believe I'm alive to watch this. It's a beautiful moment to be alive. Man, I sat in this platform weeks back, Bernard, and I told you that during one of my rendezvous, I made a discovery that a niece told me that it is documented that this generation were actually supposed to come, and they were designed to be foolish and disappear. More, you have labored to raise a child. You have taken your first trimester that almost kills or determines whether you die or not, or whether you keep the pregnancy or not. Then you do a full year of 9 months, and then you go on labor, and then you actually give birth to this child. And then the first 5 years, they attempt to die with every minute. And then now they get into puberty, and it's something else. Then finally they have become almost adults, and so now there's every sort of ill that's waiting for them, including all the drugs and everything else. Then now finally they're becoming adults, and you're having hope, and yet somebody designed that thing that you struggled with. Somebody designed for it to come and disappear like they never existed. That is what these guys had intended for our children. But guess what? When that guy called God Yeshua, as Amasia, I tell you, guys, when all the beautiful names of God and Yahweh are called up, he reminds us that he put a beautiful thing in the world that were our children. I don't know where Selina Seko is. Selina should come and say that, to remind us that saa zile Mungu amekupatia mtoto, amekupatia kila kitu. When we are fighting for them like our lives depend on it. Bernard, have told you that the first day I brought my child home, I saw mosquito come after him, and I put that child down and went after that mosquito. One mosquito. Today, I am happy and proud that I went through everything I went through, and I birthed something that the world is going to be grateful exists. Kenya, God is with us. We were told there was going to be a revival. Bernard, you have been in those pulpits and you maybe did not know how it was going to happen because it did not look like it. God was preparing this generation to give us a revival that they birth themselves. Today, Burale was with a couple of them on the street. These children occupy churches today to make a demand and respectfully tell God that we honor you. And for that reason, we honor your house and we honor everything that you're about. Nobody will come and defile you in this house, and we will protect you, Jehovah, and we will go out on the streets and testify that you are God. When the tide started changing was when Chebukati holders in the houses, and the Gen Zs wrote in their updates, they said, Chebukati, you're killing our parents. Give this announcement. We are watching our parents die before our eyes because of anxiety, because of this. So those children helplessly watching what was going on looked and wondered, why is this happening? Why are we so helpless? Why can't it happen differently? Then the announcement that actually came and finally killed some of those parents and went to the ground was voiced. Now, when those children are coming out 2 years later, they have not forgotten. Notice the person they have brought out as their preferred presidential candidate. This guy has not interacted with the Gen Z. But what are the Gen Z doing? They're actually going to the drawing board and seeing who has the best CV, who has a track record that has been confirmed that when we augment generationally, we are able to save our country and take it back. All professionals are out. Every well-meaning Kenyan is out to support this. And Kunmo, I don't know if you'll be around, but I'd wanted that the mothers of the Gen Zs, the mothers of this land, the same way Akina Koigi's mother came out, we will wear white and come on this soil. We will walk on those roads and say, you will not pour the blood of our children on this soil for a man who will tomorrow be dead. You will not finish their future. They have come to demand for a future that is theirs. Bernard, you keep saying that these children are the people you're sending to a future we will not be a part of. Ruto will not be a part of this country when everything is amassing now is messing up these children. And thankfully, their children have also come out. Do you know what their children are going to do? They're going to come and find all those things that were kept in trust, hoping that it will find them. They will take it and distribute. So Kenya is saved. And just like that, guys, just like that, a revival is birthed in Kenya. Just like that, leadership will never be the same. Just like that, Akina Oscar Sudi have realized that all the money that they were stealing from Kenyans to come and buy voters, the voters to be bought will not be there because they don't care and they don't want you and they can't stand you. So Bernard, thank you. I said, I wish to meet your wife. I don't know how much of a radical she is. I don't know whether she can be with us on those streets as we go and condole with our fellow mothers who are burying their children because of the liberation of this nation. But tell her thank you for having allowed you to be here in nights when you can be probably holding her and reminding her just how much more the world will be better with more children. But finally, we will have our country back. I cannot believe it. And Bernard, you have been part of this. Everybody on this platform has been consistent. Thank you. And we will praise God on the revival is here. And it takes our children with it. Thanks, guys.
Okay, asante sana Maunga. We appreciate that. This is a course that we've been on, and at times there is a message where we say that when God is silent, don't speak for him. Get double silent, and you will be able to get what he is saying. Even in silence, he speaks. And one sure thing that there's a prophecy about this country that has been on for, I think, past 3-4 years that says change is going to come to Kenya, but it's not going to come the way everybody expect it to come. It's going to come in ways that is going to shock everybody. And I believe we are in that prophetic agenda of the fulfillment of the same. Alexio, I can see you, but your gadget is not well configured. Rekebisha ukuje. Na uko na deni, kuja tu lakini. Tutadili na wewe baadaye. So, we are, this thing is being orchestrated by God. Wacha hii maneno Ruto anasema he wants talks and all that. He's not in charge anymore. And you know the worst thing is he's been thinking that he's in control. Yani ye, but ashapita 2027, okay? Ashachukua Mudavadi, wamechukua hiyo pati ya Mudavadi, wamefinya, wameingiza ndani ya UDA. Amepanga kila kitu, yani yeye ni expert. Anajua bora kona pesa, atanunua Wakenya na Wakenya watampitisha. So to him, he has calculated everything and is working according to his plan. But little did he know that there is a God in heaven. The lesson that Nebuchadnezzar learned after eating grass for 7 years, he said he has come to conclusion that there is a God in heaven. He sets one up and puts the other one down. No man is in control of all the events of their lives. This country is recovering and will recover it completely by this new change. Well, there's a video here that I want to share before we continue the conversation. Lakini nakuomba tafadhali kama uja subscribe kwa channel tafadhali. Tunahitaji our subscribers wapande on both channels. It's important. No, I need to get this video how this Gen Z are explaining this matter. It really shocked me when I had watched this video as well before Queen Mo sent it. I listened to it almost 5 times just to get the tricky and the conniving Ruto twistedness in trying to change the law behind our back without our knowledge, wrap it inside the bill, and he wants the bill passed so that he can now have powers to take land from people. And how these young ones were able to scrutinize that and double check. Hata Biblia sisi tuangaliange hivyo. This is serious. So I want you to sit back and listen with an undivided attention the next 2 minutes and 20 seconds. Follow closely and you will tell me what we are dealing with is a bunch of thugs. Hawa sio serikali, hawa ni wezi.
Proposed yesterday, and coincidentally I also happened to be going through, when you're reading these things you have to read report by the finance committee, then you go to the finance bill, then you go to the acts that were affected. That's how you consistently read so that you can understand what has been removed, what has been proposed to be removed, what has been changed, blah blah blah. So I'm going to show you something. And bro, come. So this is the finance bill 2024. So this particular section is regarding the revision of the Excise Duty Act. One of the schedules, I think it's Schedule 2 or Part 2, sorry, of the Excise Duty Act. Now this particular schedule is regarding excise duty chargeable on some goods and services. Particularly this paragraph 1 is on internet and data services. And it was initially 15% excise duty that is charged, and now they want to change it to 20%. Okay, this is the bill. This is the finance bill. Let's go to the act. This is the act according to Kenya law. That is current. So let's go to this is Schedule 1, sorry, Part 2. Let's go to paragraph 1. Telephone and internet data services shall be charged an excise duty at a rate of 20%. They've changed it already from 15 to 20. You see? Now, this has happened again in the same act, by the way. Twende tu tena kwa the act, kwa the bill. Paragraph 2, it's 15. You change it from 15, you go to 20. Let's go to the act. Paragraph 2, excise duty on money transfer services. Aya, where is it? 20%.
Okay. Queen Mo, you want to say something on that?
I would like you to say something before I come in, please, because I know you're the mathematician there.
I'm not a mathematician, but I'm a banker.
The finance person, yes, please.
Now, exactly, that just shows the jargon. Okay. There is somebody who said here that Kibaki used to prepare the budget for the country using ile karatasi ya sigara, ile sigara kali. Nipikia najua ile sigara kali. Like a small piece of paper, then he's able to write the budget for the country there. Okay. What happened that now we want 4,000 pages, okay, to prepare a bill. Those 4,000 volumes, it's all meant to sneak these things in, okay? Then they come and pretend that they have listened, they have heard, but they are passing the venom. When the venom has become the law, you get arrested, unafika before the judge, wanakusomea sheria, hiyo sheria hujawahi sikia. All of it was buried into those 4,000 pages. I think that's why I'm saying we are dealing with thugs. We are dealing with criminals. This is not how a government works. This is not how legislation is done. Legislation is supposed to be simple. It's supposed to be clear. Then it's not supposed to be fraudulent with hidden information. No. And so these guys have been doing this for ages. And that is why they were even appointed in that area, because they know how to steal using the change of law. That's why they want to be changing the law every year, because with a change of law, you can easily steal and you will not be noticed. And so I'm happy that this is coming out. And for this action, there's the one for land. I'll be playing it later. For this one, that's why we need this thing rejected totally. We remain with 2023, and the 2023, we are still going to scan it. And when we find all these fraudulent things inside, we also rubbish it. We go back to 2022. Tutumie ile finance bill ya Uhuru Kenyatta, mpaka tujue ni nini kinaendelea for now. I think that to me is a plus. Asante.
Thank you, sir. I think I'm allowed to speak now. Okay. Now, I think
go ahead, please.
Somebody sent me that, and earlier this week, I had contacted a friend of mine who is a finance and tax expert, a lady, because it's rare to hear ladies speak, and she's a thorough one, very thorough. She's been working with these big companies. Now she works on her own, and I've been begging her, but she said what she has seen is beyond defying. There are like hundreds of laws that have been introduced into the finance bill, and it's not good. Even herself, she said she wants to wait a bit before she comes and before I can interview her. But in my understanding, what you said is all true. And I would like to challenge Stone PK and agree with Mr. Wangira that, in fact, the Constitution is the basis for the entire, revolt. It is the basis. And what the young people are quoting on and on and on is Article 37. Yes, they are right, to come together peacefully and protest. And Article number 1, all sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya and shall be exercised only in accordance with the Constitution. The people may exercise their sovereign power either directly or through their democratically elected representatives, or C, the judiciary, the independent tribunals, or the county level, at the county level. So this is where now this young girl, what she has done here, she has exercised her sovereign power to review the Finance Act independently, directly, because she knows that she can no longer trust, those other organs and institutions that are mentioned in that Article 1. So this is what the young people are doing, and I totally, agree with them. And I commend them for doing this, because actually this is what we are paid to do. What she has done is that this is what they have been paid to do. I was talking today to a very young kid who just graduated in actuarial sciences from, I think, where was it? Edgerton University. He doesn't have a job yet. But this is the kind of thing that an independent body must do. We must get all those actuarial scientists, finance specialists, and they have said, the young people have said, if doctors and lawyers can avail themselves to come and provide services for free, then finance experts, actuarial scientists, accountants, and I told them to add sociologists and evaluators. We need to come together and provide the same free services pro bono to our people. Review those 4,000 pages if it's even worth it. You see, because this is a kind of, because that is our role. That is our sovereign, as the sovereign people of Kenya. That is actually our responsibility. So when you see this kind of abnormality, within the whole constitution, if you see that, within the finance bill, you know that is a rotten egg. And the fact is that, I don't know whether people are aware of this, but the stages through which these documents go through is important for everyone to understand. That they start out as a policy document, okay? Then they move into a bill, which is brought to Parliament and debated. And before it is accepted and becomes law, as in an act. But so far, what they have done is that they have taken, preliminary matters that should have been discussed at the bill level and decided to accelerate it to become a law. So that while it's being discussed as a bill and debated by the country, it is already being enshrined in law. What that means is that actually there's no point. It negates the whole purpose of a debate. It negates the whole purpose of even the parliament meeting. In fact, it appears to me that I would probably consider that those Congress people who were sitting inside Parliament the other day were there to just rubber stamp the bill. There's no discussion, the act. They have already progressed the bill to the act, in my view. In my understanding, we are not talking about a finance bill. We are talking about a finance act. Because if the act has already changed to reflect what is being proposed in the bill, what that means is that actually there's no point of discussing the bill. The bill has already been accentuated. All they did was rubber stamp it and announce it publicly. But this is something that in private, they had already agreed to. And therefore, what we are facing is another animal. We should be talking about the Finance Act. We should progress and forget about the bill right now and discuss the act. Because if the act is reading different from the bill, if the act is reading what is reflected in terms of the proposal by the bill, it means that it negates any reason to discuss the bill. We should be discussing the act. We should be discussing the law. And this is a law that is already, I believe, I don't know whether it has been already accentuated to, whether, I'm not so sure, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm saying to myself, this is a very big, it's a smoking gun. This is a red flag. A maroon flag, And so this also gives credit to the protest. It further credits the protest. In fact, the protest should be times 10. It should be times 10, because now behind our backs, not only have they proposed a bill and hoodwinked us to imagine that we're talking about a bill, when in fact, They have already accelerated this and already moved it into an act. I was extremely angry when I saw that, because the level of deception, the level of irresponsibility, the level of, should I say, there's a word, I'm trying to look for it, the disdain for the Kenyan people that is being shown by the MPs and the leadership, the complete disdain, hatred for the Kenyan people. We are dealing with a spirit of evil, complete and total evil. And evil is not to be negotiated with. It is not to be negotiated with. So no, we're not having any discussions with nobody, you know? Although I think I made a mistake and I pressed yes. No. I wish I could go back and change that. No, remove my vote. It is no. No way. No way should we be discussing anything with anyone, because really, we have been hoodwinked. Tumefungwa macho. Tumefungwa macho. We have been lied to again. Even as they debate the bill, they are lying. These people cannot tell a word of truth. They can't. There's no truth that can come out of these people's mouths. Now, in terms of Mr. Mangira, what he said, I completely agree that I was looking at what, I did not follow what he had said at the church, but I heard it from Mangira now. And I was like, what? So he mentioned all these things, and he did not mention the 2 children who have died. One of them through a gunshot wound, and the other one through battery of his private parts. Why? Why? And all the other children who have been injured. Let's not forget the injured ones. There are many who have been injured and probably maimed. Let's not just concentrate on those who died, which is tragic. Let's also concentrate on those ones who have been maimed and hurt badly, okay? And traumatized. Trauma is also, PTSD is an issue. So what I'm saying is, such a person is soulless. We're dealing with a soulless, yani hana soul. He has no feelings. He's a stone. So there's no point. Don't even bother. Don't bother. Me, I would say do not. There is no hope whatsoever. And anybody who has been cheated, hoodwinked, still is a sycophant of the Ruto, let me tell you, you're all in the same category. Muka pamoja. You're exactly the same as him. Exactly. And you're to be feared. You are to be feared. Yeah, so what I'm saying is, I mean, I've tried to use every kizungu mingi. Nimetumia kizungu mingi hapa. And because there's no other way, unless I revert to mother tongue. And if I do, it will be worse. So all I can say is, guys, I also wanted to talk to Lady Maunga. Lady Maunga, I feel like I was talking to you the other day when I was interviewing this lady called Annette, who is the mother of a Gen Z kid. The spirit that is behind the Gen Z is the mothers of the Gen Z. Most likely the mothers, the grandmothers, but mother, I can see the spirit of the mother. Now, I also want to caution Stone PK. Be careful when you tell people to put God away, to put God aside. Because actually, God is everywhere. He's in the Muslim mosque. The mosque was providing shelter and water, for the protesters. Not only that, the Somali community was providing meals of 1,000 shillings per plate, feeding a multitude of people with that rice and goat food that they have in their restaurants. In fact, a lot of it was given free. Those people are not Christians, but they follow a God. They have their God that they follow, okay? So the Christians are the ones who are Johnny come lately, I can call them that. But at least they finally arrived. The Christians are arriving, starting with the Catholic Church. They have taken a long time to get here, but they're arriving slowly. But the reason why they can't is because they're compromised. Walikula pesa, all right? So I don't think, Stone PK, you have any moral authority or any moral authority or anything. Any reason, you do not have a platform to discredit God here, because you're going to be offending me and many other people. Because by the way, I hope you know that we are going to be benefiting from the prayers of many mothers who have laid their hands on their children and blessed them. and put their hands. Whenever my son comes to visit me from America, I always make him kneel down for a blessing. I bless him by force, even if he's in 30s now. And until he got used to it, whether he's in front of his girlfriend, I don't care. I will lay hands on my son because as a mother, I am his second God. So the reason that we have those children there is because of the mothers. We must be grateful to the mothers and fathers, but mostly mothers who are behind those children. Those children are relying on their mothers' prayers and blessings. So stop PK. You cannot be riding free bure like that. Saying that there's no God, that he trash God.
Order, Queen. Order, Queen Mo. Thank you.
Sorry. How many words have I used? Apologies.
I think you've exhausted the 2,500. And it's okay. Thank you. I think we are overstretching the issue of God and getting it out of context. Stony PK has not denied God or the existence of God or encouraged people to leave God. What he said is the Kenyans and the politicians have taken advantage of the Kenyan attitude of leaving things in the hands of God. Okay? So they do everything negative and they ask Kenyans to leave it with God. So his notion of calling God in this effect, he said there is a role for us to play and there is the role of God to play in our lives. The God has given us brain, he has given us energy, he has given us signal. Let us act. I think that's what I get from Stone PK. It's not that he doesn't believe God or he doesn't need God. I think it's one of the most religious people I know on this platform. And to me, that is just putting everything in their proper context. Okay? Proper context in the sense that where we are required to act, God is not going to do for us. There is a phrase here I've said here before that my bishop taught me. Say, prayer is useless when the ways of God are neglected. Prayer is useless when God's ways are neglected. Whatever God has asked you to do, he will never do it for you, no matter how long you ask him to do. Okay? He has told husband, love your own wife. You have refused to love your own wife, you have gone to pray that God will send more love to your wife. God already asked you to love your wife. So he will not do it for you because he has assigned you to do it. So the switching of responsibility, it is what we need to, and as an escape route. Okay? You want to run away from responsibility, hautaki kuulizwa kwa nini mambo haikuenda. So you will always say ya Mungu haijulikani, tuliachia Mungu. Maneno ya Ruto tumeachia Mungu. Hapana, maneno ya Ruto ni tufukuze. Kama tumbiri wamevamia shamba lako, huwezi kuachia Mungu, unachukua mkuki, unaenda kukimbiza tumbiri. Kenya imevamiwa na tumbiri. Tumbiri zimekula mahindi, zimekula dawa hospitalini, zimekula pesa ya masomo. Tumbiri ndio hizo sasa zinataka kukula watoto wetu. Tutataka kuachia Mungu ama tuende kusaidiana na Mungu? Kufukuza tumbiri. So
sorry, Bernard, but he's preaching to the choir because basically already they're converted. They know that faith, the Gen Z know that faith without works is dead. And what the Gen Z don't like and what he was instigating here is some sort of lecture. This approach of lecturing the Gen Zs is not good. Yeah, it's really not good. So I think he should desist from that. Yeah, that's just my view. Really, I understand what you're saying.
Thank you. I think let's engage when he comes back so that he can have right of reply, other than us talking behind his back. But to me, that's what I get, and I believe if you get otherwise, let us also put that in proper perspective. Another thing that I avoid, Ngoja, there is another thing I avoid deliberately, especially on this platform, is the introduction of religious war. Okay, preferring one religion over another. We hear we say cosmo-religion, okay? Yeah, we have Muslims here, we have Hindus here, we have Christians here, and we have atheists here, okay? And as a platform, as much as we engage people on spiritual issues, I am not a preachers who believe that I have to impose my faith on you. I would love to win you over to my faith, but I can't impose it on you, because if I impose it, it doesn't work. It doesn't profit you, and it wastes my energy and my time. So the best thing I can do is tell you what I believe, leave the what I believe before your eyes. Now, if you like it and you want to be part of it, then I've won you over. Lakini kusema the church is not like the mosque and the mosque is not like the church is true. The mosque is a different system of religion, so is the church. And then, so I wouldn't want us to get into that aspect of getting at loggerheads and beginning to preach this over the other. Churches are led by people, so are the mosques, and people are just people. And one of the greatest deliverance to experience is to appreciate the fact that people are just people. Whether they are called reverend, bishop, archbishop, man of God, woman of God, they are first and foremost people. And people will react to issues differently. Kuna yule anaweza kuwa ni bishop wa Holy Family Basilica, but he is an employee of that religion. And then headquarters imepiga simu, usiruhusu mtu aingie kwa hiyo compound, funga milango yote. Okay? So yeye kama binafsi angependa kufungulia kila mtu, lakini mkubwa amesema asimfungulie mtu yeyote. We celebrate Valentine. Father Valentine, was it Father Valentine and all that? Ye walikuwa wamezuia wapenzi wasikutane. Yeye akaanza kupanga vijana wakutane kinyume cha dini, kinyume cha wale ambao walikuwa wamezuia. That's why we call that Valentine Day. Those of you who understand the history behind that. So kuna mambo mengi tu unaweza fanya, lakini isiwe ni dini yako imefanya ama kanisa imefanya ama mosque imefanya. We do it on an individual level. And that to me is better godliness than when we have to hide behind the religion to do good. Doing good one to another is a humanitarian as well as a divine reality. Do to others what you wish them to do to you. So that doesn't even need me to be a church person, doesn't need me to be a mosque person. I have a humanitarian obligation to do good to every human being, regardless of their religion, regardless of their race. And that really, to me, is a more positive aspect of godliness than hii ya kusema nafanya hivi kwa sababu kanisa walisema, natoa hii kwa sababu kanisa walisema, nalisha wajane kwa sababu kanisa ilisema. So it is church doing, it's not you, and you are not even becoming better by doing whatever you are doing. Thank you. Enough of that. The other things we'll learn along the way. Kama vile huyu mzee amesema vizuri, Wangira naona mkono uko juu, Maunga subiri kidogo tu. I want you to get clearly what this man is saying and listen carefully.
And we are not alone. There's a new force of nature at hand, stirring all over the world. They are the young people whom, frankly, we have failed, who are angry, who are organized, who are capable of making a difference. They are a moral army. And the most important thing that we can do for them is to get the hell out of their way.
Yes, Maunga, I'll give you half a minute, then Wangira, a non-script amekuja na finance bill, so
Najua, it's a good thing to see him. And then karibu sana, we missed you. So I just wanted to clarify to Queen Mo. We've had faces on this channel, yeah? We've had faces where we were really charged pre-elections. Or during the election, you should have seen us. Post-election, we were deflated in a way. Then we've stretched to the level of frustration. It's been a journey. For us to get here, It's been one where you're thinking, we were even calling on, mganga mmoja akuje tu, tutamfinance. Aroge Ruto, kama maombi yetu, haifiki mahali. I mean, we were saying, let the ends justify the means. So when PK is a staunch Catholic, and I know I was raised in the Catholic Church, and today watching Holy Family doing what it did to the young people, I recall one time just pre-Easter when my kid bro and I had to go and wash the church. And I've never forgotten what that act was. And as a little baby, as a little girl, and having done that and always reminding God sometimes whenever I feel that I need to speak with him, I go back and tell him, just like Hezekiah, to remember. That is an act that I remember. So watching Holy Family allow those young people today to demonstrate on behalf of their future was a very nostalgic moment. So Queen Mo, everything we say on this channel is based on that face. We have had faces. This has been a home for us. So it's been one of those things. So by the time PK was saying that, he was those ones of what God? The God I grew up being told about. I was told that I should be raised in the ways of the Lord, that I will never depart from it. I have no intentions of departing. But why is he associating his name with this guy? Kumbe, God wanted to show up in a big way. And just as Bernard has said, we all fall short of his glory. So many at the times on this channel, we fell short of God's glory. And we've repented, and we repent and look at him, showing us off in a way that only he can. Thanks.
Okay, quickly, Mr. Wangira.
Bernard, my gadget is running low on power, so allow me just 2 minutes to conclude on my contribution before it goes off, Bernard. I am glad to listen to Maungu, talk about the mothers of the political prisoners. I remember in 1990, there was this magazine that was being run by this guy called Pius Nyamora. Those times I was a young man, but politically active, On that day, Bernard, it carried a picture. On one side, there was a young policeman who could not face, a naked mother, Bernard. And, that was the real, that was the symbol of a struggle those times. Bernard, I wish that, the mothers can come out strongly this Thursday, Bernard, to stand with the families of, Rex and Evans. As the mothers, and if you are a mother, any child is your child. And I hope that, on Thursday, they will come out strongly to stand with the family of Rex and Evans, and to tell the police that, they can no longer watch as their children go down. Oh, my sister Queen, thank you for coming in for me. People misunderstand me on this platform more often. But, it's just that because, I believe that, we must have, some guide. And I believe that, the guide that we have in this country, is the Kenyan 2010 Constitution. And I believe that, the Kenyan 2010 Constitution is a living document, is a very vibrant document. It's a document that we really need to implement. And if we implement this document, Bernard, this country will become a better place for us. And going, the constitutional route, Bernard, watching William Samoei Ruto yesterday, 2 things came up, Bernard. One of the things that came up, Bernard, William Samoei Ruto is making history as, a president who is becoming lame duck on his first term. Presidents, become lame duck, Bernard, on their second term, because that's when they are seen as ineffective, Bernard. Because, when you're on the second term, many people, see you as outgoing, a person who cannot push anything. But, funnily, we are seeing, a president in Kenya who has now become lame duck. Secondly, Bernard, now, having become lame duck, there's that issue of legitimacy. Where is the President William Ruto's legitimacy as President of the Republic of Kenya? Do the people of Kenya, recognize his government as being rightful, Bernard? Those are some of the questions that we should be asking. And, to answer these questions, Bernard, the other time I told you that, we need to test this constitution, Bernard. And, PK does not like me quoting the constitution, but let me quote it. We need to test this constitution, Bernard. And we need to start testing this constitution, Bernard, by trying to impeach this guy. Members of parliament must try to impeach William Samoei Ruto. It does not matter, whether it will succeed or not, but that's how we test this document, because that his legitimacy is in doubt now, Bernard. It's up to members of parliament to try and impeach him, Bernard. And I believe this is the time that, William Samoei Ruto should be impeached. Let me just stop there and allow somebody else to come in. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana. All those avenues are going to be exercised. And of course, we shouldn't just exercise because we would want to see something happen. But I think there is enough grounds for the impeachment of William Ruto. And if there is anything that can salvage the parliament right now, is that motion. In fact, those who would want to use to distract the attention of the country, that would be a very good option. But to me, all those things are coming into play. And the worst part of it is that they are self-inflicted. William Ruto angojange shida, anaenda kutafuta shida, anaileta. Okay, because I don't know what he has eaten, but it is terrible that he looks for problems everywhere and makes things that become problematic. Yes, Mr. Wangira, what is it?
I just forgotten just one small point in a half a minute, Bernard. On the issue of the finance bill, Bernard. This finance bill was supposed to only raise around 300 billion shillings, which means that if we start with the 2023 finance bill, Bernard, we'll still operate as a country. So, because we are going in what we call, the second reading, Bernard, I will advise, the leader of the majority in parliament, Bernard, Kimani Ichung'wah, come next Tuesday, Bernard, to just withdraw the bill. They can just withdraw the bill, Bernard, and, allow us to continue with the 2023, finance bill, as we look on how to handle this situation. That's the thing that I've forgotten. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. A good suggestion for Mr. Wangira. But if the withdrawal of the bill is to stop the demos, it's misguided. It's not going to work. Secondly, even the 2023 had a lot of those budgeted corruption. And that budgeted corruption is the really pain behind the demos. Why should we foot somebody's luxurious life and it tells us to tighten the belt when his belt alone is able to feed our primary school kids lunch for a whole year? That is unacceptable. And so we must revert to factory setting as a country. In fact, like the wherever Burkina Faso president, watu walipe mshahara kulingana na masomo yao. Kama masomo yako ni grade D, ulipe mshahara. Ukwe president na uko grade D, unalipa mshahara wa grade D. Huyu president in the service position, okay? But the really determinant of your salary should be your qualifications, not public office. Yule alisema at president awe ndio ulipo pesa mingi kuliko watu wengine, hiyo sijui ilitoka wapi. Watu wote kwa civil servant, they are in job groups, okay? And salaries are determined by your job group. But that job group is arrived at considering your qualifications, your papers. So mtu una karatasi yeyote, you go and rig yourself into office, you become a member of parliament, and suddenly you begin to earn millions. The doctors that went to school for 10 years, you can't give them 200,000. And the person to decide how much the doctor is paid is the person who's called Enjara Enyingi Engo.
Na by the way, tunataka kushtaki Sudi. Tunataka kushtaki Sudi kwa kutumia jina engineer, and he is not an engineer. It is the next movement. As engineers, we feel intimidated by that idiot.
Sasa Njiru, wewe ukiwa engineer, Sudi amekunyang'anya engineer na umeona akikunyang'anya, hukusema chochote. Kubali umeshindwa, acha kutusumbua. All in all, thank you. Now, nataka tukue na order, tafadhali. Na masaa ndio haya na katika Stony PK hujafika? Mimi naona bado uko kwa steering.
leo sifiki ndugu yangu nani
Yo, Vicky.
baba, leo sitafika. Leo niko kila mahali. Unfortunately, I will not be able to anchor myself somewhere, but I'm mobile, na hiyo ndio hali ya maisha. So unataka niongee kitu? Naona Father Daniel, nawasalimia nyinyi wote bana.
Kuna mtu tuna prejudice, please.
Sawa.
Wacha tupendeze sana. Subiri kidogo, wewe ushakohoa. Kuna watu watatu ambao wajasema lolote, nataka hao watangulie kwanza, nyi wengine mtakuja baadaye. Cha muhimu, we are 2 o'clock is 25 minutes after 2 a.m. East African time. We are already on the home stretch. This is the 4th hour of the show. And so tuanze kulipa bili. Tukiendelea na mazungumzo, tunalipa bill. Sawa sawa. So tuma mchango wako, tukiendelea na mazungumzo. Details mko nazo. You don't even need, nimeweka kwa comment section. I've pinned it to the poll question. So as we talk, the final hour ya show inakuanga, unatuma mchango wako ili tuendeleze show bila kusumbuliwa. Tunalipa tokens, tunalipa wifi na mambo mengine tu ambaye yanasababisha hii show kuendelea. So tuma mia yako, 50 yako, 500 yako, 10,000 yako ili tusiingie katika hatari ya kuanza kuregulate and to dim the light because we are saving. Please, let's do that. Unknown scripts. Welcome. You're still hiding from Ruto. Inua kamera uone vizuri, wanatafuta watu kama wewe.
Kabisa Bernard, huyu mtu my brother and script, lazima tuzijue hizo scripts. Let's begin by seeing the face.
Well, thank you, Bernard. One thing, be in charge. I've seen some. You did talk about. Is it DJ something? He just comes and anaropoka too.
Huyu anaitwa Njiru na nyinyi ndio maengineer. Unajua saa ingine maengineer wananisumbua kwa sababu ati mimi sio engineer. So wakiwevu hiyo kadi yao ya engineer wanafikiria nitanyamaza.
Apaleke, if he feels offended, he can prosecute him, not on this platform, on the other courts where they share something together. How is Padre? I've seen Queen Mo. Maunga is absent, but Lala is here. So how is Bernard? How are all of us? I'm happy to see you, Stone PK. I keep reminding you, at one point you were rejected. At one point you was rejected, but with the time, he has become the cornerstone. There are so many things to talk about. I don't know whether I just shed some light regarding this impeachment that all of us, some people seem to think is the right time. Now, if you all know, for those who are very conversant with the issues around the constitution, the Kenyan constitution was not meant for this country. And that is why things which work in other countries, in Kenya, they seem to be on the other side. So many things are not right. You cannot do any impeachment here and hope to get something. Is it Njiru who was trying to talk about that? You will not get far. The way this thing is framed, it was not meant for the bad manners in Kenya. You'll be surprised a car will still somehow get away around it. Maybe just to make a general comment, if anything, some people are already saying, Sakai is saying that he can now talk and listen to the Gen Zs. My goodness, if you do that, you'll be in for a big surprise. For the reason, this finance bill, the way it was done in the first place, hii ndio unasikia mtu mmepangwa. And that is why, for those who see far, the issue about the bread, the issue about the motor vehicles, these were all set up. And it's like all Kenyans have fallen for it. What these fellows were hoping was that at the right time, to appear to be the people who listen, Because remember, the so-called public participation? It is all a hoax. Most Kenyans are, for whatever reason, are not even seeing this. There is no participation there. If it was, you should know who then are the stakeholders. Who then do you listen to? They pretend to talk about public participation, but they are the ones who are participating on the other side. So by the end of it, you say that, you have made so much noise about the bread and what have you. All this thing was put there so that it is withdrawn at the right time. It is the same approach some people do when they want to promote sales. I tell you, look, this pen was 400. I'm giving you at 50% discount. You know, I give you a wrong price so that I appear to be reducing it, just to play with your psychology. That is what these fellows did about the bread. They knew the outcry was going to be there, but they wanted to look good so that as I think the lady who was talking about those clauses, Bernard, the clip you have just watched, so that you don't pay attention to the details where the real issues are. The bread that you are complaining about, I come and see you have nimetoa. Si sasa uko sawa. The motor vehicle thing which he was talking about, even the way it was being crafted, the way of the motor vehicle tax through the insurance, what have you. For those who see deep, you could see it was not going to work. But they knew that to appear on the surface as the right person, the one who is pleasing you, we remove it. Then you say, okay. Then they come around and tell you, you know what? You complained about this to Metoa. You see, we are listening to you. And they used it correctly. They are telling you that, you know, through public participation, we realize this is Iaikai Poana or Kenyans. We have listened to Kenyans. We are the consulting government. We are the listening government. That is the thing they try to bring forward. Yet, it was all a setup. The real issues are still deep there. Now, the current setup, which now appears to be coming on, and it might actually give way for Zakayo before Tuesday. Why? Because now he wants to try as much as he can to infiltrate these Gen Zs. You realize, because the previous demos, because the leaders were known, they knew who to talk to. With this group, you do not know exactly who do you talk to. That is a big problem for Zakai. Now, he's busy working day and night, buying Jay-Z's, take it from me. Now, by the time he appears to call them for a round table discussion, he will be having his people there. So you will find some strange proposals, some strange concessions coming from within the Jay-Z's themselves. You would not know he has infiltrated and bought them. What he wants is, by the end of the day, he will come to tell you, you know what? You see, I've listened to you. So he will let the same Jay-Z's, the section who have been bought, are the ones who are going to turn around that, you know, the president is willing to talk, the president is ready to discuss. And in the same thing, he's going to start giving concessions so that you say that, we wanted what? You wanted this tax on the internet. It has been removed. You wanted this tax on health, higher education. It has been removed. He creates his own people on the Jay-Z side to come and put forward a case that you want help, for example, returned. By the time the help is being returned, you will not know that he is the one who has engineered the return. Now, you realize the way the finance bill is to be passed. He already, in that church where he was already talking about education, how he is going to support education fully through bursaries, through the CDF. Now, for those who know where the CDF came from, CDF is a way of stealing from Kenyans. CDF is a way of stealing from Kenyans. Guys, people should see this. What did he do? As a way of bribing the MPs, as some of people have already noticed, they decided to add, did you how many billions on the so-called CDF? Now, remember, the CDF is money given to the MPs where the accountability from the previous auditors' reports have been only 15%. Only 15% of the MPs have been able to account for their CDF money. Now, who informed the idea that the CDF should go ahead and be increased? It is the same Zakayo. Now, some people wonder, how exactly does Zakayo bribe the MPs? CDF is one of them. Why can't you leave education for the fellows who are dealing with it? Why should we have education money through the CDF? Some of us, I really get very pained. You push money through the CDF so that the people you help to get elected, that is the way you want them to give them money to go around. It is very sad. It is very sad. I only pray that the idea of the infiltrations which they are trying, you realize that, for example, the demos, the way the Jay-Z's have been doing their thing, one thing you do not, the idea that you don't know who to bribe or who to buy is very good. I think that's where the success of this thing is going to be. You do not know where to buy, who to buy. Now, that is a good thing. The other thing is, I think there's something I wanted to say about the way the Jay-Z's are doing their thing. They shouldn't be too fast to say how they organized what their strategy is. You don't share sides. You don't share sides. You don't talk about which WhatsApp group. All those WhatsApp groups they go up talking about in the open, they are going to be infiltrated by the same Zakai. They wouldn't know at what point who among the so-called WhatsApp groups are the wrong people. Now, anyway, I just wanted to. I have so many issues to talk about, but let me talk a little about the so-called this budget and the issues being knocked down. To realize that you see, for example, the issues about some of the so-called priorities in the finance bill. Some things which are so obvious out. Now, there are known things that one of the approach these people want to take is, you see, the issues like the budget around the spouses, the first lady, the second lady, all those unplanned or the so-called undisclosed expenses. They call them what? Like the 800 million on what?
Confidential.
Yeah, on the confidential expenses. Now, those are easy picks. Those are low-hanging fruits. And these are the ones Zakayo is trying the strategy now going forward. That is what he's trying to do. He's trying to get a team to come out and isolate all this. It is so easy to drop the so-called confidential expenses. And now I ask you, are you okay now? Are you satisfied? If you are the one, assuming on Tuesday they came okay, the so-called renovations on the DP's residence, the 600 million, they'll tell you that they have dropped. Huh? We have returned now. There is no taxation on the pads, on the sanitary pads. Now there is no taxation on the connections on the internet, social media. Now, by the end of it,
please land. The queue is
by the end of it, the Jay-Z's, if they are not careful, they are going to make Zakayo drop all the low-hanging fruits and ask you, now, uko sawa? Because remember the details, Bernard, like the clip we have just watched. I'm sure there are very many others which nobody has even noticed. Now, the obvious ones are going to be dropped, and the world will be told now all this now to Metoa.
Now, a non-script, the premise of the demos is reject the whole bill, no amendments. So, and even that does not mean Zakayo is not going. So any person throwing some maize or some carrots to try and stop this movement, it will still be swept away by the same. I'm happy that you are raising up the issue of infiltration by Ruto and Tim. I must confess that Ruto and Tim are very poisonous when they infiltrate a place. I am a practical example. Everybody knows here that I was working very closely with Bunge la Wananchi, Jacaranda. And Bunge la Wananchi, Jacaranda was super majority Azimio movement. But Sakaja and Jalango and Kasipur invaded the place. And as we speak right now, the Azimio are the minority at Jacaranda. So I understand what you're saying. But what is happening right now is I want to put that in perspective. What's happening right now is that these people that they are even calling for negotiation, they will get a false group as a representative. These people don't have a representative. But of course, Kenyans being opportunistic as usual, they will craft a committee to go and say they are the representatives of JNC they want to discuss and carry the money that is involved in it. But I don't think that's sufficient to call off this, because they can't call it off because they did not call it on. And so we should not invest so much into talking about the attempt of William Ruto to scuttle this movement. Of course, he has to, and that's why even right now, those arrests. What is funny about the arrests is that they are arresting people to look for information. They arrest you and say, "Where's your laptop? Who is sponsoring you? Who is funding this?" So the government has no idea on who is behind this and how this is working. And so they are picking on different people to try and squeeze information from them. That's how desperate they are. And if this thing is pushed in good time, before they know who is behind, they should have been pushed in the behind.
Bernard, let me conclude by pointing out one or two things. What you have said is exactly what is going on. I just didn't want to be so direct. But let me tell you, see, for example, there have been the mother of that gentleman who was killed, and people those who can help are busy channeling their assistance towards that. They apparently they have the people they suspect are in this. Now, so far, most people have been actually channeling funds towards that lady, isn't it? Now, if they suspect that Bernard, for example, is one of the influencers behind this group, they will be busy trying to find out if at all you are one among the so-called well-wishers towards that. They want to see what you are pushing there. And I'm just using that as an example. You can imagine if all the suspected fellows are being monitored to see how they are going to respond to this, something which is directly to the benefit of the Jay-Zs. Now, with that, we hope they will get to know who exactly are supporting this in one way or another. Now, what I wanted to conclude by talking about is to do with you see the infiltration which I'm talking about. This thing is real, and you see, like now there is already a team purporting to be on Zakayo's side, trying to talk to the Jay-Zs who they think are the major ones, to try at pretending to be putting down all the issues that they have. Now, part of the so-called Jay-Zs who are being approached are the ones who are seen to be, we may be listening to what they want the president to do. And Zakayo is very cunning. He's telling them, guys, I'm giving you my ear. Tell me everything that you have a problem with. Now, by the time by the time you list down all that, then they would have done exactly what Bernard you are proposing. They are going to craft some people, so-called people, because you can't have all the Jay-Zs having the so-called talk that the guy is trying to cobble up. So those people are going to be like the ones who are, they're going to be the representative. The moment you get that tag that you are representing the Jay-Zs, now there starts the problem. There starts the problem. Now you not know, by the time you get the tag that you are representative, it means you have the tag to talk for them. And Bernard, that is where the worry is, because this, it means that whatever this you call, Zakai would believe whatever he uses, whoever if he manages to convince this so-called representative group, he would think he has gotten his way through. Now these fellows are saying that they want a total rejection, isn't it? Now if he has convinced you to tell them to bring up the list of the items you have against the bill, and he purportedly implies that now he is addressing them. And then you have the so-called, now the people who have gotten the tag of representative are the ones who are saying, okay, amekubali hii, amekubali hii. That will be the time that they will be beginning to weaken the demands. That will be the time that you'll be giving to terms of the demand. And like somebody also implied, they are going to have to postpone this and say that they are giving a chance to the talks to listen to the Jay-Zs. More or less like what they did with the Kalonzo group. Then they tell you now, we have the talks going on. We have agreed with their representatives. This is what they want. The government has agreed to shelve this for 1 month. Bernard, do you see how they are going to? We have shelved this discussion. We have put everything on hold.
Hey, let's I don't want to call that speculating. That as you read into your crystal ball, we shouldn't lose sight that it is more than just having settlements. This is grievances that are far-reaching. The finance bill is just a trigger, and it cannot be a cure, because we are talking of 600,000 young people that did not respond to the calling letter to the university as we speak right now. Why? The fee structure that came with the calling letter could not let them reply. So it is not just a finance bill, it is far-reaching issues. And then Ruto playing politics with it will even make it worse. And so as much as Ruto will be conniving and schema to try to scuttle this, I don't think he has an upper hand in this. He's the one that needs to beg, not the other way around. We have not gone for a morsel of bread at State House. We don't need it. What we need is our country back so that we run it the way we want and get what we seek from the same. Naomba tafadhali, in the interest of time, Julia, kama uko karibu, naomba utafute admin powers tafadhali. We are time bad. I'm just requesting if you are not far.
Okay, I'm not in the house. Let me see. I don't know. PK yako mbali.
PK is not around today in terms of admin powers. So ni wewe tu tunategemea, and then we can get somebody to moderate as you add. Nani aliposafiri kurudi nyumbani sijamuona, Mkenya mkora. Mtafutie Kipril. Kipril kwanza wewe you ask for admin powers kujia so that you can run the show. Otherwise, Julia, tegea hapo tumsikilize nani. Kuna Padri, kuna Lala, alafu ndio wewe. Padri, over to you.
That there are plans to postpone the talk as a way of
okay, thank you. Anybody can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
I would like to differ with a non-script, because basically what I've seen is
even if they gather some people together and say, okay, this is a group we are talking with, they are not going to convince them. Yesterday after the show, I stayed a little bit awake for some time. Then the consecration in Nyahururu started, and I followed every bit. The first part I followed it through the SCK Diocese channel. I raised a few questions in there about Oresapit, Gashagwa, and Zakayo. They blocked me. Then I had to look for another way of getting back. So I found another channel. So I followed everything. But towards the morning, it was early morning here in the US, and listening to Ruto speak, I could tell Ruto was so shaken. Even after moving all the police officers that he could afford, the thousands who covered all the place was secure, then they brought these screening methods, and it's like, hello, even when I come to Houston here, when I come to the US, I don't get screened such much. Like, why do you bring all this in a public where everybody's invited? So that means from the very beginning, Ruto had information that is not welcome in Nyahururu. Remember when Moi was on his way out, he ran to Nyahururu and he was cast from Nyahururu. And that was the beginning of his downfall. I don't know whether it's a prophecy or something that may come to be true, but I guess Ruto is having it very tough. He cannot handle it. And then when they were saying that the agencies were almost getting in towards the end of his speech, actually they were delayed outside. They would have gotten in before even he finished his speech. So when they were overcoming the people to get in, Ruto was sneaked out, and he never addressed anybody as he usually does. After service, he goes out, stands, and say hello, one as if he were in the streets. He never did that. Then that tells you he's a scared person, but he does not know how to get out of what he has put himself into. The other part I would like to talk about is yesterday when we were talking, we heard that Leslie, the son to J.B. Motuli, the Attorney General, was kidnapped. I'm reliably told that he was not kidnapped to harm him, but to kidnap him to prevent him from joining the rest of the guys who are his age mates. So they can use such kind of things. Those fellows who are popular and they want to get into that function, they kidnap them and keep them away from being part of the protests. The other part I would like to talk about is when you look at the protests, the agencies, what they are talking about, sometimes we think as if they do not understand what they are talking about. I've seen very many clips of Gen Zs talking about what they stand for. They stand for deeper than what we think. I was watching a clip who one man was giving us a history on how we have come to where we are today. And he's a Gen Z, can be my son. I'm an old man, that's what I can accept. But he understands how we have come to where we are today. So let us not take them as if they do not understand what they are doing. They understand. It's only that we have not given them an opportunity to explain what they have seen and what they know and where they want to go. Number two, when somebody says they are being funded, because I saw this Maora fellow sometimes trying to say there's a power behind these young people, funding them, propelling them, giving them what they need. As I was listening to the conversation that it was 7 hours the other day, where Murkomen was insulted and the president ran out of the Twitter space, I can tell you for sure, these guys, they don't need our money. What they need is our support. But if I can send them $50 to buy some drinking water, that's not a big deal. We can do that. But we are not going to buy it by giving them some money or bringing them into talks and convincing them like Ruto tried to do in Eldoret when he had, I understand, he had 4 separate meetings in Eldoret, trying to pacify the people, the young generation, not to demonstrate because they are portraying him in a bad image from Washington Gishu and Eldoret. But I understand he was just speaking to those who are agreeing with whatever he was saying. But those who never agreed with what he was saying, he never attended. So it was not fruitful. He cannot do that the whole country. He cannot do that in Nairobi. And I understand my brother, the last born in our family, is part of that group. And I pray that they do not shoot him. But at the same time, I pray that these young people don't lose hope, that they never get scared. They stand for that which they stand for. I saw a young man who is not a Catholic who went to Minor Basilica in Nairobi, in the Catholic Church. He just went to the altar, where even the Catholics themselves, they don't go usually. He ran up there, threw up the flag, and said, "We reject the finance bill." And after he said what he said, they applauded him and they accepted his message. And the Archbishop was forced to write a quick statement that was read by somebody outside the church to make sure the people are comfortable with the message the young man was talking about. That's how far these young people can push us. And as for me, I will agree if they come and occupy the church, I'm good with it because we have failed them from our part. We have not strongly stood for that which is right. We have taken a soft landing. It's like, okay, we write a pastoral letter. How many people read those pastoral letters? But if you speak, people hear, people listen, people see. But if you just write a letter and then give it out as a statement, it does not have an effect as if you stand in the pulpit and say, this is wrong. If you remember people like Manasseh Kuria, they used to speak from the pulpit against that which was wrong. Alexander Muge, they did the same, even if they killed him afterward. But unless we speak, we cannot influence anybody. Let our church and our leaders in the churches be forced to speak. We have failed the people and we have to accept. And we have to take responsibility for that which we have not done, especially in Kenya. And there's no two ways about it. I looked at when Ole Sapit was trying to make things look nice, but he was pushed into a corner. He had no option. The young people were shouting outside. So he had to say, okay, we are not allowing anybody to speak, so you and finish and go. But I would have loved to see Stone PK in the studio because the preacher of the day was from Mbeere, where Stone PK comes from. And I happen to have worked in Mbeere. The misemo alikuwa anatumia from Mbeere, Stone PK can elaborate. That man was attacking Ruto indirectly. And in some way, I loved it. That's why even Ruto had to make sure he speaks shortly and just get away because things were not okay. And finally, I just got in to just say, thank you. I've been listening to you and I like typing things on the keyboard. I don't like coming to the studio. I'm good in typing things. And I wanted to see it more. I've been listening to her most of the times and she has a lot of insight. Maunga, I love your spirit. The strength that you come with, my goodness, I like it. I wish I was you. When I grow up, I'll become you. Speaking with that kind of strength. And for the professor, DT, please, Sudi is Sudi. If you know, you know. Don't struggle with that fellow. That's a useless figure. You don't need to think about it. It does not make any sense in life. And for Julia, as a good teacher, please remember, when you come in to give us some discipline, we love it. So thank you very much. And Pastor Lala, we need your spiritual guidance. Most of the time, sometimes we can go off as a Catholic priest. Sometimes I can be weird. Sometimes I can say some things like, "Oh, Father, you have gone too far." For me, I would have loved if they went to parliament and burnt it down. That's my stand. I will support them to burn it down, and I have no apologies to make. I'm not the person who says, "Oh, peace," and oh no. If it's an eye, it's one. Sometimes people say, if it's an eye for an eye, the world will be blind. Hello, remember, self-preservation. You apply equal measure. You punch me, I'll punch you equally. That not that I punch you, then I run away. We have been misusing this verse where we say that when somebody slaps you on this turn the other cheek. No, the idea was, if you slap me and I turn the other cheek, because you never slap somebody from inside from the Jewish traditions, because you slap somebody outwards, somebody you do not agree with, somebody you dismiss, somebody who is lesser than you. If you turn the other cheek, you will have to use the inner part of your hand. And that means you are equal to each other. So Jesus was saying, don't run away. Let the person know that you are equal with that person. You are not a lesser individual with that person. Sometimes we say, turn the other cheek. No, it's not a timidity. It's a fact of saying, no, I am equal with you. You punch me, I will punch you. So if they go ban the parliament, accuse me in my presence or in my absence. Thank you very much. That's what I wanted to say.
Asante sana Father Darius, we appreciate that. Nakwambia leo mafunzo iko mingi tutajifunza, but let's keep the focus and of course provide the required leadership. Anjiru, I have seen your hand, but I am jumping over you because you are sprinkled by the blood, and when I see the blood, I'll pass over you, as the scripture says. So wewe umeongea sana na kuna watu ambao hawajaongea hata, so tafadhali
Niko tu na dakika moja tu.
tulia tafadhali engineer. Thank you. Now, Kipril, I hope you are responding to my call. Please do. I need that confirmed. This short video, then tumlete Reverend Lala.
The other puppet is who?
The other puppet is my friend William Ruto.
That one.
The pride of Africa.
Oh my God. that you know, that's the difference with the Rwandese and the Kenyans. I love Kenyan people because Kenyan people have integrity. Kenyan people are authentic and they are real. They know how to call a spade a spade. They come out here and they stand up tall and they hold their president accountable.
Yes.
When their president does something that's not right, Kenyans are first to speak about it.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? They are so vocal with it. They're so involved, especially the youth. I see you guys. Much love to you guys. They agree so much and they have morals, these people.
I fully agree.
Kenyans.
Yeah, I fully agree. And I love that it's the youth. They are taking interest in their country because they are protecting their country for their kids. A loan that he took out with the IMF only the beginning of this year. So in order for him to be able to try and pay that back.
To repay the loan.
Yes.
With which way did he get this?
IMF. Yes. Yes.
Hey, International Monetary Fund.
Exactly.
The people that Ibrahim Traoré told to F off. Get up out of here, I don't need your money. The other puppet from the other side, from west to east, said, please come over this side. We can work together here.
Yes.
Yeah, we can work together at the expense of my Kenyans.
And then he's trying to say, no, it's for the better of the country. How is it for the better of the country?
A puppet always has an explanation for every move he makes. For you to really understand this particular William Ruto, there was a little thing I noticed and I watched because I follow all these different puppets. You have to follow them. They are very quick, huh? They move around fast, huh? You know, puppets don't get tired.
No.
Puppets fly in and out.
Yeah.
You know, he just came back from the U.S.
Yes.
From Biden. And he was criticized about that trip.
About the way he went there, yes.
About the way he went there, about what he went there for, and his grin while he was there, his behavior, his demeanor while he was there. He was criticized left, right, and center.
Yes.
Obviously, it was in hopes of fulfilling this particular finance bill
Yes.
that we are not talking about here. It was to
Mhm.
facilitate all that. And perhaps I can go as far as saying at the expense of the Asians and also at the expense of the Kenyans. You
Yes.
kill two birds with one stone, this puppet.
That's what we definitely did, I think. Yeah.
Nothing there to add. Reverend Lala, take it.
Bernard and all the panelists, Queen Moore, Maunga, non-script, I haven't seen in a long, long time. Padre.
Yes, Lala, I want you to touch on an eye for an eye. When you
Yeah.
tried to explain it, I didn't quite get it.
Julia.
What does an eye for an eye mean exactly?
And non-script, you're out of order, please.
I think I like to just highlight my message in church today. My text came from the Old Testament book of Daniel, the very first chapter. And history records that Nebuchadnezzar raided the southern kingdom of Judah and targeted 3 specific areas. The first one was the temple. Of course, the temple had the records, the history, the theology, the very heart of the nation. The second one, probably first or second, was the king. Joachim was attacked, the center of power was attacked. The third one was looked around and saw the best, the handsome looking, the smartest, the wisest, the cream young men in the land, and took them to Babylon. And of course, left the country bleeding. And I mirrored that to what the West has done to Africa. What did they do when they came, to our land? They came for our authentic leadership, our kings, our power structure. They destroyed them. They took the best from us, the artifacts, our history, and everything. They took them to Europe. Even now, we are still looking for some of those artifacts we brought back to Africa. Then, of course, our young people, some of us are in the West, and brain drain, and they left us there bleeding. And I looked at what the Gen Z, represent. They are the young, they are the smartest, they are the best. They are the ones that are asking questions that we could not answer. Because for us, we had almost given up. We look at Zakayo, he does his thing, and we are waiting for somebody to save us. And here they come and saying, no, I will, kingdom of lesser God, we can get it back. Who is Zakayo anyway? And so clearly now, Zakayo is terrified. He's terrified because he can't find who are the ringleaders. And some of us, of course, are trying to quarterbacking, trying to teach them what to do, when actually what we have done is to either expose ourselves and then Zakayo come for us. But these young people are doing things that we could never dream of. They're fearless, they're smart, they're able to do one thing that I think it's been amazing. They have been able to identify those criminals in the police force and other places, and those politicians, and they place on the walls, who they are and their identity, which is actually akin to the way Africans were. If you are come from the Luo community, if you are a killer and a thief, they would come for you and they would get rid of you. They chase you from that place. So here are young people that are saying, we got to go back there. Identify these people who are traitors. Let us expose them because we need our country back. I think this is unparalleled. This is something that is new. So I look at this as God's perspective. This is God's way of visiting us. The 3 young Hebrew children with Daniel, remember, they could not bow. The golden eye, images that are out there. They were able, they are the one to try to dismantle Nebuchadnezzar and his kingdom. Okay? And these young people are doing exactly that. So we have to be very careful in the way we try to teach them. Yes, we are there to support them. It's like your child has escaped to go out there to fight. You don't stay in the house, you follow your child. And so we are supposed to be behind. Let's listen, let's back them up. But the key thing is that they are doing something that has never been done before, because we used to glorify our leaders to the point where we don't even talk about them. We have idea of morality. We are very good at killing a thief, a chicken thief. We beat them up. If they do something in our village, we do it. But when politicians come with those huge cars, you know what? We say nothing. We clap for them. We vote for them. So Ruto knew that. He knew these guys will never cross the seal because they only can talk and then things will quieten. But here they are saying, no, there's no limit. We are not backing down. And this has never happened. And so let us support them. Let's stay behind. Let us, because they're innocent, because they are maybe naive in one or the other, but let us stay close because they will need us. We all need all of us together. So that's what I want to say. And I'll give somebody else a chance because there's so many of us. Thank you.
Lala, the eye to eye.
I guess Bernard may step out.
You want to make a comment on the eye
ahead.
to eye? I think Padre has explained it because you see,
He explained
I
the
think
slap.
that's my question, not Lara. I'm the one who said it.
He explained the slap, but the eye to eye, that one was coming from Bernard.
From Bernard, probably I didn't get the question. I wasn't paying attention.
The question is,
Please, let's do this. Let's do this. For
he said
justice
that
sake.
in the Bible there is
Order, please. In the interest of time, unknown scripts utaelezewa maneno ya macho na slap baadaye. Tusikilize mwalimu kwanza. Mwalimu Julia.
Okay, Bernard, I think I'm having network problems. Sijui kama unanisikia. Unanisikia wewe?
Yes, unapatikana, endelea.
I got the next person. I sort out my network issues.
Okay, thank you. Njiru, ulikuwa unasemaje?
Leo nimeamua lazima nilete data. That's why I stepped out because I wanted to bring data ili watu waelewe. This is what is happening when we are talking of tax bill. Nimekuja na receipt hapa, niko na receipts kama 10. I want now to tell people so that Gen Zs can understand when they are fighting. Na nimeseparate hizi receipts hapa. Kuna receipt ya maji hapa, kuna receipt ya mkate hapa, kuna receipt ya maziwa. I separated them ili sasa nielewe. So number 1, this one is an advanced country, by the way. Maybe people might say that maybe this is what is happening. Hii ni receipt ya maziwa. Hiyo maziwa sijalipiswa tax. I did not pay tax for that milk. 0 tax on milk. Good. Receipt number 2. Hii receipt number 2 ni ya maji. And I know even Patrick anaeleza. Hii receipt ya maji 0 tax. 0 tax. Ni pesa ya maji na ndiyo saa mtoto hapo. Na hii ni maji ya container hii ya machupa mingi like 35 35 packet nini. 0 tax hapo. Good. The major receipt ndiyo hii. The major receipt hapa VAT ni 7.25. Gen Z, you can ban the country. I'm done.
Leo kuna ushauri hatari hapa. So we I thought you are advocating we demand that the VAT to drop to 7.5. If we ban the country, the VAT will go to 32 from 16. All the same, thank you for the information. And you can see how our government works. It protects its people from harsh taxes, and to secure the economy, it cuts down on the taxes. Only William Ruto believes that there is more money in the pockets. He will keep coming for it. When he uses it, he will still come for it, and he will still find it. Where he attended the economic class, I don't know. Whatever he studied, only God knows. I don't know. Because even at the least unit of economics, at the kitchen level, you don't operate like that. Ati wewe ende tu kwa nyungu unachukua nyama ukikula na una expect nyama itaisha kwa hiyo nyungu kwa sababu ni wewe unakula. I mean, how does that work? Anyway, thank you everyone. As we are on the home stretch, the 4th hour has just closed. We are now in the 5th hour. Na ni watu wawili tu wametuma sadaka hapa. Hebu tutume michango ya kulipa kulipa tokens.
Bernard, naomba usaidie keep na OTP eh?
Okay. All right, let me see. I hope sijachelewa. Now, naomba tuende kwa nani? Public participation has just come. Then
I'm ready, Bernard, now. I think you
okay,
can
you are
hear me.
ready. Okay, take it,
Yeah.
please.
Yeah, because I wanted to say something before Unknown Script leaves. I listened to your Unknown Script, and when you were speaking, it made me realize the difference between generation Boom, X, Millennium, and Z. I'm not trying to call you old and Unknown Script. Probably I belong to your generation. So we are in the same generation, probably. I don't know. Now, why am I saying this? All the things you said can happen. That these people can be compromised. These people can be called to a meeting. Can be told that your things have been addressed. Now, but if you look at the way they are operating, that is going to be next to impossible. It is just that it is so hard for those of us who are in the former generations to accept, to look at things from these people's point of view. Now, I have been able to see, to listen to their meetings and the clips, the way they spoke when they are discussing issues on the X platform. Probably as a Unknown Script, you need to visit that platform and listen to them. When you listen to what they think and what they're expressing themselves, then you are going to understand that it is going to be very next to impossible to compromise them. Why? Because they are operating on a non-leadership platform. They even aired their complaints. The last meeting I listened to, they aired their complaints that kuna watu have started spreading some useless gossip that they are fronting Matiang for leadership. Sijui mara kuna babu, they have rubbished that. Why are some people fronting Matiang and whoever? These are the generation yenye tulikuwa nao ya Azimio. Hiyo tabia za Azimio, kind of thinking that we need this person to lead us to do this. So those people going around saying that Gen Z wamesema ati Matiang'i waongoze, they belong to that cocoon, the Azimio cocoon. That we need somebody from this region to lead these people. This Gen Z apparently have no plan or even pronouncing anyone as leadership right now. Now, the other thing why I think what you are saying, that they are going to be called, who is going to be called a no skip? Who? Where are you going to call them? If you call one person, They say they don't even know them. Who exactly are you going to call? Now, what am I saying? This, whatever they are doing is in the cloud. And this information is spreading like bonfire. Even all the people in Mount Kenya region are sharing these messages from X platform. Bernard, I am so impressed. all the people and all the relatives are sharing to me these messages. Ati umesikia, Julie, umesikia vile wao watoto walisema, sijui kama ukusikia, hao wenyewe hawako kwa X platform, lakini messages have been sent to them. Did you hear what they said? Did you hear what they said? So what are they doing? They're using the cloud. And this cloud apparently is very powerful. And I saw them circulating some information, personal information about our leaders. I think they are going to that extent and they are going to beyond that. I don't know. I don't know what they are planning, but I expect that they are going to go beyond that. So I don't know who is going to be compromised and no script. When you say that they're going to be uncompromised, they're going to be called, that one exists in the minds of those who operate like the old generation. We are still thinking that there will be some leadership somewhere, alafu tuanze kugombana, ni wakati wetu wa kuongoza, sasa tuongoze na fulani. That is the old generation thinking. It is not going to happen. These youngsters are a tribalist group. They don't even, these youngsters, I think, are even a leaderless group. In fact, they rubbished the issue of those who came up with some things saying that kuna mkutano ya Babu Owino. They rubbished Babu Owino. They rubbished those messages going around saying that Mateng is being proposed. They rubbished it. And they said, we are not going to have press conferences by anybody. Nobody is making any press conferences. Nobody is representing us. We are representing ourselves. So when I listened to that, and then I listened to a non-skip, I just want to tell you, a non-skip, all those things you said belong to the old generation. The old generation is thinking that you can call people and tell them to may address use sanitary pads. First and foremost, Bernard said something. The issue here is not even just a financial bill. I'm telling you, is that Kenyans wamechoka. It is not, even if they throw out the financial bill today, sidhani hawa watu watatoka kwa streets. Now, when I listened to them, and I think the government also was listening, they even said, they are saying, sisi tuko Githurai, sisi tuko Tharaka Nithi. If you can't occupy parliament on Tuesday, we are all coming to Nairobi. That is what they said. If you cannot occupy. And then one of them was saying, who is that saying you should not confront the police? Confront them, they are hurting us. Wamechange gear. Na wataki mtu kuambia, wanataka stereo Danny Dairas. Wataki mtu kuambia ati tuongeleshane, ati sijui tufuate. Do you know, they're even improving. They have taken another step of their communication. They're using a high-tech communication now on the streets, not just their phones. So what I'm trying to say is that if we are thinking like the old generation, I am just persuading those of us who are of the view that these people will be compromised. I think we should not go around spreading it. Because when I listened to the youngsters said that he doesn't like people going there to tell them that don't compromise, don't confront the police, because he thinks these are the people spreading fear and discouraging them from moving on. So if you also come here to say that there will be compromise, I think we are spreading fear and discouraging those who want to join the movement. They are not going to be compromised because they don't have a center of command. They don't have. That is why even if you arrest you daktari, mara daktari ameshikwa, mara sijui kijana wa Muturi ameshikwa, they all come out guns blazing. So it is because there is no center of command. Even arresting one of them, even arresting those who are talking on X platform is not gonna help. It's not going to help at all. That is my view. That hata ukiarrest when you are kwa X platform, it is not going to help at all. Because whom are you arresting? This message is going to the old people. Now, to wind up, the evidence of what I'm saying is that now this is like a virus spreading. You people, you saw the reaction of of Nyahururu. How many times did Azimio plead with Kenyans to come out in their towns to protest? People didn't come out. And when Azimio was pleading, people just saying, ni kabila fulani wa ina protest, sijui ni nini. it is not like it was a tribe issue. It's just, I think, the way of mobilizing for Azimio was, I think, outdated. But now they are mobilizing is in the cloud. So Muriona watu Nyahuru, nobody, those crowds you saw shouting Ruto must go, who went to organize them or to call them from their houses? And I also don't think people are really funding this thing. Why? How much money do you need to be on the streets? Maybe the only thing you may need water, you may need drinks. But if you have bundles and you're getting information, you'll be on the streets. So even the government of she's trying to look for those who are funding is futile, because there may not even be any central funding in the first place. So anything, the last meeting I had, they rubbished the Sudis and the Kemani Shungwas and the Ruto, saying that tunawaelewa, tunawasikiza. They said mnasikiza nani, mnasikiza what? Rubbish. We don't care whether you are saying mnatusikiza. You are trying to think that we can come and listen to your nonsense. That's what they said. So, a non-script, I want to tell you, they are safe. They are not going to be compromised. And this one, I can tell, is Arab Spring in the offing, because you never see them in Kamukunji calling for a Kamukunji meeting or Uhuru Park. But everything is in the cloud. Even the old now know. Nisaya Mapambano. Asante Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Julia. Thank you.
Toka hapa
mimi natoka, ukifukuza mimi na chapa wewe fimbo. No, naomba hivi, public participation hajaongea and the Richards. Wengine hao washaongea at least mara moja. But ningependa kuwashukuru wote. Mimi nitazama kidogo, tutakutana hiyo saa moja kwa madhabahu ya Bwana tukiongea masuala ya neema ya Mungu. Lakini tuendelee na struggle. Let's not misguide our young people. Let us also get out of their way. Mkumbuka huyo mzee kila amesema we had a role to play in their lives. We tried, we didn't succeed. Let us get out of their way. Kuna mtu anasukuma hapa niseme kitu kuhusu kuchoma parliament na vingi zote. Those are things that are outcomes, okay? Dawa ya moto ni moto. It means I will not leave the house to go and burn parliament. But if I come to occupy parliament and you open fire, what do you expect? So we may not even have that premeditation, but if you stand in the way and you don't want us to get our way, then those are repercussions. At times known as self-defense. I was provoked to do. So CO2 kuchoma. We are not mad that you just go and begin to burn everything and burn everything. No. There is cause and effect. And so if the so-called government does not manage this situation properly, there will be more collateral damage. But if they manage the situation properly, like tomorrow they call a press conference, they resign, they go their way, we will all celebrate, go home and reorganize on how to constitute a working government. Asante, I think I've responded to that. A non-script, I hope you have no plan of retaining me here.
No plans, but maybe tomorrow. I just wanted to understand, because this an eye to an eye thing is in the Bible. What teaching is really in it? That's what I wanted to know from Lala, but he has left.
No, an eye for an eye is getting even. Okay? There is how I can help you with an eye to eye, but my interpretation of it will not fit into the scenario. But what I'm saying is that was a level of righteousness. The Bible says, except your righteousness exceed that one of the Sadducees and the Pharisees, you can in no way enter the kingdom of God. Okay? What was the righteousness level of the Pharisees and the Sadducees? Eye for an eye. If I take your eye, we take out your eye. If I take your arm, we take out your arm. Then we balance, okay? Tit for tat. They say it's a fair game. But
so the world will not be blind the way you are saying in the beginning.
I am not the one who said. Padri kwa hapa atajitetea, yeye ndo alisema. Kile ninachokuambia, I'm just trying to let you know where that came from, and it is springs from the law of Moses and how it was applied, and it was a way of wherever
Evening out.
establishing justice system. Okay. Nikikuja kwako ni uwe ng'ombe, okay? Ng'ombe yako inachukulia kureplace ya huyu mwingine, okay? Mambo ilikuwa inatumika hivyo. But now Jesus brings another order. That's why I'm saying when we begin to dig further into it, it's going to be a long debate that I don't have time for the same. And then, of course, we don't also want to digress too much in the conversation. So,
No,
Padri
you
Lapta,
can go. You can go. I think I've gotten the picture.
mmenifukuza tayari, wacha niende. So tafadhali kulipa bili mnaendelea kulipa hata kama
Bernard, please don't run away from that fact. Let me tell you this. The first responsibility a human person is given is self-defense. The force with which you come to me, I will have to apply the same measure to preserve myself. There's no way you can come with a panga, then I come with a toothpick. There's no way you can come with a pistol, then I come with an handkerchief. Hello, what a stupid thinking is that? That's why Jesus said, when they slap you, turn the other cheek. That means tell the other person you are equal to that person. Because if he happened to slap you using the inside of the hand, that means he has accepted you are equal. He was not acknowledging that you become stupid, timid, shy, and run away from responsibility. You have a responsibility for self-defense. You come with a gun, I will fight you. I'm not going to come with a white handkerchief. Hello? You come with a panga, then I'm coming with a toothpick. What kind of thinking is that? We come to parliament to tell you that you are messing the country up. You open fire on me, I will ban that parliament. Excuse me. Unknown scripts. Those scripts we have never known. If you cannot defend yourself, ban those scripts and run away. Thank you.
Leo ni leo, asiwae kesho muongo. Sisemi kitu. Mimi nitangatuka, keep Juliet you are in charge. Stony PK anataka kufungua moto. Naomba hivi tafadhali. Be fair to these two people. Be fair to these
public
people.
participation and
Public
Richards.
participation and the Richards, then mfungue your fire. But watch the 6th hour. Watch the 6th hour so that if you proceed, you start another feed.
Leo tunaenda feed tatu Bernard. We are going because this is the last show we are doing because tunawasha moto. Kenya is going to ban and we don't care who will be banned. So long as Ruto will be banned, that's okay.
Ushasema PK.
People are on fire today. Bernard, before we extend your stay, unajua unajeka hapo. You should have just switched off by now. You should have said goodbye. If you want to stay, it's fine. So before we come to Stone PK, I know there's something firing. You want to go back and forth with our patriots because I think we're both Catholics. Nilikuwa nataka public participation na the Richards waanze kwanza, then tutaanza hiyo mlolongo up from more coming down. Yeah, so Stone utakawia kidogo tu. So public participation, if you're around, you can give us your contribution from your background.
Right. Uko sio background yangu, mi ni Meru. I greet you all patriots, Julia, Kip, Queen Mo, Maunga. Hey, unknown scripts, long time. Stone PK, the Richards, and Padre. Azimio yote inawezekana. Things have been, first of all, I have to apologize because there was a point I had reached where I was feeling hopeless.
that the country has just gone down the drain too much to be salvageable, and that everyone was on the market. Everyone, the people whom we had a little bit faith in, they were being sold and bought like Njugu Karanga by our infamous corrupter, Zakayo. He was corrupting everyone. It's not the church who could have spoken for us. It's not our elected leaders. He was busy buying and selling. And then it got to a point where also Baba moved out of the struggle somewhat. So I was giving up. I was like, now Kenya, you are just done. But Manze, this Gen Z, let me just tell you, these guys, they've given me another hope there. And I feel like we are in a whole new country. I can't even believe it. And I was listening to, okay, I don't usually listen to Zakao because of, and his people, like Naishungwa, but the little I heard them speak, and Sudi, they were like, oh, you know, we have to congratulate this Gen Z, they are not tribalist. I was like, what kind of gaslighting is this? So they know they themselves, they use tribe to divide people, and yet here they are busy trying to celebrate Gen Z for not being tribal. Then to make matters worse, they are now kidnapping people who are on their end. You see the children of people who are in UDA or Kenya Kwanza. I mean, even them, they don't have that thing of that because I'm Justin Muturi's son, I have to support the budget. I can desist and I can fund and I can do all those things. So now they have gone to kidnapping people, thinking that if I kidnap this guy and he seems to be the one who is funding, or if I freeze accounts, or if I, all those intimidations which the government does to people who they think are the ones who are instigating the movements, yeah, there'll be no more. The same way they thought that now if Baba is no longer coming out, then there's no movement. Now here they are shocked. In fact, Baba, the number of people Baba was pulling is not even as much as the people who are coming out, these Gen Zs. So now they have gone back to trying to congratulate. Oh, we congratulate you, Gen Z. You are very good. You're not tribalistic. I think we are. And of all people, Zakayo is there. I'll have to meet with the youth. What are you meeting with? You know very well the demands of this thing, the issues which are contentious, and you know what the issue is. In fact, we are even not okay with Finance Bill of 2023. Bado inatufinya. So why now bring some more? Instead of coming out and dealing with corruption and dealing with this pilferage of the money, because that's where the problem is. The problem is not how much tax we are paying. That is not it. And in fact, I remember Zakao so arrogantly in a meeting, I think with some, I think they were Kenyans abroad or something, and he was like, Kenyans have been conditioned to think they are paying the least amount of taxes. And yet we are at their countries which are paying 22%, while us we are around 16% VAT. And surely the countries which are paying 22% are the countries which are having about majority of their people are in formal employment. In Kenya, 85% of the people are informal or self-employed. And majority of those people, they are living hand to mouth. So you cannot compare yourself with a country which is paying, 22% is a country where 80% of the people are somehow employed in formal employment. So you cannot bring that here. Matter of fact, look at the countries in East Africa region. The countries which are in East Africa region of 120, apart from Kenya, 120 million people are paying the same tax which we are paying now before we implement the finance bill of 2024. So you cannot tell us it's the issue of the money being little. We are paying almost double what our counterparts are paying, the ones who are in the same region, more than double, not almost, more than double, because if they are 120 million and we are 50 something million and we are paying the same amount, you can tell me. So there's no negotiations we are doing with Zakayo about anything. Let him go in, and the 2 billion which we are losing daily on a daily basis, and the ghost workers whom we are paying, and the salaries of civil servants which are being paid times 6, That is where he should focus his energy on, not on how to remove more money out of Kenyans' pocket. So ajipange. Let him not come to tell us to kaze mshipi, and him himself, he's wearing a belt of I don't know how many million. He's always going with large entourage all over the country on trips. And very opulent lifestyles. That is where there's nothing else youth want. They want the money which we are already paying as is to be utilized properly, and what is being stolen to be netted back and put back into the economy. Na wale watu wenye wametoa pesa, wameiba pesa ya Kenya kama Kinobado and have taken to offshore accounts, zirudishwe Kenya. There is no lack of money in this country. This country, hiyo pesa ikirudishwa Kenya, my friend, you'll be shocked. And when it's utilized the proper way. But as I don't know, it's Mahatma Gandhi or who said there's enough for our need, but there's not enough for our greed. I'm telling you, Kenyans, even if you're paying 100% tax, so long as there's corruption, hiyo pesa itaitosha. Because more and more people are coming up to eat that money. And even the ones who are there, they want to eat more and more and more. We'll never have enough money. That's the bottom line. Hakuna kitu kingine tunaenda kuongea na Mr. Zakayo. Ile pesa yenye tuko nayo sasa hivi iache kuibwa, ashike wenye wameiba, ashike wenye wamenunua properties with that money, repossess those, whatever, liquidate them, put back that money here, get the help of Interpol or whoever is concerned to bring back the money, because like most of these governors wako na pesa offshore. Which means this money, even after they steal, it doesn't come back to our economy. Iko somewhere huko in offshore accounts just there, and then they go to buy houses in Dubai and other places, South Africa, and others. So there's no any other area of discussion. Ni pesa irudishwe yenye imeibwa, and we stop the stealing. That is all what we can discuss with that man. Number two, you could hear particularly Ishungwa. Ishungwa is there telling us that the people who are going to the protest, they have iPhones, they came with Ubers, and they're going to KFC to eat kuku there. Now, the question is, the usual protesters who have been protesting, they were slum dwellers, of which, like in Nairobi here, 65% of the population are slum dwellers. So that's the majority, but they were being ostracized. You know, there's a lot of emotional blackmail which is happening with this government. They are being ostracized because they are poor, because they live in slums. And then they are being ostracized because they are affiliated to Baba. Now here come another group which does not have an affiliation, but they are in Ubers. They come in Ubers. Then they are being told, ati Ishunga is telling them that they don't know the pain of the mwananchi mwenye ako chini because they have iPhones and whatever. So mtu wa slum mwenye anajua shida ya mwananchi cannot protest because they are pro-Raila or they are poor. And so they want to start riots so that they can loot. Mtu mwenye ako middle class, ama as they are saying ni watoto wa elite, haezi pia protest kwa sababu ati hawajui the problem of the mwananchi who is chini. So you want to tell me that akina Sudi and akina Ishungwa and Zakayo, they're the ones who know the problem of the mwananchi more than the slum dwellers, and they're the ones who know the problem also more than the middle class who has iPhones. So it's emotional blackmail these people have, that, you know, ostracizing everyone. If you're in Azimio, you are the devil. If you are a slum dweller, you're poor, you are the devil. If you have iPhone and you're middle class or children of elite, you're also the devil. So the only angel here we have is the KK government. Those are the people who understand the problem of the mwananchi. Those are the people who, although themselves, they have iPhone, but somehow there's a difference between them and the people who are coming for this mandamano. Now they shift from that. They are coming to people who are funding. Wanjigis, who 10 billionaires who are funding this thing, and we are going to expose them. My question is this: does the truth change from being the truth because it's Azimio, or it's Rao, or it's a slum dweller, or it's a middle class who is having an iPhone, who is or there's billionaires funding? You know, those side issues, you know, this is like gaslighting, emotional black. I don't know. Some of these people, and you really wonder, what do they take Kenyans for? If they themselves are in touch with what is happening on the ground, why should they put this kind of a draconian bill, which is even saying that they're going to go to nini ushago huko, which is freehold, and make it to be leasehold, so that if you don't pay your rates for your kashamba there, then the land is going to be repossessed. So those are the people now who understand. What ushago hata wananga, in many areas of ushago hata pesa hakuna, they do barter trade, because hata kuona pesa yenyewe currency is hard. Those are the people now you want to come and start taxing rates ya shamba. Then if they don't pay, possess shamba, those are the people now who are telling us we understand more than these others. The fact is that the truth is the truth is the truth is the truth. Don't bring politics and emotional blackmail and gaslighting. Kama hatutaki kulipia shamba zetu za ushago, it doesn't matter if it's Wanjige who is paying for the maandamano. It doesn't matter whether it's children of the elite or middle class who are going to the maandamano. It doesn't matter whether it's Raila. It doesn't matter whether it's slum dwellers. You face the issue. Don't bring other peripheral issues of who is coming up with the maandamano, who is funding, who is doing this, or who is what not. We are tired of that bullshit. As for Zakayo, if he thinks that he's going to compromise, and I said it here, when they were going to US, Alibaba some content creators, and I told you, these guys, they are going to be compromised so that they can come and micromanage these others wasilete upro digital content ikienda kutaxiwa. You see now what has happened. Nani thought, you know, Zakayo has that mindset that kila mtu ni malaya kama yeye. He thinks that kila mtu is on sale. That if I want to tax, for example, now if I want to tax pads and diapers, I just need to go and get a few women whom I think they are kind of influential. I bribe them, then wanyamazisha hiyo story. Yeah, but now he's getting shocked because hata if anasema is going to talk to youth, I know what he wants is to take a group and compromise them, awanunue, then the story ishia hapo. But nothing like that is happening. He should learn from Storia Digital. Digital content, any digital content creator who is not going on the streets are easy. He is being hounded. Ask Kibe. Kibe avoided this once of this week. Ilibidi, because of the pressure which was there, he had to come online and say that better late than never, I'm joining you this week. Butita the same. Anybody who is not joining is an enemy. So
Perfect.
there's no issue of ati compromise mtu, ati compromise at a group of 10 people, waende sasa wanyamazishe the rest. Ukicompromise you become an enemy of the cause. So pole sana Zakayo, you can no longer use that strategy. Tafuta strategy ingine. Back to you, Bwana Kip.
Thank you. Njeru usikate watu, ngoja. So because the Richards and we're going back to the top. So I wanted to say something very, very quick about the land thing, the one that public participation things. I think guys are not understanding this. The housing bill is connected to the land bill. So what might happen, this is just my own opinion, is you can see we're not producing a lot of our own food. So what's going to happen is what we see in Australia, what we see in the US, where most of this land is going to be converted into commercial lands, and that is why you see the US are very interested in this. You saw them in Parliament. So how is it connected to the housing bill? Yeah, he's going to build those garbage houses for you guys, and then watu wa mashambani watatolewa hapo waende waweke kwa hizo into those what the US see as what do you call it? The blocks.
Projects.
The projects. Yeah, you'll be sent to projects. Yes,
social housing approach.
Yes, that is what he's going to do. So we've got a lot of fertile land, and US wants to produce as much corn as possible, or any commercial product that like sugar, what we're being taxed right now. You know that it's coming from, in the US it comes from sweet corn, in Europe it comes from beetroot, and it's what makes Coca-Cola, what is put in your crisps, so they need large parcels of land. And the way, especially my people, anybody who knows Rift Valley right now, what's happening, we've divided the land so much that Ruto needs to make that commercial. Anyway, let's go to the Richards. I'm sorry for the long wait. Then we start again from Maunga, then come to unknown script, and then Padre. So thank you. Go the Richards. And thank you very much for your contributions, public participation. That was very good.
Thank you, Kip. I hope I'm heard loud and clear. You can respond from your side. You able to hear me?
You're not very audible.
Are you able to hear me now?
Yes, so yes.
Oh, thank you so very much. Thank you, public participation, Kip, in absence of Reverend Leonard and the rest. Thank you. I've been listening from the background, and it's a wonderful thing to hear. What all of us are speaking is one thing, that we are solidly behind the young people, the Gen Z. We want to see them take this to another level. This has been our prayer, and we've had our time. We, the millennials, we call ourselves the millennials, of which majority of the people here participating in the category of millennials. And we've had the strugglers, the people of the revolutionists, like the Raila group and the rest who are there. They did their part. We have had our time, and we are still having it. We appreciate that while we are at it and planning and praying to see the next move and the next strategy, here God brings the Gen Zs, and they say, hey, Dad, I want to be part of this. I'm stepping up. My brother, I'm stepping in. Big bro, I'm stepping in. And we are happy for this. This is where we want to take the conversation. And I just want to take a few precautions to the Gen Zs. There are a lot of things that Ruto is trying to imagine he can do just to stop this movement. You know, just a while ago, there was this kind of imagination. This just gonna be a 2 3 days thing, and it's done. And they were just like, okay, sit down and relax. They will forget about everything and go back home. Yeah, because there was that imagination. Where would they even get the money to sustain this? Because there is that kind of imagination that it has to always be about money. It has to be about how they're gonna survive. These people have been here. They have studied what is happening in Kenya. They have seen all these lies. And the generation we are talking about, they have seen what Ruto did to them, the lies he told to them, whatever it is, the promised heaven that he did. And and actually he delivered total nothing, absolutely nothing. The guy is still promising when he's supposed to be delivering, and that's the most awkward part of it. That he's still without even caring that somebody still remembers what he did, what he promised, that he has never delivered anything. He's still going today in Nyahururu. He's still promising jobs. What a ridiculous statement from him. I would just want to highlight a few things. Number one, it is important that they realize the call for a dialogue with the youths is actually a way to get them down in the middle and completely divide them. You want to look for a way on how to plant in their mind the aspect of leadership. You want to reach out to them and tell them, hey guys, who are going to be your leaders? Because up to now, the poor intelligence of Kenya, allow me to call it the poor intelligence, because actually they are not intelligent enough. I think these guys are just there to try and they rely too much in the media. Whatever comes on the media is what they run up with. They are very idle, and they even don't know how to do their work. They fall on whatever comes, and then they say we have done our investigation. They don't know the investigation at all, and that's why we find a lot of charade and useless cases being taken in court, because it's all political. They don't do their work so well. So right now, they even don't know who is the leader of this group, and they're trying to plant in the minds of these young people that, hey guys, you need to have a leader. But these guys are clever enough. They know what they're doing. And I want to applaud them and actually encourage them. Let them remain the way they are. The best way to be is to remain amorphous. You have got no head, you have got no tail. They don't know where you are going, they don't know what you are thinking. That is the best strategy. And we as the millennials, we want to stay behind. We want to give them the energy. We want to be their eye. Whatever it is that is coming, tell them, hey guys, hey boy, hey young man, hey young lady, this is the direction. Keep it up. Don't look behind. They're just trying to make you off the target. Don't take your eye off their target. That is where we are headed. And trust you me, we are headed back to the very thing we are focused here to deliver Kenya out of the kind of leadership we have had since all these years. People who have lied to us, but we are only having a white man leading only in a black skin. This is what is going on. It is the continuation. The infights we see, they create a political drama. It's just a cloud. It's not existing. And that's why you see when they try to call, make like look like they're fighting, I don't know, the opposition, I don't know, whatever it is. At the end of the day, they sit down on the table, they dine together, they behave like now they have reconciled. We appreciate the struggle of people like Raila, Orengo, the rest. What they have done, that is tremendous. It's enough. We have done a lot. The constitution, they have tried to change it, though it's not up to date what we expect. What we are worried about is the kind of person that has come in the name of William Ruto. He's really showing the real color where they want to take this country, take away the land, make sure everybody becomes poor, own nothing, completely own nothing. And that's too dangerous. When you make sure that you have people who will depend on you to provide them food, to actually give them a house to sleep in, I think you have taken everything away from them. They cannot do anything because they don't have land. The only inheritance we can say we own from our forefathers is the land we have in Kenya. This is our ancestral land. If somebody wants to sell your land, you want to take it away so that you can only they can build a house and a place where they are imagining in their mind where they should live. I think that is the biggest injustice somebody can do to you. And Ruto is very much determined to do this. And therefore, we want to support and even give hints to the young people, even as they go out there. These are the things you need to highlight because we have been singing about this. Remember, because we want to enter into the next hour. Hey, and I'm very happy for people like Stone to PK because me, apart from speaking the way I speak, I'm one of the proponents who say that if I wake up tomorrow and they hear like Ruto is dead, I'll be celebrating. Who cares? Because everybody will die anyway. Do I care if he's dead or he's alive? Somebody who wants to make sure that you die poor is actually more is a worse than even a witch. This guy is worse than even a witch. Why would you even care that he should live? He should even die in the next plane. Who cares? He's a useless guy. He does not care about Kenya. He does not care about your children. He does not care as long as his own children are okay. He's fine. He's fine because life to him is okay. And that's why I'm telling us, speak as Kenyans. We need to support the Gen Z generation. We need to stand with them. We want to applaud them and tell them this is the direction. Today, earlier in the day, I saw somebody in the name of Pastor Burali. And that simply means how much now the church is getting scared. If you are not supporting these guys, they will come for you. And Burali was out on the street and say, hey, guys, we are with you. We want to see the church being pushed to the corner because it is the church that this guy used to come and lie to us. And has even made the church, even the young people don't believe in the church anymore. And it's a very dangerous thing to go. I see even the kind of comments people are putting here. They even are contemplating becoming atheists. You can imagine. Because they're imagining if really God is there, why are people in the name of God hearing us? And then they do this? Why would this be happening? Actually, they make people even not want to hear anybody saying one as if you. It's like you have even told somebody you are a motherfucker. It sounds so awkward. If somebody would equate the two to look the same, because who would be telling a more lie than the other one? So I want to encourage these young people to go on. Whatever it is, we are determined Ruto must go by all means. Of course, we will not abandon our parliament, but we hope that we'll cleanse it one time once Ruto is out of that place. I'm praying that we don't even get to these people, what people are saying, oh, he will be a one-term president. One time where? I'm praying that we should remove Ruto the following day. I'm happy because of what happened on the platform X. He even maneuvered. He was told by people like,
his guys came in and told him, please, boss, you need to come and see what's happening on X. And he came in shortly and then he left. And people started questioning, we have seen Ruto here. Where did he go? Simply because he got scared. He realized this thing is not just what he thinks it is. We should not allow Ruto to manipulate this Gen Z generation. This direction they have taken is the best. We should not allow him to call them for a meeting, because who will they be calling for? They don't have a leader. He they want to force them to actually fall for one thing, that you have a leader, then put these guys behind bars, talk to them, bring some fear in them, and then go out and say we have agreed with the government. Where? So we don't want that kind of a thing. Other generations that have been here, the leadership, they have fallen for the same. I believe the Gen Z generation are here to save this country, so that going forward, we are going to save our country, Kenya. Look at what even Gachagua is trying to come up with. It's just the same old script. He wants to take only cares about himself. He does not care about Kenyans. Today, we have had financial bills and financial bills all these years. Look at our country. For God's sake, we are completely unproportional when it comes to the issue of economic development. There are areas, actually 3/4 of the country is completely under poverty level. There are no roads. It's completely nothing. People who are only depending on the handouts from well-wishers, from all these NGOs and whatever. Which we call this is a country. This is Kenya. We are dying, guys. If somebody does not stand up right now, I'm telling you, we are headed nowhere, and we will have no country at the end of the day. We support GLZ. Let us move. Let us move. This is the opportunity. We cannot let it go now. Thank you so very much, and I'm happy, and I'm behind this every step of the way to the last minute. I'm seeing somebody lifting up the hand. Please, you can. Okay.
Sorry, let me just interject. Let me just interject juu kuna watu wengine wameni misunderstand on the comment section. You see, the fact that Justin Muturi's son was kidnapped to prove what Ishingwa was saying, that it's the children of the elite who are organizing this thing. What I've said, I've not said that is the right. What I've said is that it doesn't matter whether it's the devil who is funding, if it's Wanjiki who is funding, if it's the fact remains that the issues which are on the table are valid issues. No, even if it's Baba or who is behind it or who is funding. Let's not be diverted to at who is funding this and who is not funding, and what is not what, and they don't understand what is. They don't understand there's a lot of gaslighting which is going on, that because children of the middle of the elites are the ones who are organizing, they don't understand that tunachukua hii pesa ya finance bill 2024 ndio tujenge manyumba hizi za affordable housing, ndio watu wenye hawana kazi wakuje wafanye kazi ya mjengo kwa hizo. That kind of a thing, that us, we are the ones who know the problems and we are the ones who are trying to fix the problems. But how watu wengine, they are having their own agenda. So please, and yeah, it's an interjection, sorry. Yeah, it's an interjection. And also, please, those who are saying that I'm supporting UDA in terms of talks, I've never supported UDA and I'm not supporting UDA. All what I'm saying is that methodology which Zakai was used to of paying people, that a group of people come here, I pay them, then they go and nyamazisha the others. What it has become, it has actually now backfired, because what it has become is that we ukienda uonge na huyo jamaa, you become blacklisted. You can see the kind of war yenye watu wanapigwa hapa nje. Whether it's online, whether it's your business, we are boycotting businesses of the people who voted yes. Whether it's ukienda kwa function huwezi ongea, that is what will happen to you. If you are a Gen Z na uende uongee na nani huko akupatie pesa, you become a pariah. In fact, not a pariah, you become an enemy of the movement. So that one cannot work with these people. Thank you. Back to you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sorry, she had just interjected when I was just finishing. Just 1 minute to finish here. Thank you, my brother. And my sister, public participation, thank you. That is very nice. Yeah, I know you. You can never support this useless government. I know that. Whoever wrote that maybe thought you feel, no, that was just in his or his imagination.
I know who you are. Look here, guys, this is the direction to take as I finish. Whatever it is the cloud is trying to create, that's another strategy. Create like, could it be Babo Wino? Then you bring other guys to talk about Babo Wino, others to talk about Matiangi, others to talk, I don't know, Jimmy Wanjigi, other talks about, hey, Baba is also bringing another Mandamano. All this to cause confusion in the camp of the Gen Z so that they lose direction. Everybody has done their part. That's what I repeat again as I finish. It is the time for these guys to move forward. We are behind them and we are here to watch as we advise because we know how little this guy is. But it doesn't matter how little he has been, he must go down. I believe 100% Ruto is going down. He can never reach 2027. This is the direction to take. And as I finish, even if it will call for us to go out there and get into another group and remove him with guns, we are capable of. Some of us will worked in that government and we know what happens and we know how to get there. We know how to deal with the guns. We have been in the system. So he should not worry so much. If he needs a gun, Kenyans can do it for the first time. If he wants, he can get out now by the power of Gen Z. And the Kenya will become a new Kenya. We'll build the whole country afresh so that the whole development can go all the way from Garissa, from Wajir. The roads that are in Nairobi, they need to be in Wajir. They need to be everywhere so that nobody brings us this useless story of one man, one vote, one city. It's all just a mix up of the whole charade and useless thing because they don't want to develop the country. Only a few people and the elite people want to remain with the money as they leave the rest of Kenyans suffering. We need the whole country developed and we need everybody to be a beneficiary of Kenya. Nobody applied to be part of our country, Kenya. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we'll come to you and non-script your. I know you're itching. We'll let Maunga come, then you, then Padre. So just to interject about that, it's plain and simple. This Gen Z have not been given an opportunity to have a leader. The only leaders you see are content creators, and as public participation says, washajijaribia because most of them went with him to the US, so they have been compromised. And this Gen Z don't seem to be, they look intelligent enough to know that. So who else will lead them? Because you cannot tell me that you're going to bring in the university students, they're going to meet university students. What about the 600,000 Gen Zs who've not entered university? The ones who've not gone to university at all, the ones who are self-employed and have no work. So your story, Akwenda, commit student leaders, where you've destroyed the education system. This is not back in the day where most of the what do you call it, protests came from university students, because as you know, those are countries that actually value education, not like us. So he can go look for as many student leaders as he wants. These ones are not interested because you've ruined it for them. You've actually made it difficult for yourself to get the so-called leaders that can be recognized by the public or by these kids to know that, yes, this is my student leader. Because if one arises tomorrow or another one arises on Tuesday to say that they're going to negotiate with Ruto, I think they know it's bad. It's that bad that nobody wants to be associated, especially with a slogan as hot and as on fire as Ruto must go. They have only two asks. First is reject the finance bill and Ruto must go. So what are you going to negotiate with? You're going to negotiate about changing parts of the, just drop the whole finance bill, drop 2023 while you're at it, and start afresh, and then start giving us receipts as to how you're spending the money, if indeed you'll still be in power. Because these kids means business. I just want them to let the country burn, as father said. Watch it, Chomeke. I'm not talking about in terms of people losing their lives. I'm saying let the government fall. Belgium had no government for 3 years, and it functioned very well. We don't need them. We have civil servants to run the services, if indeed they are working. Don't need politicians. Anyway, Monga, go for it.
I think I wanted to let a nondescript ask whatever is burning him before I could probably
Okay, so
contribute.
okay. He's just going to give a long speech.
I didn't know you were
So
there.
just give him a turn.
In fact, I thought you were just with the kid because all the others are on in another mode. I don't know. Thank you. Uh, you see, Kate, what's going on? Let's not concentrate so much on the issues being fronted by the Zs because right now, if you listen to Zakai or wherever he was, the fellow is panicked. He's cornered. What's going on is how does this come to an end? And when I contributed here earlier, I think I stopped before I could say that one of his number one options is to postpone the Tuesday vote. And you know why? So that he's trying to think that he can welcome. You see, when the Jay-Z say that they want to go to State House, they will be welcomed in State House in the pretext that let's have a talk. Let's really see, let's address the issue. Let me listen to you. This idea of we hear you is the approach Zakari is trying to take. The whole idea is to try and get an entire list of what exactly do you people want. And I said here earlier that the issues of, for example, the budget around the DP's renovation, DP's house renovation, the office, the monies for the spouses, the renovations at State House are all going to be there. And right now, I did indicate here that what's happening is that Zakari is hell bent to infiltrate this fellow. The biggest challenge is exactly what Keepers referred to each leader. You realize all the earlier protests, it's like the leaders ended up being bought, so to say. If you know the leader, then you remember even during the teachers' strikes and all these manner of things, these fellows believe that they can approach this issue by bring the leaders, like you all remember about the famous Ugali eating at State House. Then by the end of it, there is a shake of hands and the matter ends there. The strength of the Jay-Zs is this undisclosed leadership. You do not know who says what and what do they do when who says it. Now, Zakar, as we speak now, I'm sorry to say, is busy investing on how to get Jay-Z's of his own. Jay-Z's of his own. You know, the way he controls parliament is the way he thinks he can divide the Jay-Z's by having people who he pretends that let me listen to what are you people saying? What do you want? Okay,
Yeah,
I welcome you. And that is what he was trying to say in Nyaururu. That I'm going to give you the here, we're definitely going to have a talk. And you realize the UDA side to it is like Zakari is apologizing. He's apologizing to who and for what?
Okay.
So that he can have an environment whereby he entertains some so-called framed up talks.
A non-script.
Yes.
Allow me to allay your fears. Now I guess I can take the floor back. As I've told you, I'm dealing directly with some of them. And I'm glad that I've been part of this journey, albeit very hopelessly towards the end. So for me, I'm glad that it's been taken back. But take your fears to... Okay, as you've been told, you've seen that clip that's running around that we should get out of their way. I think you need to take a break yourself and get out of their way. Assume, I'm thinking at this point, if at all, for anyone who's not able to encourage them from the direction of being, so, like without necessarily sugarcoating anything, being young and stupid, if we are incapable of being young and stupid and we have understanding to depend on, let's get out of their way. Let's allow them to be young and stupid and fix it. Because we realize that the reason why youth have always been successful in revolutions is because they stand to lose nothing. They stand to gain everything by any outcome. Notice how it is not about the finance bill when they're speaking on the streets. When they went to Ababu, I mean, one of the MPs said it was not Ruto who voted. I don't know if it was an MP or whichever, the B, that thief. But they keep it a good thing you're here. That B from Mosingishu, the ones who stole from your youngsters. Actually, this revolution started in Rift Valley. During those children who were supposed to be taken to Finland. That is where the revolution started. When that young girl could stop and mention to Bill to that B and Akina Mandago.
Mandago and Koti
Yes,
Moja, the
very
governor.
articulately, she looked them in the eye.
Do you know how much it is? Do you know how much it is? 900 million shillings.
Look at that. And that went to Ruto's campaigns. When that young girl was able to stand to that microphone and look those guys in the eyes and ask them, do you know how frustrating it feels looking at my parents ailing and having to take medicine because of something you guys have done? That is the courage that these young people have. I'll tell you, I have the only person who gets to call me mom is my biological son. The rest of the Gen Zs whom I raised, I mean, naturally they were younger before they got to there. My nephews and my nieces, they call me Irene. And trust me, they have never been known to be born around a scenario where their thoughts are curtailed. They've been extremely respectful. I'll give you an example of during my brother's wake at the KRFU, the former chairman Omwela, the guy who literally saw him enter into the Kenya team at the age of, I think, 19, was their chairman. And he told us, he stood in front of that whole stadium and said that Benja used to carry his suitcase. And whenever they would go on tour, the boy would literally follow him around, shop as he shopped. The boy was carrying his suitcase and was carrying his luggage and would help him and everything. Then it got to a point where he, okay, of course, when he said this, we were like, that is so Benja. And I mean, this was a little boy who was coming up and probably looking up to him for mentorship. Like, oh, the passion you have for rugby is the same one that I have, but I'm only but a baby. I'm hoping that you can take me up the ropes. Then he got to a point where he said, as coach, I'm not even sure I'm not even sure Benja respected me. I'm not even sure if Benja respected anyone or cared about anybody's opinion. I'm not even sure if he respected me. If, in fact, let's just put it all out, Benja was arrogant. Then he went on to speak. But the one thing that lingered in my mind and that of my family, and I don't know about anybody else was there because I remember us talking about it as a family, was that this was this little boy who used to look up to you and walked around with you and was holding your suitcases and was probably looking at you as, when I grow up, I want to be this. At what point did you lose him to disrespect? What did you do? So when these Gen Zs are speaking, we have raised them. They're little babies. We literally saw them come up. I can give you an account of all my 5 babies as I raised them. I can give you the character of each one of them. By the time they've now come and decided that you guys have done your part, allow us to do ours, we've got to look at them and wonder, what did we do? Where did you lose you? And get out of their way. When I'm seeing people coming and saying, we respect what you're doing, and you're a thief, Sudi. You're a thief, Ruto. You're fraudulent, Olesapit. You are ideally the hypocrite that they know you as being, and they won't have it any other way. Do you know what they told us about Babu? They said, Babu ameanza kuongea vibaya, hapo ndio, aongea vibaya ndio atolewe kwa parliament ndio asivote. Tushamuona sana. When Babu was at the morgue looking at the boy who was shot, wakasema ati ukiona vile Babu amekaa hapo kwa mochari vile anaangalia utadhani hajawahi huwa mtu. Now those are the guys we're talking about. The institutional memory is one that you cannot play around with. Hawatasahau. They never forget. They will not forget, and they have carried it forth. And as things advance, they're looking at us and saying, oh, because someone was saying he's very uncomfortable with the fact that we make jokes out of everything. Like something happens, we're always making jokes about it. Kumbe, these children, they're not making jokes about these things because they're thinking, oh, this ones will slide. I think they're making jokes about it until they discovered this is not funny. You guys, this is our future. These guys are running away with. Oh my goodness, he's getting worse. Oh my God, he's, like he means business. He's actually coming for us. Alafu wakasema atatax wale 25-year-old under 25-year-olds kupatia na kumicha kwa hiyo shift yao. Wapeleke room 350. That is when our guys thought, I'll be in my loving parents' bosom, but this guy will still come and steal from me. Aiwezi. We are coming out. So the truth is, the other day I'm talking to someone, I think that was yesterday. He told me, you see those 6 congressmen who are at Parliament. Those guys, they went to the Ruto to State House. Ruto peke yake. He was with Monica Juma as the secretary. Monica Juma was taking notes. There was not anybody else, guys. This was Ruto and the 6 Americans and Monica Juma there to take notes. All right? What was he selling to them? So by the way, I believe you. When you're talking about this thing of them wanting to make us squatters in our own homes so that they can now take our land, hey man, and yeah, we will come out on the streets, by the way. This guy has to go.
Maunga, there is this planned meeting. This State House meeting with the Jay-Z's. Are you aware of it?
No.
If may I say something? You are in contact.
No, you see, no, hold on. People are misbehaving again.
The ones going to State House are those ones that he's collected from Makina Itumbi's place to come and masquerade. The ones that I know will not be anywhere because they are known. So you know this is a public forum and non-script. We won't tell you everything. What I need you to know is that you just the same way they surprised you. See, they surprised you similarly. See, they just stand up. No, listen. Because they just stand up and you just saw them on the streets. Allow them to just stand up and give us back our country, or rather take back their country. Please, by all means, let's get off their way. The ones who are going to State House, let them go ahead and go. But Kenya is being taken back. Take it from me. So you, with your fears, take them where everybody else is taking theirs. Some of us have decided that we will be still and know that God is God. Some of us will not be anxious for nothing. In prayer and supplication and thanksgiving, we are making our intentions known to God. And our intentions is that for Kenya to be gotten back, that our children and their children's children will be glad that we lived at all. That is all some of us are doing. We will not be coy, we will not fear. So the other thing I was saying, this Muturi's abduction, what would be his interest? Has anyone seen photo ya huyo Muturi, by the way?
Sorry about this. Maunga, just 1 second. A non-script, I'll give you your 3 minutes. When you raise your hands like that, you kinda.
But me, I he doesn't. No, because I'll exit soon as I'm done talking, so that he can talk. He can talk on his own about the things that he knows that are not going to happen. The ones that will happen.
She was giving me a point of information, which is okay. I just wanted to end by saying that.
You've lost your 3 minutes. I'll go straight to Julia. I would have given you now, but you'll have to go around again. I'd rather you wait, somebody finishes their train of thought, write your notes, then come back. So let her finish, then
I was the one contributing before Maunga came.
No, you're not. You're not. I thought you're interjecting to what public who was speaking before.
No.
So I was given the floor, then I gave you. Actually, I just said you respond to
if
your.
You had given me a chance. Maunga was.
I did not give you a chance to make a submission. I gave you a chance to interject because I thought it was an interjection so that I could carry on based on what you had said, perhaps, and roll with it.
So sadly, you're going next.
Sadly, it's quite sad that you're here and you're throwing cold water on everything that's been beaming. Some of us have been here for all this while as this was going on, and we've known the culmination. So all these things. So what would you rather we did?
You know, the problem about coming to, when someone is doing something, you who's doing nothing about it should not come and tell them stop doing it unless you have you have an opportunity to actually add on to what they're doing. You do not tell them that, oh, irrespective of what you're doing, someone will be able to do that. These children looked at us during the elections, and when we could do nothing but watch Akina Ruto on the screen, they told us it is madness when you do the same thing and expect different results. So right now they're doing something different to have a different outcome. We need to give them that chance. Moving on swiftly. As I was saying, this Muturi's abduction, have you seen that Muturi's son? What would be his motivation to come to the protests or be part of the protests or even finance it? What is his interest? What would really be looking to gain? Would he tell us that suddenly he's discovered that his father is part of a system that is flawed? Or has his father told him that we are at the height of Kenya sinking? Like this guy is a devil that Kenya has never seen before. So that's a possible outcome. But the truth is, these infiltrations you're talking about, I actually suspect that this Muturi's child was just being propped so that the organizers can probably point him out as a point of consideration and bring him in as a mole. So he comes in as a mole. For me, if you ask me, that is what I'm looking at in terms of that abduction. I see absolutely no reason why, at his age especially, he should see the need to come now and suddenly appear like he's saving Kenya. Because when all is said and done, anything, including a cockroach that is that is part of Ruto in any way, is not allowed anywhere near the new Kenya. When they talk of KFCs and iPhones, you know, those guys, even for their children to go to the toilet, I keep saying this every time, the tissue that their children use to wipe their bums, it is our taxes that has bought. So when they talk about our children eating KFC and using iPhones, we have bought it with our money made of our blood and sweat. We have sweat for this money. So these children are proudly eating what we have given them, and they're proudly carrying those gadgets, and they're proudly wearing whatever it is that they're wearing. As for the ones who are not working, for the ones who are working, they have seen, and they have not stolen anybody's. All these politicians, they have stolen, they have plundered. Somebody has died because they probably stole money that was meant to make a road, and as such a pothole killed people with accidents and everything else. They are murderers, and therefore their money is blood money. And for their children even to use those sanitary towels, like in Charlene, for a sanitary towel that she has to use every month, it is my taxes and that of my people that has enabled that for her. So there's no pride and honor in them telling us anything. Our children will eat whatever they can eat because we have given them, and rightly so. And it is sacred and holy what our children are eating. So when it comes to this election of leaders, yes, I earlier on had Julia telling me they don't. Yeah, I had a conversation with one of them, and I remember him telling me, "Hatutaki watu wazee." I was telling them, no, there's supposed to be augmentation of leadership. So augmentation of leadership is important. And I pointed out that lady that's standing behind you, Denny Kip. And I told them why for me she is a factor and she is important for them. And that we can be able to lead.
So you forgive her? Because last time we spoke, you're really bitter about
she has to come. No, she has to come and ask for forgiveness. Because sadly, it is not only me. The reason she's not anywhere in the press or anywhere in the struggle right now is because that is the same thing that is hanging on her head. It's a yoke that she's bearing that she has to just put down and tell us, you guys, I was part of it, but you saw I exited. It is because of my principles
she was
that
a
I was
prosecutor. I'll explain later on, but that's an argument for another day. She was a prosecutor and she did her job.
Trust me, for me, she is necessary for this new Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Naona mlolongo ni kubwa, and I would like you guys to now start respecting the rules of onesha sura kidogo bana. I know it's also good. So for 3 minutes, because we've got a long line and almost at the 6th hour, we'll go through a non-script for 3 minutes. Then we go to Julie, and then we go to JR. JR there, Kenyatta JR, because he kept popping in and out, but he was there after that. Then we go to Samuel, and then Nyambara, Yaramba, and then start again. So yeah, it would be nice if you showed your faces. And Mongo, I like that very much. That was a very good, innovative summary. I will have time to defend my party leader, but today is not the topic for that. It's not about them. It's not about old school leaders. It is about the youth. We stick to topic, we stick to them, and we also stop giving them ideas about popping up leaders. They have no face, and that's how it should stay. They should just continue to do what they're doing. It worked. We did not know what was happening. Most of us are here today because we did not know what was happening. We still do not know what is happening, and that is the beauty. So besides just discussing what they're doing, don't give them advice. Let them do them. I think they're doing very well. All right. A non-script for 3 minutes, please.
Kindly, can I interject? Can I interject to a non-script? A non-script,
I'll take fairly little, then I give some.
A non-script. A non-script, please let me interject. You know, a non-script is having the same problem that I had of being over pessimistic. A non-script, don't be pessimistic kindly. Hata mimi nilikuwa hapo, but sasa nimeona the light. These guys, they are not going to be compromised. Hata when watakuwa compromised, they'll become an enemy of the Gen Z. They'll be that's the kind of a war that we are fighting now. Anybody who is not with us is an enemy, and that's how we are going to do. Wale wenye wataenda State House wakuwe compromised, they become our enemy. And the 200 and something who voted yes, we are listing all their businesses, we are boycotting. They are not going to be talking in Baraza. That's the kind of formula that we are having. Have faith in it.
Thank you very much. So, so a non-script, 3 minutes, and please, guys, this is a very long time. We have very few minutes, and look at there are people who have not spoken. So, tafadhali, so Kenyatta, Julia, all those people. So give us your 3 minutes and please make it short. Tafadhali sana.
I'll take it even shorter. I think I'd greeted Julia. I'd greeted Nyaramba. Okay. Basically, what I was saying, it is not being pessimistic, public. I said maybe you didn't get what I'm saying. What I was trying to tell you is that even as we speak now, if you listen to what happened in Nyahururu, you realize that if you studied Zakai, he was desperate for an opportunity to share, to consult, to talk to these diseases. And I did say here in the beginning that the biggest thing is that there are no obvious leader that is pronounced that you can approach. And I did also say here that the previous strikes and mandamanos, I didn't give the example of the teachers ones. Normally, if the leaders are known, it is easy to, at some point, to corner them so that in the name of let's consult, let's talk, let's hear you, like that is what Zakayo was actually trying to say. And I did say here that some of the media have even gone ahead to have headlines like Zakayo is apologetic. In other words, he's dying and he is really craving for an opportunity to have a one-on-one talk with these people. And that's what he's trying to do. And that's what I was trying to tell Maunga, that as we speak now, there is already planned at very high gear that in fact, they were saying that the entire Jay-Zs, the ones who are threatening to go to State House, they'll have the State House gates opened for them. And if they agree to that, it will not be a good thing. Because Zakayo really wants to hear them. Right now, as we speak, there are already guys who are tasked to just get exactly what the Jay-Zs want, and Zakayo is trying to get ready with solutions for them. Now, I agree that for me, the idea of reject should be the thing. And if he wants to get exactly what they want, it should not be that there is a team. Like I was saying, that they're already underground trying to convince them to have a representation. And there where the problem starts. They should not agree to any kind of representation of a team to go to meet Zakayo. And that's what I was saying. Right now, I was trying to say here that one of the things on Zakayo's list, as we speak, is to have the Tuesday talks postponed to deflate the potential demos on Tuesday. If he succeeds, we may actually get somewhere to convince the Jay-Zs to hold on. He's going to have to postpone the finance talks. There will be no vote on Tuesday. That is what I was trying to say. And if they uses those tactics of divide and rule and have a team that pretends to represent them, that's what Sakari is doing. Because otherwise, you can't divide the Jay-Zs without having them to be the ones to say that, okay, he has dropped, now he has returned help. You remember already there are indications from Jaururu. You want to return the university money that they had removed. They want to return help. They have already increased the CDF in the name of giving more money for education. And that's why I started here by saying earlier here that CDF is not for educating anyone. It is wrong to channel education money through the CDF. He is using that money to bribe the MPs who then cherry pick who they want to support with the so-called education fund, which I think is not right. So as far as I'm concerned, the Jay-Z should insist that just withdraw the bill. We don't need to talk about it, because that is what Zakai was trying to imply, that you want to meet them. Ask yourself, wherever you are, if he is to meet them, who is he going to meet and where? And that is where the issue of the State House was already being floated here. I thought Maunga was aware of it. They are trying to welcome them, all of them, to State House. Anyway, that's my take.
Thank you. Thank you very much. At least level go short. I like that. I like that. First of all, Gen Z already see the millennials have no jobs. So university is out of the question. There are those who don't want university. Number two, the ones who want university to party help, that's a very small population of the Gen Z. So education is not that. Then again, you cannot fit the whole of Gen Z to State
When
House.
you are
Yes,
thinking, you scratch on anything which you can float you.
it's not. It's not gonna work. I'm sorry. So he can try all he wants. And again, I say leave it to them. They will know how to deal with the ones who are going to go talk in State House. These kids are rough. I saw one of them being beaten up at Twitter. Alikuwa na chapo an influencer alichapo vizuri sana. So at least I'm saying it in Kiswahili because I don't want YouTube rules and regulations. Anyway, Julia, take it away. Then we'll go to the other people because we've got a long line.
Yes, Kip, I'm going to be very fast. It is just a non-script making me come back here. First, Maunga, thank you very much. You tried to explain what the children on the ground are feeling and that no one is going to restrict their thoughts and the way they express themselves. I've spoken to a lot of them and I'm so surprised at these kids, they don't belong to a school of thought. And that is what a non-script is missing. A non-script, seriously, if you have any children or grandchildren, you need to jump into their sites, their social media, and now you will begin to understand that they don't think like that. That is the challenge you are going through. I think now I'm about to give up explaining to you because it's becoming so hard to explain to you the theory behind this revolution. It is this: who are you going to call to State House? You call Julia, the rest of them will not care about how you called me. Okay? Who are you going to call to State House? One, this State House thing is not like they said we are going to meet Zakayo. They are going to storm State House. Now let me put it to you in Stone Picker's language. It is not meeting Ruto in State House. It is storming and overthrowing Zakayo. That is what they meant. They didn't have to tell you that. So don't do that. Don't do what you are doing here. Say that they are going to be called into State House. Let them call everybody they want to call. Even call 100 of them. Let them call them. Let Muturi Sans mobilize his girlfriends and his boyfriends and take them to State House. They'll not pay attention to that. So that State House thing and non-script, I think, is coming from you. It is not true. The Gen Z said they are going to storm in State House. They laid out their program. They didn't say we are going to meet Ruto. They said they are going to storm. The other thing about these carrots you are talking about, a non-script. Now, please call Maunga, Akokwa ground. And I think a lot of people are here on the ground, like in a public participation. Now, usikia kwamba, see, swali si at a financial bill. People are just fed up. People are just fed up with this government. I saw some kids saying we are fed up of this stupid silly government. That is the thing. It is not a financial bill. It is not that the kesho ati watasema tumetoa hii. That they meant, let me tell you, mark my words and no script. Even if they throw the financial bill tomorrow and Ruto says we are retracting back to 2023 financial bill, this protest will still be there. I'm telling you. So just let us not really be so naive saying that wataambiwa wamepewa help. Nani anaambiwa? People don't even, who is help? Keep to Gen Z, who is help? Who is that person called help?
Julia, watoto wamemaliza university.
Yeah. So who is help? They don't care. You saw those people who are protesting in Nyahuru, do they look like college graduates? Ama wengine watalikuwa manamba? Do they look like college kids? Hata hujaona hata age imepita, hata si Gen Z, imekuwa mchanganyiko, because Kenyans are so fed up. They are ready for anything and everything. So no script, I won't call you negative, but I would call you are so old schooled, and you are thinking like Kalonzo and generation, the NADCO generation and all that. You get out of that. Personally, I'm trying to jump into two sides because you have to forgive me. I think you are younger by far than me. I'm struggling to navigate through those sides. I need some lessons. And so you need to do like me and non script. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to navigate, because if I don't navigate, nitakuwa too like some dunderhead who doesn't understand what these kids want. So in the words of Maunga, no one will restrict the thoughts of these kids, no matter what, even if it means burning down Parliament House or State House. That is watch this space. Asanteni.
That was nice and short, and I like that. Just know that this is a rock and a hard place for Kenya. Ruto owes World Bank and IMF money. This bill has to pass. The House of Representatives and Senators who came to watch the finance bill said this thing must pass, and the youth are saying this thing must not pass. So it's over. It's you know, in a Tonga Mexican standoff. So if you see any youth coming out claiming they are the leader of this thing, don't believe that. And I don't think, I listened to their Twitter, and I like what Julia said. Listen to their Twitter. Hiyo feed yao wanafanyanga for 7 hours. You'll understand. They are not joking. They've said they don't want any leaders. And when they say leaders, they don't want someone popping up at you, I'm the leader of this thing. They don't want that garbage. So me, I believe them, and nawachia tu, mimi tu ni kuomba. The way I have those doubts, ikae tu nijieke peke yangu and trust in the process, because our generations have failed. Millennials have failed. Gen X have failed. Baby boomers have failed. Tunafuata Raila. I'm still with NAK Kenya. Let me deal with my party politics and watch these kids rise, because my people have failed. So, Mr. Kenyatta, it's your turn.
Can I kindly interject 1 second? Unknown scripts. Okay, wacha tu ni interject kidogo. Unknown scripts, tukitoka kwa maandamano tunaenda kwa nini kwa removing the guys who impeaching all those guys who voted yes. So hiyo sio maandamano peke yake, we are moving stages. Tukimaliza sasa next week nini inakuja, or this week tuna move into ku impeach all the ones who, and then from there and of course we are listing all the businesses which belong to them. We are boycotting. We are also not allowing them to talk in public. Yani kuna vitu mingi, not only maandamano, but we are at war with anybody who is not for the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kenyatta. I really don't want to be pushed on this interjection stuff. These people need to talk because they've stayed here for a long time, and I have to be strict. Najua Bernard anakuanga lenient. Mimi, it's hard for me to see someone sitting here dropping in and out. It's not fair. So Kenyatta, go ahead.
Haya, ninawaomba tuimbe wimbo ya taifa. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, akiniwezao na mlinzi,
na
tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na ustawi. Haya,
Thank you very much.
mambo imechemuka. Ruto kimemuramba sasa. Nyinyi mko usingizi, hamuoni? Ruto amerambwa, wajamaa wamening'inia kwenye vibuyu vyake. Unajua vibuyu zile za huko chini, zile vibuyu zile, kama mnajua vibuyu, jina yake ingine makende, yameshikiliwa vizuri. Ruto amefinywa kabisa, ana lake. Na hawa vijana hawataki mchezo, hawataki hongo, hawataki kitu ingine, wanataka Ruto aende. Ruto must go. Ama mjui hiyo jina? Hiyo jina ni mzito sana. Mimi nimekuwa nikiandika hapa kwenye hii mtandao kila wakati nikiingia tu hivi, Ruto must go. Munaona kama mimi ni mjinga? Mimi hapana mjinga. Ninaelewa huyu mtu lazima aende, kwa maana mimi yani huyu, hawa vijana wacha niwapigie makofi. Vijana asante sana. Endeleeni hivyo na msirudi nyuma, mumpige huyu jamaa mpaka hiyo Ruto must go mpaka mwisho. Hii wiki ingine nakuja, hii wiki sikudanganyi, Ruto lazima taenda, kwa sababu watu ni karibu 2,000,000 wale wataanguka Nairobi. Kufuatana na watu 2,000,000 ni ngumu, kwa maana watafunga barabara ya Uhuru Highway, wafunge ile ya El Selase, na wafunge mpaka wafunge ya Moi Avenue, alafu wafunge ya Kenyatta Avenue. Story ya Ruto imeisha. Hakuna kitu ingine, ni aingie ndege akae masaa, kwa maana watu wanamkujia, watu wana hasira sana na Ruto. Hakuna mtu anacheka na yeye. Kwa hivyo wale watu wanakuja hapa kusema ati yarekebishe, sijui afanye nini na nini, hiyo ni yenu nyinyi. Nyinyi ndio mnarudisha Kenya nyuma mkisema ati yarekebishe. Anarekebisha nini? Hakuna kitu yote tunataka arekebishe, ni kuenda akae masaa. Unasikia public participation, na huyo mtu anaitwa a non-script. Wewe ulitoroka wapi? Unakujaga saa ile mambo imechemuka. Siku hizo zingine uonekani, unakaaga na huko. Hapana, tuchezea mchezo. Hii ni masaa ya kupiga nduru. Hii sio masaa ya kucheka hapa. Lakini saa hii tumerudisha roho, kwa sababu tumepata watu wale hawataki kujua. Na wamesema hawataki kujua, ile kitu wanataka kujua ni kurekebisha nchi yetu. Na kurekebisha nchi ni nini? Ni Ruto must go. Hakuna dawa ingine. Hata hakuna cha kwenda State House. Hiyo tu Nairobi ikifungwa hivyo na watu wasitoke hapo, bas yeye ameenda, amekaa masaa, kwa maana ataambiwa na jeshi hatuwezi tawala nchi namna hii. There is a lot of unrest. There is a lot of unrest in Kenya. So even the armed forces are looking at him and asking him, hey man, what's going on? There is a lot of unrest and we cannot live this way. Unanisikia? Kwa hivyo public participation, ako kama mdomo peleka huko. Hapa mdomo ni ya Ruto must go. Hakuna mchezo. Hakuna kurekebisha, ati yapunguze, ati sijui safari, ati sijui yafanye nini. Hizo makaratasi zote tunataka kumtoa na tuzichome. Na kumtoa ni kumshika pia na kumpeleka jela. Ruto ameingiza baridi ile hajawahi kuona. Nyahururu aliimbiwa hapo nje, aliimbiwa Ruto must go. Aliimbiwa na vijana wakafanya juu chini mpaka wakasukuma polisi wakaingia kwa kiwanja ya shule na wakaanza kuimba sasa Ruto must go vizuri. Polisi wakiwaangalia hivi na macho. Hata polisi wamechoka. Mimi nakwambia wiki ijayo utaona maajabu. Utaona polisi wakiwachilia tu watu wafanye vile wanataka. Na hiyo ndio inamaliza Ruto. Lazima aende. Hatumtaki hata kidogo. Huyo ni wakuwekwa ndani pamoja na hiyo wakina Gachagua, hiyo yote. Hati Gachagua sasa anajitoa, anajipeleka kando. Hapana. Yeye na hiyo ghasia yote waende hao watu takataka. Hiyo ndio kitu mbaya. Alafu sasa hawa vijana wachague viongozi wao, wachague viongozi wao, tuwapatie nafasi wachague viongozi wao, tuone vile watatengeneza nchi. Kwa maana hao, hata Uhuru wakati mmoja alisema, hawa vijana mnawaona, hawa vijana mnawaona watakuja kuwa kitu mbaya, watakuja kuwa bomu. Na ndio hii imetokea. Hata Ruto haamini. Ruto alikuwa amejua, yani yeye ameshakonka, lakini hii imemweza mpaka aongei. Ulimsikia kanisa akiongea mambo ya siasa, alitii amri, alitii amri. Ruto ametii amri na lazima atatii kabisa. Kwanza hii ya kuanzia kesho, hiyo ndio iko moto. Hawa vijana wamefanya nikacheka kidogo. Makofi, wapigieni makofi, pigeni makofi, pigeni makofi nyinyi wote, wacheni mchezo, piga makofi kabisa. Yes, vijana wamefanya kazi nzuri, na nyinyi mnafaa muwe na furaha kabisa kwamba vijana wamefanya kazi nzuri. Muache kuleta hapa story ati ati watachukuliwa na Ruto, waanze kwa Ruto atachukua wangapi? Hawa vijana ni milioni 4. Utawezana milioni 4 vijana? Hata akichukua hata achukue 1500 watoto 1500 hatawezana, kwa sababu wale wengine bado wanakuja tu, na wengine ndio wengi kushinda hata 1500. Na kila mtu anaitwa kwa jina lake na hawa vijana, kwa sababu hawa vijana wako kwenye mtandao, si mchezo. Mpaka saa hii wameunda app yao, they've got their own app. And don't play with people who can form their own app. They are very dangerous. Those are dangerous people, because getting them is not easy. Kwa hivyo sisi wote tung'ang'ane hapa. Tukija tunaongea hapa, tunaongea mambo ya Ruto must go. Huyo mtu amepeleka. Unajua Ruto ni mwizi, yule anafukuzwa na bado hajashikwa. Ndio kwa maana aliiba hiyo kiti ili asishikwe, lakini sasa siku zake 40 zimefika, zimeiva. Mpaka wakina Murkomen walitoroka kwenye kipindi kama hii tunaongea saa hizi. Waliambiwa sisi ile kitu tunataka ni wili, hatutaki mambo mingi, mtuletee story mingi. Hata Ruto aliingia kwenye hiyo kitu na akaongea na akahepa, sababu maswali aliulizwa ni maswali ngumu. Hiyo app ilienda masaa 7 wakiongea. Kina Murkomen walitoka mbio, wanaambiwa enda uambie huyo jamaa yenu awachilie wili. Kesho yake wili alionekana. Ndio ujue hii kitu ni moto. Bado haijaisha. Mimi hata dakika 10 nitaongea kwa ile furaha ninayo. Unanisikia? Niko na furaha kubwa sana.
Yani
kwa hivyo lakini tuongee. Mtaongea tu, ninawaheshimu sana wenzangu, sina maneno mingi. Haya, endeleeni kuongea, lakini ni asante sana, na nyinyi wote mjue kitu moja, ni Ruto must go. Thank you.
Thank you for such an energetic naito war cry. It's a war cry. It's good that we have such energy. Not just the days for Azimio and elections, politicking, where we talked about strategies. Usually, Nyanza did this, Rift Valley. This one has nothing like that. Unasikia watu kutoka Thika wanasema wanakuja kutembea kwa ati if you cannot manage to occupy parliament, you will start coming in from the other counties. They're coming. So their organization is their own thing. Hiyo kitu ya Twitter, I have tried to understand how they are organizing themselves. It's impossible. Hiyo ni kitu yao. Wacha wafanye maandamano zao. Like, honestly speaking, you would not know that the Occupy Church has worked. It has worked. Send the right message. So wachana now. It's not failed. It's doing very well. So Enas, is that how we pronounce your name? Sorry. You're next, and then we'll talk to Samuel after.
Yeah, asante. Sijui kama mnanishika mzuri na mnanisikia.
No, was it you who came first or Enas?
Eh?
Okay, and
Amunisikii?
Okay, I can speak after.
yeah, okay, no problem. Let's. It looks like there's a burning issue from Samuel. Go ahead, Samuel.
Mnanisikia?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay, thank you. Kitu ya kwanza natuma condolence zangu kwa hao vijana wawili na namba ya pili nataka kuongea kidogo tu Sakayo, ili mambo anasema atiende kukutana na vijana. Sakayo msijaribu kumpea time ati akutane na hiyo vijana. Huyo mtu anataka kucontrol Kenya kama nyumba yake, kama amujui. Sakayo sio mtu ya kupewa time. Kitu ya tatu, Sakayo mimi nilifanya kazi na yeye zaidi ya miaka 20 personally. Huyo ni mtu mbaya, roho mbaya, roho chafu, akuna matarau kwanza kwa watu ya chini. Kwa hivyo huyu mtu sio ati mnaona akiingia kwa daya yani anacheka na nyinyi. Ule sio mtu, hiyo ni nyoka, python. Hiyo sio mtu ya kupewa time. Kwa hivyo mimi naomba tu hii vijana na washukuru, fanye kazi mzuri, tuungane tu waungwa. Ingawa tunasema hamtaki kusupport hawa, wasapotiwe pasi na mdomo ili hiyo mtu tumtoke. The only way forward for Sakayo is this revolution. Kama Mkenya mnataka mkae mzuri, just a revolution is the only solution to Kenyans. Otherwise Ruto atasiti kucontrol nyinyi kama nyumba yake. Aye anataka kucontrol kila mtu. Yeah. Otherwise mimi sina maneno mingi. Ni hiyo tu nasema, na waunga mkono vijana wafanya kazi mzuri na participation yenu najua ni mzuri, it contributes a lot. Kwa hivyo generally Sakayo sio mtu ya kupewa time, ati mumpe time aende kudiscuss na watu, ati mkuje kukua naye mambo ya finance bill. Hiyo hatutaki kusikia mambo ya finance bill. Finance bill, it was scrapped off. That is the only best way forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your contribution. That was short and sweet. Very, very nice. I wish the rest of us could do that. Okay. Nyamramba. Miss
Okay.
Nyamramba. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Esnas Nyaramba. I'm a Kitsi by tribe, and I always say I'm a Luo by nature. I've been in politics for 12 years. I've been a mentor of young leaders. And the three things that I want to speak about. Number one, I want to applaud the young generation. The Gen Zs, when we were being told that there's a generation that is coming after us, we are the parents of the Gen Zs. And they have taken it up to themselves to liberate the entire Kenya. They are showing the entire Africa that yes, we can. And that's something that we were sold when we were growing up called fear. These people does not have fear. I want to state three things. I think Ruto still thinks about being a boss and a manager. A manager sits down and orders around. A boss sits down and starts quarreling everybody, even on his own mistakes. But we need a leader in Kenya. And a leader needs to be a servant. He must be a listener, a good communicator, and a big, good mentor, which Ruto is not. I worked with Musalia Mudavadi for 11 years. I was a founder, I'm a founder member of ANC, a member number 3. But when I saw Musalia take the Ruto side, I told him, boss, I respect you, but I'm sorry, I'm not joining you. And I stepped out of politics 3 months to election. Not because I didn't want a space to go and work, because I didn't my conscience could not allow me to walk in that path. Now, today, as a boss he's thinking that he can use the power, he can use the officers, that is the men in uniform, to intimidate the Gen Zs. Even in our own houses, we have teenagers. And it reaches a time when they told you, Mom, Dad, you don't understand. You don't get it. They're trying to tell you something. They think you are not there, but the way they understand it is totally different from way we did understand it. The concept might be the same, but they take it the most different and radical way. We call them the radical thinkers. That is why Burkina Faso was taken up like a joke. Nobody ever knew that there will be a revolution that fast in Burkina Faso. The same is happening in Kenya. And I'm telling you, if the finance bill goes down, automatically Ruto goes home. And that is our main agenda. If I was in Kenya today, I could have been part and parcel of the movement. And I've been following this conversation for weeks and weeks. And today I said, I need to be part and parcel of these brains. Number two, the Gen Z is a wave. It's worldwide. There is a lot of government officials and presidents that are coming down courtesy of the Gen Zs. These are people who can stay online overnight and think. And they think faster. By the time we as the millennials start thinking, I need to buy bundles, they have already subscribed. They can hack somebody's account. They can hack somebody's number and they have bundles to themselves. You're sharing bundles to like 7 of them and you don't know. Why? They are thinking radically. So there are a lot of them. There's a big revolution coming and it's worldwide. It's only not in Kenya, but the Kenyan one is part and parcel of the leading generation. Number 3, the children have taken it to the streets. These are our kids. These are your kids. And I'm happy because I've seen kids from the who is who and the kids from this below there, kids who lives in the suburbs and all, the mijengos and all that, coming together, not knowing that you're coming from a rich family and I'm coming from a poor family, to only speak in one language. They don't have a tribe. They don't have a language. They don't have a religion and they don't have a leader. It will be so hard for Ruto to call them. You know, when you don't know who is the leader of a gang, you cannot manage that gang because maybe the one you are calling is not the leader, or the one you are calling is the leader behind the others. So still there will be a lot of confusion in looking at who is going to do ABCD for us, who is going to mobilize these youths for us. You can call 10 of them and you find them in a million in that office. So they need to be very, very careful. And I also want to say, when times for revolution is ripe, it's always like a baby who is supposed to be born. Once a woman enters into the labor room, hata kama mimba itakuma for 24 hours, the baby must come out, no matter the procedure. Iwe ni mimba utasukuma, iwe utapasuliwa, iwe ni makasi utapigwa, iwe utatoa kawaida lakini upate tea, mtoto atatoka. And Ruto needs to know, mtoto anatoka called revolution and he must go home. Na this time round, sio ile time yenye Honorable Matiang'i angekimbisha na maji and then we go hiding. This is a generation that unawamwagia maji, unamchapa sweep na maji, they stand up and tell you Ruto must go. Why? They are determined. Their determination is not given by something, ama they are being pushed by somebody. They are pushed by the inner person who wants to see a better tomorrow. A person called me. They have already discovered who they are. And even the Bible says that until you discover the power and the potential within you, then you cannot move, you cannot conquer. This generation has discovered their potential. They have discovered that they have the powers. They have discovered their mandate and also the constitutional power that belongs to the people. They have shown us, sisi wenye tuliwaangusha. Sisi tuliuziwa fear, tukaambiwa if you talk you'll die, if you do this will happen. And some of us have gone even in, tumeenda exile mara 5 or 6 because kuna kitu uliongea and you ran away because you feared for your life. These ones, mtu anapigwa risasi, mtu, imagine a can inapasukia katikati ya miguu yake as a man. That is painful. Na anaambia wenzake, as I go to the hospital, continue with the demonstrations. What does that tell you? Wametoka nayo ndani. It is something that is from the inside. To me, I usually call it is like when a woman is in love. Hata familia ikamwambia nini, hata mwambie ukijana kwao ni wachawi, kwao ni what, that woman will stand with the husband, and these kids are already pregnant and they're on their way to the labor room, and that labor room wataifika very soon. Let me leave it for there, and I'll be around. Tutaendelea. Asanteni.
I really like when you have new ideas and well thought out points like that. That was very beautiful. Si kama Stone PK. It's just a joke. So next, let's have Stone PK's contribution. Then I think Jemo. Then we start again with public
unaanza vita na
participation.
Stone kabla hajakuja atakupiga mabomu.
Sorry?
Unaanza vita na Stone na anaingia.
Msijali bana, niko, I know how I'm working with this. You're coming, you guys, quite patient kidogo. So Stone PK, come and give us a little bit of the Kenyatta Junior spirit that we hear every day about not interfering with these kids. Let them do their thing and kill any doubt in anybody's heart about what they're doing. Because this is where it starts. If you throw a bit of doubt, it's contagious, becomes contagious, and by the time you know it, you've killed the spirit of what's happening right now. So we need to have the heart to believe in it. If you don't believe, you know, you have to want it. You have to believe and want it very badly. Me, I want it badly. Nataka Ruto must go. I'm desperate. I want it. So let's go for it. Stone, I'm going for about 5 minutes. I'll be back. Stone.
Okay, Kip. You're going for 5 minutes. That's very good. That means that nitatawala for 5 minutes.
Tataona, lakini patie Jemo ni Gen Z hapo hajapatiwa. We've been talking as
No,
millennials.
I would want Jemu Gen Z tafadhali. I'll ask you to talk, and then after you I come. Thank
yes, please. Wacha Gen Z aongee bana. Sisi ma millennials, Generation X tunapiga kelele and we failed. We failed.
Jemo, go take it on, Jemo.
Hi, how you guys doing? Mnanisikia?
Tunakusikia loud and clear. Tunaonyeshanga vidole. Jemo, tukifanya hivi.
Ninaona.
Yeah.
By the way, I'm not Gen Z. Mimi ni millennial. I'm 40 years. I just run a lot, you know.
Na si mbaya, hata Gen Z uwe 40 years, uwe 50 years, ni Kenya. Ruto must go. Endelea Jemo.
I'm a Gen Z mentality, millennial. Of course, najua sasa sisi ndio tulikuza Moi. And tukisaidiwa na Generation X. But it was the same spirit. So the time enye Moi alienda, you know, for us who are there, mi niko sahi US, for us who are there in Kenya, and I was there, you know, it felt so surreal, like hatukuamini tumefanya hiyo kazi. Na watu wote walikuwa hapo. I think Kenya came to a standstill. And it came to a standstill once Kibaki was sworn in. And now sisi ndio wazazi wa hawa Gen Z. Me, I have a 15-year-old daughter. So hata vile nimekuja, I was just watching and nimesikiza a lot of you guys speaking. I am behind the reject and eject Ruto. Sahi is just reject and eject Yomze. Because at the end of the day, it is true. Sisi wenye I don't know na wenye wako outside Kenya, Ruto amefanya Kenya ikakuwa hata relatives hatuwezi ongelesha jamani, juu hata mtu akikupigia simu tunajua ni SOS, meaning nisaidia. Na unajua at this point hatuwezi kataa because tunaona chenye inaendelea kwa nchi. People don't have jobs. Ukiangalia what the guy is promising, kila saa ni kutenga, nimeelewana. Hata I usually ask, this government, including the MPs and the ministers, every time they come and say, tumeelewana, I think that's the worst joke of, I mean, a lot of people have bad jokes, but also one of the worst jokes nasikia. Umeelewana na nani? Hii mambo yenu yote tutafanya. So I think what Gen Zs are doing is a huge demonstration that watu wakikutana, what Ruto has done has united Kenyans against him. And not your Kabila, to everybody is saying, nobody is uniting against poverty, poor leadership, and against Ruto. He did a very good job. If we are gonna applaud him, because kama haingekuwa na bad, hizo vitu walikuwa wamesuggest kwa finance bill, most people were supposed to just sit there and say, okay, maybe, tunangojea Mungu. But he has done a good job uniting Kenyans against bad leadership, poverty, and against Ruto himself. Gachagua anatembea huko akijaribu kuambia watu, his message was not resonating anyway, especially in Mount Kenya. But the one thing Ruto has done, if Gachagua was trying to unite people against whatever he was trying to do, the mountain, against Ruto, that was not working. But Ruto came from nowhere and united Kenyans against himself quick within one week. So tunafaa to encourage sana this revolution. The one thing that I know from my story, the stories I've heard, na pengine the guys that were here back in 1982, and for the students of history, is that once kitu imeanza, lazima ikamilike. I was born in 83. Even if I was born in 82, I wouldn't know. I used to hear Moi was a good person. Moi was more like Ruto Sai. But once he failed to finyilia wherever that was going, that people are not happy, he became a dictator. So my prayer is that we relent, we keep pushing, we encourage, especially sisi, tuko nje nchi, but we are Kenyans, equal, we are concerned. They call us SOS because every time a phone call comes from Kenya, sometimes hata utaki kushika juu najua ni SOS, meaning there's an emergency, financial emergency. So I pray that we continue pushing na vile it's changing from Ruto must reject the finance bill to now eject Ruto. Ruto must go. Because if we leave him there, what have we done? I think we have created a dictator. And a dictator, he will play the game yenye Moi ali play. He will have a few DCs and DOs and mzee wa mitaa wa kusikizanga ground inasema, Moi, that's what Moi used to do. He used to wake up, at least I know, and from what people are saying right now that were close to him, he used to wake up and call DC. Anataka kusikia mashinani watu wanasema aje. So if we push this, we should never give Ruto anything that he might think that now that he has survived this one, he has to be bolder. and come up with mechanisms za sasa kufinyilia watu and I think by that we will create a dictator. So it is a one way, reject the finance bill. And like someone has said here, Ruto should never have time. We should never give him, and we should not allow him to have time, at least to settle kwa ofisi na kufikiria that Kenya ni shamba yake. Anaingia na kutoka na kuingia na kutoka. So that's all I that was in my mind. I know there's a lot to share, and we you know, I'm just grateful that this conversation is happening, and it's happening, and the world is also watching. If that's my last point, he wanted attention of the world. I don't think he has friends in Africa. Ruto should not pretend. He should not lie to himself that he has friends in Africa as the African leaders. Like, Museveni, I don't think he loves him. I can tell how he talks. I don't think Kagame loves him. He has to deal with them because they're leaders in the East Africa. But Ruto wanted attention of the world. He's flying too much. He's over here. Amekalia mpaka kiti ya Biden. He's looking for that little attention from outside the world. Let's give him the attention. And Gen Z is doing that well because the way they are, we woke up na tunakuta, we are trending. Kenya is trending. Reject the finance bill is trending. Did Ruto really want the attention of in America? Yes, he got it. And I think he's getting it from all over the world, from all over the world leaders that he was alikuwa anaenda kujipendekeza. So he wanted the attention. We'll give him the attention that he's looking. This time, he doesn't have to fly out. So I think now he has to, like America, he's a puppet of America. So if you want to be an American puppet, then what they are watching to see, these Gen Zs are advocating for their own rights, economic rights. And you want to, America actually does that. So a peaceful demonstration, na watu wanaona sahi because of attention, ikuwe backed up na violence, watu watasema na you're preaching water and you're taking wine. So he has the attention, let's keep pushing, and yes, reject finance bill, na Ruto must go. That's it for me.
Apologies. You look very young, so apologies for calling you a Gen Z. I wish I could be. I wish somebody could say I'm Gen Z now. I'm too old. So Stone PK, najua tumeenda masaa mingi sana, tutauliwa na Bernard.
Si ufunge tufungue. No, close and we open another feed for those who want to continue. Yeah. It's simple. Just close.
Yeah.
Because for me, I want to talk, really. Just close and open another one.
So I can close this and then
yeah.
Then guys will continue on the other side. So thank you very much, and we left at a very good note. Jemo, very nice. That was good. See you later. Bye.